Okay, cue.
Just... Welcome to day 2 of the Dubai Duty-Free Sailing League Regatta 2022. And today we celebrate. It's the United Arab Emirates National Day. And that is 7 years. It's 51 years since the 7 Emirates came together to create the UAE, arguably the foundation for how we have such a wonderfully diverse event happening here at the Dubai Offshore Sailing Club. We have 24 teams on the water, 12 are international, 12 are local, and we got 8 races away yesterday in some light and tricky conditions. We have a bit more wind forecast today, hopefully between 7 and 9 knots, hopefully pushing 10 knots. I am sitting on a dhow here, which is the traditional sailing vessel for the area. However, I think I might have a little bit more to do to the boat before I can go to the high seas. In the meantime, over to you, Becky.
And makes, what is it that... Okay, welcome to our day 2 of SB20. Welcome, Adil, to the shores of Dubai Offshore Sailing Club on this 51st UAE National Day. What is it that excites you about sailing and your love of the sea?
أولاً أحب أهني شعب الإمارات على عيد الوطني 51 وأهني دولة الإمارات والشعب وجميع من عايش في هالأرض الوطن الطيبة والحمد لله. السيلينج مثل ما تعرفون بحار التراثي، بحار نحن نحبها منذ الصغر، كنا ابائنا واجدادنا كانوا يسافرون فيها ويتاجرون فيها، واليوم عندنا المودرن سيلينج مثل ما تشوفون. اليوم عندنا بطوله جميله مثل في نادي دبي للبحري اللي موجود في شواطئ جميره، يعني بطوله جميله، ونتمنى ان الناس تجي تزور البطوله هذه وتدعم البطوله هذه في المستقبل.
Shukran. And Simon, tough day out on the water today with the conditions looking behind us.
I'm afraid it is. Yeah, it looks like another light day, but as we know from yesterday, that's hard work, and I'm sure the sailors will be thinking, wishing that wind was coming in. But yeah, so far light. Let's see if it picks up later on.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, and we're looking forward to tomorrow's Dow race. Adil, you won't be out there, or will you be supporting?
Of course I will be. أنا بالطبع بكون موجود في سباق المحامل، وأشجع جميع المواطنين على تراثنا الإماراتي ونحيا التراث، ونتمنى أن تكون بطولة ممتازة والأجواء تساعدنا.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And we're going to go live onto the water as we start our race 9 of the day 2 of the Dubai Duty-Free Sailing League Regatta for 2022. So hopefully we'll be able to zoom out and see the boats lining up there for the start line in this very, very light breeze. But again, come and join us for our National Day celebrations down at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club. We've got some fantastic events taking place with our Sailors Party this evening. So, Simon, what are you most looking forward to about the National Day celebrations at dosc?
Well, I myself am going out and joining the dosc parade, which is going to be a floating of over 20 boats, cruising along the coast with flags and costumes and bunting on the boat. So, yeah, that's going to be great fun, and I'll be reporting back on that later on.
Fantastic. We'll get the camera down there when everybody joins us back after the parade of sail for UAE National Day. And hopefully Helen is back in the studio ready to start commentating on our live sailing.
I certainly am, Becky. Thank you so much. And we have race number 9 underway. So this will be the completion of the 3rd flight here, because yesterday we finished our 8th race and just had to cut short for race number 9. So these guys were itching to get out and very happy to complete the flight here. So in boat number 1, we have Galert, boat number 2, Shades, boat number 3, Musketeers, boat 4, NBS, boat 5, Mina Rashid, boat 6, Sports Boat World, boat 7, Rascal, and boat 8, Wolfhounds. And if we have a little look at how we got on, because they are halfway up the first beat, it looks to me like Wolfhounds are having a really good race along with the Musketeers. So they have headed right out to the right-hand side of the beat. It is light and tricky conditions. They're having to work incredibly hard to make sure they have as many gains as they can from the light winds that they've got out there. So Musketeers and Wolfhounds Wolfhounds, they're about 4 meters in it between them. They are incredibly close, and they've also chosen the same side of the beat to go up. So it's all going to develop as they hit that ley line to turn left and tack on to starboard to see if Musketeers can just nudge ahead. You're looking at them there, just nudge ahead, or whether the Wolfhounds can get their nose out in front.
So Helen, it was a bit of a dash up there from the rocks. I hope you enjoyed your very slow sail on your traditional dhow.
Across the car park, had a great time.
Across the car park, fantastic. So we've got, as you said, Wolfhounds there doing a fantastic job at trying to keep in check with Musketeers. So it's looking very light. There seems to be a line of breeze that's come through. We've got boat number 6 there is down to our left-hand side of the course, closest to us at the studio, and then we've got Mina Rashid just chose to go over to that left-hand side of the course. It'd be interesting to see what their decision is. It looks like we've got a very short course on this windward leg, but very slow. We're looking at about 2.5 knots on those on the boats there.
And you know who's going to be getting punished there, because of course when the races started on race 1 yesterday, that is the format of the crew. They had to remain for the rest of the event. So you start with 3, you're going to be slightly lighter. Start with 4, preparing for if we have some more winds. You're going to get penalised for that extra weight today. But you know, we do hope that the breeze will start to build this afternoon. It is the form, should we say, of the area, but as I called that yesterday, it's exactly when the wind dropped off, so I can't really be too encouraging about that. But certainly at the moment, we would love to see a little bit more. In the briefing this morning, the race committee advised we might see up to 10 knots today. We have a long afternoon of racing left, but it'd be really great if we can finish this race, because then we have three fights complete. As of last night, with 8 races complete, so we just were missing that last race to get the official scores in, but our overnight leaders are Sports Boat World. I chatted to them last night, very, very pleased with that. They were itching to get out on the water. I think yesterday for race 9 they were on their way out, but then I think the darkness might have got in the way of us being able to have any sailing. But they're our overnight leaders, and they'll be coming out. They're out on the race course there in boat number 6 on this race.
Yeah, so we've just got it's tricky conditions for the race committee as well. There were lots of chatter before the start of the races to get the marks in, to get a course laid with this line of breeze coming through. So we can just see there the tail ender, boat number Mina Rashid and Sports Boat World choosing to go for the port ley line, which seems to have paid off for Sports Boat World. They've managed to pull ahead now of the Musketeers, so we're hoping to see they're going to come in on that port ley line and be able to take that mark rounding. But we've got boat number 6, so there we go, in shot soon will be Sports Boat World coming up to that pink windward mark, and they will be able to take that nice port rounding, port tack onto starboard and round the mark.
And interestingly, I've just heard from the committee, Becky, that Sports Boat World actually, on boat number 6, actually took a penalty on the start line. So if that happened, they've had an absolutely beautiful upwind leg, excellent sailing from there. Looks like from the tracker, they just stuck to that middle, played it safe, and those that went out to the right, we can just see number 3 and number 6 there, that's the Musketeers, and Wolfhounds, they were heading out to the right, and they've had to put in a couple of extra tacks to try and sneak their way up to that windward mark. But as we can see there on boat number 6 on Sports Boat World, our overnight leaders, they have 2 wins under their belt already. So because they didn't get this race away yesterday, we averaged it out that they would win, and at the moment it looks like they're following their form guide.
Yeah, so by the boat 6, so that was Sports Boat World, hadn't kept clear to windward of a boat number 5, which was Mina Rashid. So that was what their penalty was for. So that was the information that came from our jury. They did a fantastic hoist there as well. So boat 6, so we're just looking now as the Musketeers are coming round. So they've managed to keep ahead of the Wolfhounds and keep that second place round that top mark. Very, very light, but they've got that spinnaker up and already set as they go round. So we've got working in the background here, we've got Alan, our race manager, so he's going to be coming online later with some data about where boats are starting, what it is that they've managed to take away from being out on the water, so getting some interesting little nuggets of information there. We've got boat 8, so that is the Wolfhounds coming in on port, closely followed behind by Mina Rashid as they are coming around that mark. So a very, very gentle manoeuvre, as we talked about yesterday. You can't be too hard and fast going round the boat, otherwise it just stops the boat completely. So there we go. We're just looking at what's called a roll tack on boat number 5, which is Mina Rashid. So getting the weight down to leeward, rolling the boat over, so it helps the boat turn around the corner as you turn away from the wind. So the front of your boat, which is called the bow, turns away from the wind, so that the wind's then coming behind you and filling that really lovely colourful sail of the spinnakers. So we've got blue, all standardised sails, so they were all just specifically for this event, which is brilliant, which means everybody's got the same events. Oh dear, we've got boat number 5 struggling to get their kite up, not quite quick enough. Coming in with number 2, so that's Gellert coming in next position, really fast, poles out, and they're straight up with that kite. Not quite high enough, as you can see, it's dropping in the water, means they've got to pull that up a little bit higher. That looks like their cleat on the halyard there slipping. So the halyard is the rope that pulls the sail up to the top and keeps it there, but sometimes we get a little bit of it gets a little bit stuck. So
it has to be said, you've got to commend Sports Boat World on that epic upwind leg after their penalty, and we've just heard from the race committee that they are shortening the course, and I think we can see why. As we've got Sports Boats World coming down, they are enjoying having their spinnaker up, but there's still a few boats that are struggling to get upwind, so they're going to shorten the course.
I would say that means that looking out over the water here on that finish line, we've got Sports Boat World just finishing, coming up to the finish line. They're just going to do a jibe as they keep into that breeze and head towards the finish line. Just keeping an eye on other boats at the back of the fleet. So we've seen boat number 6, so that is boat number 3, sorry. Where's boat number 3? Sorry, we've lost our Musketeers there. Musketeers have come across on port. That's interesting. We're just trying to see what's taking place. That's going to be a close finish there between Musketeers and Sports Boat World. As they're coming across, so I think that's Musketeers have just managed to clinch the rounding, so they've chosen to go for the right-hand mark, and the Sports Boat World have chosen to go to the left-hand mark. So that was the signal of a shortened course as they came round the bottom marks.
Yes, we heard the multiple signals there. So yeah, they're really, really good downwind leg from Musketeers. These are very short races. They're aiming for 12 to 15 minutes. Obviously, that is dependent on the wind strength, but it's basically once they go through the start line, they go up to the windward mark and down to that gate. And that's often a very exciting part of the course because we can see when teams go for that split. So as we're looking upwind, we can see Sports Boat World have taken the right. Musketeers have gone to the left, but I can see they're tacking over. So whether they're going to take the route as what Sports Boat World did on that first upwind leg, keep it in the middle, keep it safe, but that will develop. And just approaching the downwind gate now is Wolfhounds. So that's a good position for them so far, and that's probably one of their better positions in racing so far as we're on day 2 here. Boat number 8 there, Wolfhounds, as they're coming around that downward gate. So looking further back, boat number 5, we've got Mina Rashid coming down the course, and they are
boat number 5, so they've chosen to take the left-hand side following boat number 1 of Gellert. So Wolfhounds had a great drop, but unfortunately they seem to have just stopped a little bit. They stalled out as they what we call headed up, so got closer to the wind, pulled the sails in, and then attacked straight away. They just seem to not be able to carry much speed. So I wonder whether that's given Mina Rashid an opportunity to take a space. Gellert of boat number 1 have managed to pull away. They had a good downwind leg, so they obviously chose they got their kite up much quicker than Mina Rashid, and they managed to take an advantage on that downwind leg there. Maybe also choice of the course, side of the course. Unfortunately, I missed that on the track, which is giving us a great overview. So you can watch obviously our live coverage with On the Water with our boats through our YouTube channel, but then we have track, which is also giving us our on the water
and we can just see now boat number 6 is our Sports Boat World, so they have taken first place back off Musketeers as they're going around the new shortened course. This is a new windward mark that's been laid down probably just over halfway up the beat that they did previously, and that has suited them very well. So whether they very quickly were able to calculate the best way to that new course there, as we see them working hard to get that pole out and the spinnaker up, and they have Musketeers hot on their tail, who are just coming round the new windward mark, and for them it is now straight down to the finish. In third place at the moment we have Gellert, who is on boat number 1. So they have snuck in front of Wolfhounds and Mina Rashid, and they look to be heading up towards that windward mark very, very nicely. Perfect, there we go, they're just coming towards the windward mark now. Boat number 1, this is Gellert. So they did something brilliant down the bottom of the course to take 2 boats.
Yeah, so I think that choice to head off to the right-hand side, so they took the left-hand side of the course, the gate, sorry, so that's the mark on the left-hand side is if you're looking from top to bottom, and they chose to stay out there on that, then you turn the course around and it would be the right-hand side of the course. The wind line over there was much more consistent than over to the left, and I think they managed to get themselves into really clear push, a little puff of breeze to carry them up to that windward mark. We see we've got 2 boats coming down into finish, as we've still got 2 boats working hard to get themselves up, so they're not going to end up out the back. So luckily they've changed the course ruling today, Helen, the results ruling today. So boats are now no longer going to be what's called timed out. So if they fail to finish in the correct time, within 5 minutes, they now still get a position, which is really, really good for them. It means that they're not going to be carrying some of those what's called a do not finish.
And we have no discards at this event, so it's really important to not have any alphabet. And just so people are aware, yesterday we did have 4 DNFs because of timeout reasons, and that has they've now been placed for where they were on the course. So it means that if they do reach that 5-minute time signal from after the first boat crosses the line, it's down to the umpires to mark them in their finish places. As we see, we've had a Sports Boat World finish, Musketeers following in second, Gellert finishing in third. They haven't finished yet, but they're on their way. And we're just looking at shades there. Boat number 2, they're currently in 6th, so they've gone round the windward mark, and they're just behind the sort of next pack of boats with Wolfhounds and Mina Rashid as they're heading downwind.
So we've got Nick Fisk talking at the moment on the radio, just discussing the positioning and what they're going to be doing for the next course. So we'll get an update with the race committee. So they just got our first and second and third boat to finish are being recorded. And oh dear, a little tiny dirty bottom there. That's not so good. You don't want to see that on a boat. You don't want a dirty gusset down there. We give it a good clean, I think. We need to get on to Ben Morgan, our marina operations, and make sure that's sorted out for.
I'm sure you're the
tomorrow.
woman for the job, Becky. I have no doubt that you'll be on him for that.
So as we see the last few boats coming around that, making their way up to the top mark. So we're just talking about Track, which is a great app that you can either download or you can watch via the internet. So we have Track, that's spelled trac.com, and you can look on the events page for the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta, and they will be able to show you all the replays of the races that have taken place so far, as well as the live coverage of what's taking place on the water through a digital platform. It's absolutely fantastic. It's really helping with us being able to see what's out on the water and those close calls when when the boats are coming close together. So there we go, we just had 7 and 4 head off round the top mark, so that's the triangular mark, and it's going to be close between them. So between boat number 7 of Rascal and boat number 4 of, oh sorry, I am on the wrong race, that is terrible. So sorry, boat number 7 of Rascal and boat number 4 of NBS. So they are 2 local teams who are used to racing against each other on our local DOSC Commodores Cup scene. So it's going to be a lot about tactics now. So protecting the breeze, making sure that they are manoeuvring very gently. So that was interesting. So Rascal thought that they could jibe onto a port jibe into a starboard boat. So giving NBS the opportunity to take that position. That was a very interesting call. We'll hear hopefully if there was a decision made by umpire boat as to whether there was a penalty that needs to be taken by number 7, Rascal. We saw that the flag went up on the NBS boat by Lee Brown, our keelboat advisor for Dubai Offshore Sailing Club. Okay, here we go. So now we've got a tussle, 2 boats tussling together, NBS number 4 and Orange of number 7. So
NBS is a husband and wife team with Kathleen Swaling at the helm. She's one of our female helms here. I think we have four female helms in our 24 teams here, and she has with her Andrew Chapman and Alexei Kresnev and Lee Brown. So
that's a team of 4, but they're only sailing 3 up. So I think Alexei is not on board today. Oh, it is going to be fighting. So we've got Rob there on the helm, Rob Phillips on the helm, and Paul Wright, the skipper. And
it looks hot out there, Becky. It looks really hot.
Very warm. I definitely wouldn't want to be a penguin out there. We'd definitely be looking for.
So what we'll be doing as these boats come through the finish? Let's just see if we can see. I think at the moment NBS are just nudging ahead of Rascal, and of course, with Rascal behind them when they're sailing downwind, they're going to have their spinnaker taking some wind. So what's going to happen now on the race course is the next, so that's 2 flights complete. So the next, that's 3 flights complete, sorry. So when we go into flight 4, we'll be looking at race number 10, and currently everyone is getting transferred out there. As you can see, we only have 8 boats on the race course at the time, but with 24 teams to get through, that means we're relying very heavily on the wonderful shuttle service in and out. So the teams are well adverse to this now. They know that they've got a few minutes when they get on the boat to get their battle flags out, so they display the names of their team on the back of their boats, and then they've really got to familiarise themselves very quickly with the boat. I think it's quite difficult for them because as much as they're all identical, you know, the ropes are different colours, they're slightly different sizes, it looks a little bit different in there. So when you're used to sailing a certain boat, you can sort of, everything just happens naturally, but you just have to check in with yourself, oh, that's this colour rope this time, and they've only got a few minutes to familiarise themselves. But it is the same for everyone, but hopefully after getting through yesterday, that's going to be a bit more relaxed on board, a bit easier for them to make those adaptations.
Absolutely. So we've obviously we're here at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club at celebrating the 51st birthday of National UAE National Day. But we couldn't do what we're doing over the next 4 days without our title sponsor of Dubai Duty Free, and their generous support in terms of getting these boats out onto the water, creating a spectacular spectators village. And in that spectators village today, we'll be celebrating a National Day with some traditional celebrations such as camel rides. We'll have Vulcans. We've got henna painting. It's a great family day out, and to top it all off, we'll have the parade of sail that's been taken, as Simon, our Commodore, was saying earlier on. 20 boats from Dubai Offshore Sailing Club will be celebrating with a parade of sail, dressed up to the nines with their UAE flags, and there are prizes for the best dressed boat. Helen, I don't think your dhow would class as that, unfortunately.
Yes, it had nothing on it, to be honest. When I was told I'd be doing my opening link on a dhow, I got very excited that I'd be on the water. I was sat in a trailer in a car park, but hey, actually, with clever camera angles, we were made to make it. I was tempted to rock, to be honest, to
Yeah.
make it look like I was on the water. But
Good Bridget Jones's moment there, I
that's
think.
what I aspire to be.
Fantastic. As we say, thank you very much to our title sponsors, Dubai Duty Free. So hopefully we'll have maybe a 1 minute break just so we get the boats ready to the crews being transferred over. That would be great, and we're hopefully going to bring in some guest commentators shortly as well to join us.
Good afternoon, cars.
Yeah, hi, it's John. How are you doing?
I'm very well, how are you?
Yeah, really good. Do you think you can come and collect that Saturday for me, please, and ship it out to the States?
Absolutely, we'll send a truck straight away.
Fantastic. Talk soon.
Bye. Good afternoon, cars.
Yeah, hi, it's John. How are you doing?
I'm very well, how are you?
Yeah, really good. Do you think you can come and collect that Saturday for me, please, and ship it out to the States?
Absolutely, we'll send a truck straight away.
Fantastic. Talk soon.
Bye.
Go.
Well, we are starting off now with flight 4 and it's race number 10. So we're inside the 3-minute racing sequence. I wonder if we could just have a little look who we've got out there. So on boat number 1, we have Ragged Edge. Now, yes, we've got a new person on board Ragged Edge. They've still got the same amount of people on there, but Ragged Edge today, we are also joined by Pippa Kenton-Page. Of course, she won the Olympic gold medal in the Yingling in 2008 in Beijing, and she's local here. She lives out here now, so they're very excited to have her on board, joining Matt Britton and Charlotte Borghese.
Absolutely, and then on boat number 2 we have Shades, and boat number 3. So boat number 2 is Shades, who were racing on the previous flight and previous race on race number 9. So then on
staying in boat number 2 and same for boat number 3. It's much easier for us.
Yeah, absolutely. So they had a good race, Musketeers, there on that race number 9. And then we have dosc.ae team joining on boat number 4. They're hoping to get themselves a little bit further up the positioning. They had a bit of a struggle yesterday with getting themselves off the line quickly. I was talking to them this morning. So they've had a crew change. They welcome Vicky Dudley on board today. Sally has had to jump off. She's enjoying herself at the Dubai Rugby Sevens, I hear, so that's going to be interesting. And then we have boat number 5. We have the crew of Mina Rashid are staying there. We have 20 seconds to the 1-minute flag, so we're going to be going over to the start line very shortly to see all the action on there. And we have boat number 6. We have the FFV Youth. Boat number 7 is Rascal, who are returning from the previous race, and then our last year's winners with Glasgow Kiss on 8.
So currently, second overall in the regatta so far is the Musketeers. So they have had some very consistent race results, a second, a first and a second. So they'll be looking to keep pushing at the top there, just behind Sports Boats World, who are not in this race. But we are inside a minute now as everyone is lining up on that race course. Now, they'll be looking at the start line to see which is the line bias, which is the closest to the windward mark. But actually, interestingly here, having talked to some of the sailors, it's quite difficult for them to get the right line bias to then affect the way up the course. So they're actually more positioning themselves on which side they think is the best to go up, as opposed to where they are on the line.
20 seconds to the race start. We've got boat 8 and boat 2 lining up there. So that is Glasgow Kiss and Shades. They had the end of the committee boat, but they've 2's dipped away. Shades did 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is the start. So we've got boat number 7 there has taken the pin. That was Rascal.
It's a recall.
There is a recall. We're just deciding. We're finding out whether it's a general or an individual. If it's a general recall, then all boats need to return. We're just seeing if we can see a flag. That is an individual recall. So one or two.
Two boats would be nice. Yes.
Great, so we're just waiting
boats
to hear
number 8 and 2, so that's Glasgow, Kiss and Shades.
So they have a decision to make. They need to now, with the change of rules, the umpire is going to go and inform boat 8 and 2 that they are on course side. So they started early. It was like a false start before the gun. They've got to decide whether they're going to go back and try and get themselves back up to the top. They are pinned in though, which is going to be difficult. Boat number 7, Rascal, they started at the pin end, so that's the end with the cylinder rather than the committee boat. We've got boat number 6 sitting on top, so that was FFV Youth was sitting on top of boat 8. They've actually now just turned and tacked onto port. We've got boat number 1, Ragged Edge. They turned the boat and tacked onto port as well. So port being where the wind comes across the left-hand side of the boat and the sails are sitting on the right-hand side of the boat. We're just looking there at 7 and 2. So 7 being Rascal. 2 being one of our on-course side boats, boat number 2 of Shade. So they've chosen to stay on the left-hand side of the course. Maybe there is a little bit of breeze. We can just see the back of Paul there with his red jacket on. We've got Rob on the helm, and
it's actually very close as the boats who decided to go over to the right. Rascal and Shades are just in the lead on the left-hand side, but they are very, very closely followed by FFV Youth, Musketeers and Glasgow Kiss, who are going over to the right. And as we know, Becky, it's when they come back together, when they make the cross or when they meet at the windward mark, that we start to see who's really gained. Rascal on the left there with orange number 7 on the top of their sail. They have tacked across, so they'll be looking, well, now we can see that number 2 Shades has tacked across as well. So they were mirroring what they were doing, but we have a new leader at the moment, FFV Youth. So as I was just saying, that the right side does seem to be paying for those ones that are heading over on port to the right side of the course. So if we can have a look there at FFV Youth, and they look like they are on the right side of the course. They're just starting to make some gains.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting as well. So Ragged Edge Rigging and dosc.ae team, they chose to go left, but not very far. They've ended up themselves in the middle of the course, which is it's interesting. It's whether you choose whether there's a breeze line out there that you can see coming down the middle. They've got clear air, so it might help them. Unfortunately, they're sitting at the back at the moment. They're about 37 metres off the leading boat, which isn't too far. We've had bigger gaps over the last few races. So we've now got FFV Youth and Musketeers and Mina Rashid has sailed past what we call that ley line, which is that imaginary line from the top of the mark all the way down to the bottom of the course as to the best angle to go for that what we call the windward mark. So that's a mark that's closest up into wind. So Glasgow Kiss have managed to get themselves back up there, looking at our track information with Rascal as well, who Rascal is actually sat on the left-hand side of the course on as a port boat. So as they're coming into that mark at the very, very top, Rascal will not have any rights on Glasgow Kiss if they stay as it looks like there. We had Glasgow Kiss having to take themselves down behind FFV Youth as they crossed over behind them. Glasgow Kiss were a port boat, which means they didn't have any rights. They had to avoid going round the back of FFV. as we all start to see them coming up to that, what we call the starboard ley line. As we said, that imaginary line, they're going to be looking to turn and head towards that top mark, which means that our top mark is going to be very, very busy. Helen.
Yes, you can see coming in, as we saw Rascal that had really gone over to the left-hand side of the course. It is now really between those Rascal and FFV Youth. So Rascal was on the left as we look upwind, and FFV Youth came on the right. So we're going to have across here, we've got boats number 7 with Rascal and 6 with FFV Youth. And it is the right of way of boat number. Oh, they've had to duck behind. They weren't able to quite make it. So that puts Rascal in the lead, and boat number 6. I don't think they're going to make the mark from there. They might, yeah, they're just having to put in another tack. So a little ruckus here between boat number 7 and boat number 6, FFV Youth. Now, FFV Youth, they are a young team from France. They've got they're a new team together here, but they've got lots of experience in the 420. But they just want to represent their country here, and here it's Rascal who are just getting their spinnaker ready to hoist to go downwind. Now, we did have quite a few moments with the umpires yesterday where people were trying to get that pole out, as you can just see it coming out before they'd rounded the mark. It's in the rules, they have to get the pole out and get the spinnaker up once they'd completed that mark rounding. Very tempting in these light airs to get the pole up first and save some time, but it is actually a legal manoeuvre, so the umpires were very hot on them. So 1 is Rascal, number 2 Glasgow Kiss, beg your pardon, FFV Youth, and number 3 is Glasgow Kiss.
Yeah, Helen, it's going to now be an interesting decision with what the boats do as they come downwind. Are they going to go to the left? Are they going to go to the right? So we've got 2 boats there soaking down a little bit deeper. That is FFV Youth and Rascal. They've gone deeper. We've got to see the WOW team there, and they've changed their helm today. So we had our young Charlotte on the helm yesterday. We're now changed to Aish. So it's all about changing and finding the right dynamics on the boat. So they've had a little bit of change, but they're doing well today, chasing boat number, that's our green boat of boat number 8, Glasgow Kiss, who were our on-course side boat. I don't believe whether 8 and 2 chose to
Well,
go
2,
down.
I can see Shades. They look like they've gone off because they look like they're sailing a totally different race at the moment. But I don't know whether Glasgow Kiss do. I didn't see them do it, and they certainly are very much the front runners. So it was 2 and 8 Glasgow Kiss and Shades. There were OCS at the start. So yeah, thank you. There we've got Shades. So they just sitting this one out. They would have been very disappointed with that. But I'm not sure Glasgow Kiss are aware, because there's no way for them to communicate on board.
No.
So they can't hear the umpire calls. But and there's Rascal there, our current race leaders, just doing a jibe there. You can see the crew work. Oh, it looks on the yellow boat there, boat number 5, Mina Rashid, looks like they're having slight difficulties with their kite. It's all sorted now. Just sometimes it's hard to get it filling because there's no wind, and sometimes it can get a little bit jammed.
Yeah, especially the spinnaker poles. I know there was a comment this morning. A couple of poles were a little bit sticky, so they're going to have to unstick them. That's a little bit of silicone spray there. I think we need to get in there, but it's going to be a tough race. There we go. We can just see the boat number 8 has now taken their spinnaker down, so they've sailed off the course. So that is Glasgow Kiss has just been told that they had an on-course side, so they can no longer compete. So we're just looking now to see where we're going to see these downwinders. So we've got FFV on the youth. Is coming round. They've chosen the left-hand side of the course, the left-hand mark, as you're looking down. Let's see where Rascals choose. Are they going to follow them round? It looks like they are.
This is just Glasgow Kiss who are now out of the race. I don't believe they knew, but good practice all the same. So in the far side of the shot is Mina Rashid, boat number 5. But yes, I think we've got
6 and 8. Sorry, 6 and 7. That was Helen. I interrupt you there.
It's okay. FFV Youth are currently leading in boat number 6 and Rascal in boat number 7. So at the downwind mark, they've both gone round the same. So the left mark, but they're both heading right as they go back upwind.
We can see we've got both both the 6 and 7 have got their crews inside the boat, so nobody's, 6 has just put their helm onto the, what we call the windward side, so that's the side closest to the wind. Everybody else is sitting down to leeward. Even in 7 actually, Rob, the helm there, is sitting down inside the boat, so they're trying to keep the boat sliding through the water as quickly and as easy as possible, really trying to keep it smooth. As you can see there, the FFV youth moving in and out of the boat very gently, just to keep themselves moving through that little bit of wake that's come through. And we'll get a bit more of that as our National Day holiday celebrations kick off there.
Well, I wonder as well, Becky, because there's 4 up on their boat and there's 3 on Rascal, so they might be able to just pop their helm up there. But as you can see, they're just slightly coming up to windward as they're getting into a tiny bit more breeze there. And of course, the heel of the boat is incredibly important
Looks like here as well, they're carrying a little bit more speed, so they're sitting at about 3.8, 3.9 knots, whereas Rascal and Musketeers are struggling to hit 3.5 knots at the moment. So they've got really, really good boat speed as well. Right, we're coming up to, again, that mysterious ley line we keep talking about. So it's good. So Mina Rashid getting their spinnaker down as they come around the bottom mark there. Grabbing it all in, trying to make sure it doesn't get caught in anything. They need to get that spinnaker pole in. There's a piece of tape on the front of that pole, and that shows you where the pole needs to be retracted to, and it's a safe distance, so if you have to pull it out, it's not in a stuck places.
So, Becky, they have all chosen the same gate mark to go round. They are all heading up the right side of that beat. I think that's the first time we've had a clear decider in racing so far. Normally there's a little bit of a split when people can either decide to go one way and try and make gains, but sometimes if the wind is better out there, you just have to follow and hope for the best. Looking at boat number 6 here, FFV Youth, they are sailing very happily out in the lead. Rascal's not too far behind, and nor is Musketeers, so there's certainly no way to relax yet. But this young French team are showing some great sailing this regatta. They do mean business, don't they? I mean, they might be a youth team here, but they are certainly here to make amends. Their mission is to absolutely progress and represent their country, but they really want to finish in a top 3. So currently, they're 3rd overall. So how's that for sailing to you? Sailing to what you want.
So I think we'll see as well on Rascal, there's been some local knowledge and chatter about what's happening in terms of where the wind is. We do get some quite predictable weather systems coming through with the wind and stuff, but early December is proving to be quite a hot one. So with the cloud cover yesterday, I was talking to Roger Wilson, the race director, and he was saying that's what really threw them yesterday with the thermals that were being created with the sun. That when that cloud cover hit, it just sucked all the breeze out of the water. So it was definitely tricky. So here we go, nice clean rounding. Let's have a look. And they're choosing to take the jib down. Now this is a good decision when there is very light wind. It means it's not interfering with your spinnaker. They have got a twist, but they've managed to get it out and get that what we call the halyard. So it's not quite up. They've got to pull that sail all the way to the top of the mast. That's the pole that sticks up into the sky, and making sure that's all the way at the top for the non-sailors that are watching us. Right, that's interesting. Boat number 3. So Musketeers have really managed to close the gap on Rascal there. It's going to be about a clean rounding, making sure there's no infringements taking place. Don't want to touch the boat, touch the buoy. They've pulled that jib to windward slightly, and there we see Paul Wright really pulling that spinnaker up. They have got a twist. They need to get that out before Musketeers get round and get that kite up. So there we go. Musketeers just as fast and getting it set, and off they go. So now it's going to be some tactical decisions. Hopefully they won't make the decision to jibe into a starboard boat like they did on the last race, Rascals, with where they had that incident with NBS. Hopefully they're going to make sure that they're nice.
Look at this ragged edge on boat number 1 here. They look like they've got a little bit of pace on there, a little bit of fresh breeze as they're coming up to the windward mark. They're currently in 4th place. They've done really well. I think at the last mark rounding they were in 6th. So obviously having some Olympic knowledge on board is going to be helping. You got a gold medal around your neck, and there she goes. There's Pippa Kenton-Page. She is hoisting the spinnaker there.
Yeah, so she'll fly the spinnaker as well as the main. Matt Britton is the bowman on the boat and the eyes, and then we've got Charlotte Borghese, one of our female helms. It's been so good to see so many young and female helms out on the water.
And young female helms.
And young female helms. We double it up there. So it's good, and it's just showing how much sailing is a part of making sure that the sport is diverse and accessible by everybody on the water. We're talking to Adil Khalid this morning about the opportunities that young Emirati sailors have around the UAE, and it's great that he paved the way as a young adult. I do remember supporting him and seeing him out on the local circuit. He still races, which is great, and he was out there last weekend at the UAE National Championships, which was run by UAE Sailing and Rowing Federation. So.
And as you're saying here, here's DOSC women on the water, but if we can have a quick look at the finish, we're very close to seeing our FFV youth taking the finish. We're looking for boat number 6 as they are heading very closely towards the finish line. They've shown a slick pair of heels to Rascal and Musketeers behind them, and they are going to take the win for race number 10. Race number 10 of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta 2022, and we're on day 2 and we have flight number 4 underway. So here we're racing for second here. Number 7 is Rascal and number 3 is Musketeers. Very close, just a few meters. They're going to keep copying each other's maneuvers. They are just popping the sails. They're trying to get those battens to flick, but look, it's really died down there, hasn't it? Oh, look at that. You can see they are just starting to overtake there. I think they're going to take it. That's Rascal just taking the wind out of the Musketeers' sails.
No, other way around.
Sorry, it was the Musketeers taking the wind out of the Rascal sails.
So they had the advantage, Helen, that they were closer to the wind. So as they came round, they still had breeze in their sails. That's really nice.
Nice
Great
to see
sportsmanship.
Well, especially when you've just overtaken them.
I know.
It was really good to do a wave.
With speed.
No, that was really nice. Really nice work. And as you say, they were in the advantageous position, and they certainly used it to their advantage. So that's 1, 2, 3 FFV Youth, Musketeers, and Rascal. So now in 4th place is Ragged Edge. I don't think they've got anyone threatening them around them, as they have that they're just coming through the finish line now. 4th place, that's very good. They were very much in the second half of the fleet on the way upwind, so they've had a great race there. And number 4 is DOSC Wow, so they'll be coming in 5th place. As we see on that wide shot there, it's Ragged Edge who have just finished.
And clinched to 4th place, was that there?
Yeah, for Ragged Edge did. But DOSC Wow, they're women on water here taking 5th. I think that's one of their better results of the regatta. I will just check that. Yeah, they've had 2 8s and a 7th, so taking a 5th is a great result for DOSC Women on Water, our local all-female team.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're being helmed by Aish. So she is one of our instructors at the Sailing Club, and she is our lead on Women on Water in terms of instruction, as well as with our youth team, our Optimists and our Ilka classes. So it's good to see her out on the water, putting her expertise as a 29er sailor. So she represented India in a 29er campaign about 3 years ago. So, and then she relocated to Dubai and to DOSC. So it's really good to have her on board.
Your gains.
Yeah, and striving to bring up the competition level for our younger sailors and our female sailors.
Absolutely. So we're just waiting for a couple more boats to cross the finish line. So that is DOSC Wow that will be taking 5th, and Mina Rashid, who have the yellow on their sail. Boat number 5 will be coming in 6th. Now, if you remember, we're not going to see boat 6, the 6th and 7th, the 7th and 8th cross the line, because of course they were over the start line, so they had to go back. So that was Shades and Glasgow Kiss. Glasgow Kiss are our reigning champions from last year, so they certainly won't be like having any letters on their scorecard, but we are still very early on in this regatta. So there's Mina Rashid. They'll be taking 6th place today as they're sailing nicely downwind there. Nice bit of breeze for them. Hopefully we're going to start to see a bit of wind picking up as we start to get ready for race number 11.
Yeah, absolutely, Helen. As we maybe be able to take a 1-minute quick note from our title sponsors, Dubai Duty Free, as we see the teams cross over, and we obviously have to thank our sponsors as well. So thank you to Dubai Duty Free and their fantastic support of the second DDF Sailing League Regatta. We're in 2022.
are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment, and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders, and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry, the list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life.
We are live.
Well,
Let's go.
just after that short break, welcome back to the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta 2022 here at the Dubai Offshore Sailing Club. And as you'll notice, we've been joined by Alan Rorick, the sailing race events manager. Have I got that right? Race events manager here for Dubai Offshore Sailing. Welcome to our lovely seaside studio. It's quite hot here, isn't it?
Very warm here today, but thank you very much for having me. Looking forward to it. Very, very tricky conditions out there today.
Yeah.
Not too much breeze, so hopefully we get a little bit more.
We had a little bit coming in that last race. So you've obviously been watching. We're inside a couple of minutes, so we'll be going out into the water soon. It'd be great to have your expertise. But what have you been seeing out there so far, and any trends that we should be looking out for?
Yeah, I mean, what we've seen in race 1 and race 2, the right side seems to be really favourable. I think that's really down to just more pressure of wind over there. Having said that, we have a big left kind of favoured angle. So it's really a balance of, do you go for angle towards the mark, or are you going to go for more pressure and boat speed? And I think in the last race we've seen Team FF Wall, really, they were much quicker getting out to that right side early, and plenty of boat speed, I think, really helped them.
Brilliant. Well, thank you. Well, we're very shortly coming up to the 1 minute gun of race number 11 in flight 4 here. So if I'll just whittle through who we've got out there. Boat number 1, we have MBS. Boat number 2 is Supersonic. Boat number 3, Yala Shamal. Boat number 4, JYC. Boat number 5, Flying Sharks. Boat 6, Impy, Boat 7, Sports Boat World, our current leaders, and Boat 8, VJ Holland. So that's who we've got out. We're inside a minute, and it'll be great to hear what you think is going to be happening.
Yes, it looks like a little bit of a change in this race. Most boats look to be lining up down towards our pin end. So we'll see if that breeze is maybe stabilised across the course a bit, and that left side might be coming in a bit earlier. So yeah, inside 1 minute now. Boat's quite a bit away from the line, but looks like bunching up towards that pin a bit more.
To the start. Yeah, so boat number 7, which was Rascal last time. Who have we got on boat 7 for this one?
It's Sports Boats World, our current leaders.
Ah, there we go. So they are looking like they're going to try and take that pin in. What do you think there, Alan?
7, 6.
Yeah, so here we go. Here's 5 seconds now left to the start.
3, 2.
Most boats really going for that pin end. There we go, and that's our start.
There we go. We've got the boats on the screen there, as we can see. So that looked like boat number 6 there is managing to Super Bella. Had quite a good bit of speed as they came off the line with boat 7. Sorry, I am on the wrong
It's okay,
course.
we have a lot of races here. It's Impy in boat
number 6. So that's one of our local teams there with Jerome Leanan as the skipper and helm. With Sports Boat World choosing to take the pin. We've got boat number 2 with Supersonic. So again, Dan Kilsby, Michael Pajak and Gaetan Heve disappearing off to that right-hand side, as you were talking about on that port tack there,
Yeah,
Alan.
so really good start from boat number 6 and boat number 7. And it's good to see boat 2 splitting the pack straight away and getting out right. So it'll be interesting to see if that right side does come in and pay off, as it has been paying off in the last few races. I think really today, you know, with the breeze being so light, it's really about getting out to a side. Very much less breeze anywhere in the middle of the course. So I think, yeah, the leading boats, if they can get out to a side, is really beneficial.
We saw that in the last race, actually, when we had those 2 boats, Ragged Edge rigging and Wow chose to go up the middle of the course. We've got the same going with Flying Sharks. They're choosing at the moment to stay in the middle of the course. Yala Shamal, a little bit slow off the start there. That's quite surprising for them. They're usually a lot faster off the mark. But we've also, following out with Supersonic, we've got the Jeddah Yacht Club there on boat number 4. They are good speed, but they are going to probably be affected by their little bit of what we call dirty breeze. But it's going to be interesting when they converge with on that first windward mark.
So I think they've either been listening to you or seeing the same trends there out on Supersonic, boat number 2 for this race, because they are currently leading. They've gone right out to the right, just lost them off the tracker. But we have Michael Pajak at the helm of that, and of course he is the SB20. He's not on the boat.
He is on the boat.
He's not
in the middle.
He's in the middle. He's the SB20 UAE chairman. That's all I wanted to say, that he's on the boat, and I'm very excited that he's on the right-hand side. There you go, got my sentence out.
So we can very much see here, having a look at the racing, most of the boats are pretty much lined up on port tack, which usually indicates that breeze has probably gone to the left-hand side. So we probably have a left-hand side shift. So I'll be curious to see now if boat 2, who got off nice and early, will they be able to cross those boats now coming from the left side?
Yeah, we just saw them there going from port onto starboard, so starboard being where the wind is coming across on your right-hand side of the boat and your sails are on the left-hand side of the boat. So they are going to be interesting cross between 2 and 5, I think. So we're looking at boat 2 and boat 5 Sharks. Is there going to be a situation there? We're going to, yeah, it looks like Flying Sharks, who were on port, had to go behind boat number 2. So that helps Supersonic with one boat. We've got boat number 7, Sports Boat World there
They
in
have
shot.
snuck into the lead here. They are ready to go around that windward mark.
Yeah, so they're obviously talking, that's Henry on the bow there, talking through to John Pollard, who is on the helm. Henry and John were second in the World Championships in September, and you've got Liam there on the main. He is the head of Sports Boat World Racing. It's going to be exciting. Nice little roll tack, very gentle. They did talk about roll tacking this morning at the sailors briefing, and they're being sure only to move once, not do a double pump. Was that correct, Alan?
Yeah, it's really tricky kind of manoeuvre to get right, because with it being so light, the top batten tends to stick in the main, so they do have to try and get that batten to pop. But it's really just a combination of, I suppose, mingling together and getting that bottom.
Got some birds doing their best to give us a bit of wind out there, flapping away. Good onomatopoeia word there for you, Becky. Flapping away to try and get some wind, as we just see VJ Holland on boat 8 heading towards the windward mark.
They really struggled. I think there's a little bit of tide out there. They've not made that mark, so they've had to bear away. They couldn't tack because they have boat number 6, Impey, right on their heels, so that's a real shame. They have lost that second place. They are now on port, which means they've got to get across the front of Supersonic to be able to get in a channel. So we've got boat number 6 there, Impey, who have managed to make the mark? We just need to zoom out a little bit so we can see, no, they've not made the mark either. So we're now handing the baton to NBS, Natural Born Solutions, so Nature Born Solutions. So let's see whether they're going to make it. No, we've got a port. No. This is not easy.
And that's Supersonic now having to tack over because of it.
So we need to be listening out to that umpire calls. There's the umpire boats. I think there's going to be some red flag waving going on from competitors. That is, every single boat has been affected by obviously that tide that's up there, Alan.
I think it's a combination. There's a bit of tide there, and that breeze has dropped slightly as well. So really difficult for the guys to get around that mark number 1.
And you know, when you're in that position, there's just not much you can do. You just have to suck it up. But that's VJ Holland. They did the best out of that coming round, but they've got an issue with their spinnaker now. That's all they need.
They need to get that twist out. Hopefully they get it sorted now.
Wow, that was good. That was interesting. So VJ Holland were the first to bail as they came up, and then they had to go round the back of everybody else, and they actually ended up rounding first, which meant that shot, unfortunately, NBS on boat 1 out the back, and they still haven't managed to get themselves round. We've got quite a few little twists there going on with the spinnakers as we go back to seeing all. There we go. We've got Yala Shamal there, boat number 3. That's one of our local teams driving forward, hopefully taking on boat number 5 of Flying Sharks and India
But sitting pretty right at the front, just going round the downwind gate, is Sports Boat World. There's pretty much a leg between them now. They just need to not get, as they come back upwind, not get stuck with any of these downwind boats. But it looks like they're choosing to go up the left-hand side unless they go for an early tack. But Sports Boat World is already down around the downward mark.
Wow,
that's it's going to be really, really tough to catch those guys now with clean breeze stretched out in the front. So it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the pack, if anyone manages to separate.
They're definitely not being particularly controversial. They're at Sports Boat World, playing it safe, unlike Elon Musk at times.
That almost looks like we've got a bit of breeze out there. I think Sports Boats as well, as they're sailing their own race. As we're looking at them here, they've got the 7 on their boat there, so they're just tacking over. They're just making sure everyone's out of the way before they start heading back into the middle of the course.
So we'll be able to see as the boats starting to come downwind. There's going to be some jostling going on, so it's going to be interesting. We've got VJ Holland converging on with Supersonic. So Supersonic is on starboard. So Impey have had to cross behind Supersonic on port, and we've got VJ Holland and Supersonic. So that is boat number 2 and boat number 6 getting together. So we're going to see whether there's going to be any infringements as we see this is a fantastic view there of boat number 2, boat number 7 and boat number 6 coming together. Have Yala Shamal in there as well. Yeah, it looks like Yala Shamal is going into there. So we're looking to see, we've got kite comes down on supersonic. Is that a clean rounding? Yeah, good. They've got it in. Gaitan's managed to get that in. We've still got a spinnaker pole out for boat number 5. They need to get that pole in before they get moving. Oh, we've got a red flag. Oh no, we've got an apology maybe from Flying Sharks, making sure they're giving room to boat number 3 of Yala Shamal. They'll definitely be making sure, and we've had boat number 6, Impy, choosing to go to the left-hand side, Alan.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see now. Yeah, really the guys got to have a look, get the eyes out of the boat, have a look and see if they can find some extra pressure. Definitely try and stay away from the middle of that upwind.
Yeah, so now we've got a split of the fleet. So Impy and VJ Holland took the left-hand side mark and the right-hand side of the course. And then we've got Supersonic and Yala Shamal have taken the right-hand side of the course. We've still got a few boats coming down. Flying Sharks, they tacked off, so they came round. They were obviously getting what they call that dirty breeze off the back of Yala Shamal, so they've tacked off onto port and are heading off to that right-hand side of the course alongside with VJ Holland, Impy and NBS. Sportsboat World still out there in the front. They've got clear breeze. Unless there's an absolute terrible mistake where they're going fishing with their spinnaker, I think they're going to be safe. So we're going to be interesting to see what happens between Supersonic and VJ Holland, who are sitting in 2nd and 3rd respectively.
Yeah, it's interesting to see VJ Holland with great speed there at the minute, hitting 4 knots a minute ago. So yeah, they're going quite well.
But Alan, our Sportsboats World are our current overall leaders. As I say, it's very early in the regatta, but they haven't lost a race they've taken part in yet. They've won all of the races they've gone in, and they look set to continue. I know we always say consistency is king when you've got lots of races to get through, just to keep those top marks, but they're really flying with it.
They're absolutely off to a great start, there's no doubt about it. You know, the interesting thing is the format of this. Anything can happen when we get down to the final, so you never know, but certainly in the early stage of this regatta, they're really doing very well.
Yeah, so we just got a little bit of an update from on the course there. So the wind went left just as the boats were on the ley line, so most had to tack onto port. So no infringements that we know of. We didn't hear any whistles or see any flags, so it actually affected every single boat there. So thank you to our team out on the water who are relaying the on-water action. So
affected every single boat apart from this one, who were already at the downwind gate having an absolutely lovely time.
Upwind, I think.
They were at the downwind gate when it was all going on, but now they're at the upwind and they are sailing very pretty. And in fact, the umpires were saying that he was very impressed. There were a few people taking voluntary penalties yesterday. They weren't waiting for the umpires to give them the call. It's honest racing out there. Everyone wants to have a great event, and you know, there's great respect for when it's on the water umpiring. It all happens out there. They are they're the masters, as it were. But really good to hear there's been some voluntary penalties.
That breeze really looks to be getting quite light now, so it's really key for sailors now to shift the weight as far forward and keep some leeward heel as well on the boat, to keep that boat driving with as much speed as possible. Any big movements in the boat with body weight is going to really affect their speed.
Yeah, especially if you're sailing 4 up as well, that's going to really be tricky. It's a real, dialing the dice as to whether you're going to take that 4th person and be heavier, hoping that the wind will fill in and you're not going to be overpowered, which is what sometimes happens. Unfortunately, not today.
But there is the argument as well. You've got that extra set of eyes, haven't you? They can obviously keep the pit a lot clearer, make sure all the ropes are sorted, but they've got the extra set of eyes looking out the boat. So particularly towards the end of the regatta, if you're starting to maybe match race some boats that you want to beat, you've got someone permanently looking out.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've also got that extra pair of hands, you know, when you get into tight situations at bottom mark gates and things, to get that kite in and things like that. So yeah, it's a real, if that works for some people, it's great.
So we've got a close rounding here between, at that top mark, between 2 and 8. So that's our Supersonic and our VJ Holland. So Supersonic have managed to stay out in front there. They've got that pole out. They've got to get the kite up straight away. They've got to be one smooth action. It cannot be pole first and then spinnaker. It's got to be same smooth action. So there you can see Gaitan is heavy. They've chosen to drop the kite, which is great. Sorry, not the kite, the jib, which means that it's not going to affect that big blue colour full sail. By pulling the smaller sail down at the front means that it gives as much breeze into that spinnaker as you possibly can. And we've got Dan Kilsby there on the helm. Aldo, VJ Holland have had another shocker there. They've had to tack again. It's just not enough breeze. So boat number 3, Yala Shamal, may be able to take it back to them. So they're on starboard. They've managed to come back on the inside and take advantage of the fact that VJ Holland couldn't, what we call, lay the mark. So hopefully they're...
Big manoeuvres like this really stalls the boat, so it's very hard for them to get that boat back moving again. So yeah, really need to be getting the ley line as correct as possible in this light and tricky conditions.
So yeah, we just see Yala Shamal sneak round on the inside, and they managed to steer clear of the mark and not touch it, which was good. And then we have close behind them, so that was boat number 3, and then close behind them was boat number 8 as they came round that pink mark at the top. And there we go, we just see boat number 7 finishing. They've taken the win, which is great. So now we're just going to have a fight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So that would be boat number 2, boat number 3 and boat number 8 is going to be the deciding factor. So there we go, we've just got boat number 6 coming round, so that's Impy coming round that top mark. So Alan, downwind, have you got to make the same decisions as going upwind in terms of the which side of the course you want to go to?
Yeah, so typically going upwind we say we want to sail on lifted shifts, and on the downwind legs we typically say we want to sail on a headed leg. So that really keeps our VMG, so our velocity may go straight to the mark. As much as possible. What we're looking at here is we see most of the boats on starboard going downwind, which probably indicates that we've got a left shift. So yeah, again, what we've seen in the upwind, if you go left on your upwind, you kind of want to go right on your downwind if you're looking down the course then.
Okay, so what are you looking for when you're looking out onto the course? If you're that 4th person on the boat, or your role is to look for breeze, what is it are going to be those telltale signs of where you want to go and what you want to do?
I think that pair of eyes, really just looking for that dark patch on the water, is going to be absolutely key. Getting into that extra bit of breeze and making that decision whether you keep going with the breeze or you make that tack and go towards your mark. I think that's absolutely key in these light and tricky conditions.
Okay, and as we say, okay, the fleet is split, but it never ever finishes. We can see another little tight battle at that top mark, at that orange mark between NBS and Flying Sharks. And it looks like NBS have just managed to sneak over the top, what we call over the top of Flying Sharks. So they've managed to sneak round and take another position back from Flying Sharks. It looks like Flying Sharks are struggling there at that pink mark on our windward buoy to get round. So as we come down, we can see that the kites, NBS are getting their kite up there. We've got Yala Shamal sitting, so they've positioned themselves. They've got one person really close to the front of the boat there. We've got the helm is in the boat. That's Rachel Blackburn, one of our female helms in the boat. We've got Johnny Blackburn, so husband of Rachel, flying the spinnaker with Jemima, who is their tactician and wind spotter, and then we've got Chris Laborde there on the front. Why would you put Chris so far forward there?
Yeah, it's a really interesting technique, and when it's really light like this downwind, you want the weight as far forward as possible, almost either on the keel or in front of the keel, so that'll allow you to sail a little bit deeper and lower, so you're more direct to the mark, and allow you to maintain that speed also. Really important in these light conditions. Definitely since we've begun the race, you can see that the breeze has dropped off quite a bit.
There we go. And we just saw very briefly in the shot there, we saw boat number 4, which was Jeddah Yacht Club. Unfortunately, they've not had a great race for this one, but hopefully they'll be able to reset themselves for their next race. So we just can see there VJ Holland heading for the finish line to take a 4th position behind Yala Shamal, with Impy coming in close behind them on 5th on port, and then we still have Flying Sharks, NBS and JYC to finish. So Alan, we've had a few rule changes to take place this morning. Why would a race committee or a race director take the decision to change some of the rules in the middle of a regatta?
Yeah, I think you know, that the rules were changed this morning, kind of after getting a bit of feedback from the sailors, to make things a little bit more fair. The main big rule change was actually not to give people a timeout penalty. With it being so light, we kind of want to, if everybody's done a lot of hard work racing around, we want them to get that finish. So, so the race director and the umpires made a conscious decision this morning after getting feedback from the sailors to make that rule change, which I think is completely fair.
That's really nice as well, that as a race committee they're listening to the sailors and the feedback to make sure that the racing is of the Dubai Duty-Free Sailing League Regatta is really what's the exciting part. Obviously we don't want disgruntled sailors, and we've all been there where it hasn't gone in our favour, but it's really great that we've got such an open-minded view of being able to support the best and the most fun racing that takes place.
Absolutely, yeah, we really want the sailors to have the best possible experience for them. So, yeah.
That's fantastic. So I think as we just see the last few boats finishing, looks like their MPs managed to clinch that 5th position. We're just waiting for NBS, who have managed to get away from Flying Sharks and to take. Looking like they'll be taking the 6th place, with Flying Sharks as 7th and JYC as 8th. So I know we've just got waiting in the wings while we wait for the last lot of boats to take place. We've got Helen. You're out there on the rocks, not as far as I was this morning, and you're not in a dow. So I think just as we see the last boat's finishing, I think we're handing over to you and your surprise guests on the rocks there.
My surprise guest, who I've been talking about a lot with you in commentary, Becky. I am joined by FFV Youth, our youth French team, who, might I say, are having an absolutely brilliant regatta. So we've just got them back in off the race 10, which they won. So that's 2 bullets for them. You, Ange, must be thrilled. You're the skipper, the helm of the boat. Must be thrilled with how the event's going.
They are a wonderful event with a very good organization, and it's a great preparation for our team for the World Championship in Dubai in the next year, in 2024.
Now, we did have a little chat a minute ago about whether we were going to do this in English and French. You said your English wasn't any good. That's amazing English. A lot better than my French. So we have Ange here, and now we have Julien. So you've been sailing since you were very young, haven't you? 4 years old?
Yeah. My mother is teacher of sailing, and it's amazing to sail in Dubai. It's for me, when I have 4 years old, it's amazing.
And Sylvestre, am I right in thinking you're a new team together? You have lots of sailing experience, but together you haven't sailed much.
Together we start sailing in 6 months. 6 months.
Yeah, that's not very long. and as a team of 4 in the SB20?
No, in SB20 it's the second time we have to practice SB20. After we practice 420.
So they've got lots of experience in the 420, but new to the SB20. How similar is the SB20 to the 420? Probably quite different.
It's the SB20 is very different of the 420 because in 420 we are just 2, and in the SB20 we are 4. It's a different configuration and different new posts, and it's very good to learn this.
And the communication is very more difficult, so we have to learn thanks to the best of this competition.
Absolutely, communication is always key on board. And Julia, how are you finding it sailing an SB20 here?
It's very cool. Sorry, I can't.
She's so excited. She's lost her voice.
Yes. Yes, but it's amazing to sail in Dubai. I'm very happy.
I feel bad for coming to you with a question now. I'm sorry, I didn't know you had such a sore throat, but she did say it's amazing to be here, so I'm thrilled.
Because of the temperature, we don't have habitué.
I'm from the UK as well. I know exactly what you're talking about. This sort of heat in December. But you've been sailing for how long? Are you okay to talk? How long have you been sailing for?
Since I have 7 years old, and I do 420 before also.
And are you all from the same area in France?
Yeah, in the south of France, Nice, Marseille, and Corsica. It's a mix.
A mix. Well, it's great to have you here. And Julia, one more question. Sorry, with your voice, we have quite a few female helms here, and we have a fully female team. So, are you excited to see more females on the water here?
Yes, it's so cool. But I love to sail with men. to be the one woman, it's very cool.
Yeah, very cool. Hopefully they're looking after you. So when I read your information that we asked you a few questions before you started the racing,
yes.
You wanted to represent your country. Tick, that's going well. France is doing very well.
Yes.
But you also wanted to finish top 3. Now I know I've just looked at the results. We've only got the 3 flights. I know we're into the 4th flight, but you're currently in 3rd. So almost another tick. It's Sports Boat World and Musketeers, by the looks of things, your closest competitors. So will you continue to sell your own race, or will you start to try and edge them off the course?
No, the objective, when we arrive, the objective is to finish first U2025, but now, because of we have a win to race, I think the objective is to win the regatta.
I love that. Yes, you heard it here first. FFE Youth are here to win the regatta. There's quite a lot of murmuring going on. I think they might need to talk about that. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I wish you the best of luck. It's certainly going well so far with 2 wins, a 2nd and a 3rd. We'll just take a short break before we head out for race number 12.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
to race number 12, flight 4 of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta. We are under a minute to the start, so hopefully you'll be able to hear the countdown shortly. We've got Bruno there holding our #1 flag as we zoom out and see our boats lining up for the start line. We'll have boat number 1, Tara, boat number 2, Annabelle, boat number 3, Jamming, boat number 4, Wolfhounds, boat number 5, Dosc Youth, boat number 6 will be Superbella, boat number 7, Desert Eagle, and boat number 8, Gellet. So Helen, here we go. We are getting ready for start. Let's have a listen to hear that start.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so we just see the flag drop there, and here we have a clear start. We've called it from the committee. It's a clear start of race number 12. Now that looks good. Number 7 has got Desert Eagle out there. Now they are just on the they're just on the right-hand side. So I know when we were talking to Alan before, he thinks the favoured side is the right-hand side. But at the so Desert Eagle at the moment are just leading, but far over on the left-hand side is Galert and Jamming. So boat number 3, 8 and 7 is where our current leaders are, and when they start to make their manoeuvres, we'll start to see how that pans out. So there's the first. Oh, I thought the boat number 7 was just about to tack there. So they're all consistently heading out to the left now. They're all in a line. So if number 3 wants to tack now, they certainly can't because they've got 3 boats to windward.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting because Desert Eagle started at the pin end, I think, the last time they were out on the boat, on boat number 7. They chose this time to start middle of the line, so in between both of them. So that's going to be interesting. There we go. We've got Jam in there in view. So that was our 3rd place winner last year against boat number 7, our 2nd place winner. They are sandwiching in boat number 6 and boat number 8. So 6 with boat number 8 of Gellet and 6 of Superbella. So a local team and an international team there. It looks like boat number 8, Gellet, has got a little bit more speed on Superbella. They're managing to keep their bow down, as we say, and drive down. Here we go. We've got a combined tack, so a synchronized tack of boat number 3 with Jamming and boat number 8. But it does put them onto port, which means that they don't have any rights, but they've decided that they've got clear enough lane, as we call it, so a nice nobody else in the way that they're going to contest with for a position on the race course. And boat number 6 there on starboard, but not close enough to make any effect on boat number 8 and 3. We can see there though that both 3 and 8 haven't quite got the top of their sail, their batten flicked through, so that is going to be having a little effect on their boat speed there. We're looking there at Jamin at sitting at 3 knots with Gellet and Desert Eagle at 2.5, nearly 2.5 knots. So it's going to be close. As we say, it still looks like on track that Jamin is sitting in the lead, but we've got boats over to the right.
Yeah, just looking at those boats on the right, Becky, it looks like there might have been a little bit of a shift because they tacked over early, and looking at the angles on track, they were really having to basically sail almost sideways to the course. Some of them are tacking back across, but it looks like that left-hand side has certainly profited. And with that slight shift now, Jamming, Desert Eagle and Galert, who are our leaders on the port-hand side, look like they're heading straight for that windward mark. And I can't see that anyone on the right is going to be an issue because they have really been hit by that shift on the right-hand side.
Yeah, that's a real shame. I think they thought that probably that right-hand side was going to favour, as it had done a little bit on the previous race. But yeah, as you can see, looking at track here, the big split, there is nearly 140 metres between first place and 8th place at the moment, and they all had a great start, but it's just not been in their favour on that right-hand side of the course.
So yes, we have that split. So towards the windward mark now, we've got four boats, 4 teams who are coming in nice and close. Jamming, who is on boat number 3, are just out in the lead here, and they look like they're going to be able to round that windward mark very nicely. Superbella, who is on boat number 6, followed by Desert Eagle and Galert. It looks like actually Superbella's just in 4th at the moment, just trying to keep up with the track. And now here we are, we're looking at
the mark rounding of Jamming there coming round. There, hopefully we're going to be able to see that. Here we go. So Jamming have managed to get away. They've come in on that port ley line, and they've done really well at keeping the speed up as they've got that blue spinnaker up. We're then looking at boat number 6, Superbella. So they've managed to sneak in as well. So they were actually down in about 4th place when they all sailed off the line. Desert Eagle, boat number 7, who had one of our better starts, they haven't managed to capitalise. They were closer to the wind than the other two boats, but they've snuck round in third. Close on their heels is Gellert. So it's now going to be a race between these four boats to see who's going to get down to that gate, Helen, and to make some gains before they go for their second round of this windward leeward course.
And jamming in the lead there are Italian team. They were here last year. They're good fun, aren't they, Becky? I like looking at their... they didn't necessarily take the crib sheet we asked for as seriously as other people, because they say their biggest achievement in sailing is good at partying the night before a race without going to bed. I think, I mean, that's true. If you're a sailor, you have to be able to party well. But they also think that one of their strengths is that they all speak the same language on board. Not one of them speaks English. So I genuinely can't wait to interview them in English. And here we are. We're looking at them here. They have a nice lead on jamming, but they can't relax because hot on their tails are Super Bella and Desert Eagle, followed by Gellert. But you know, you can really see that shift on the first upwind leg. The other boats that are sailing the opposite direction are still working their way upwind. They decided to go right. We have seen a trend there throughout the day, but it hasn't paid today. Sailing does that. There's so many variables, and it can change all the time. So we've got a very, very much split fleet here. We're basically going to have a race for the first four, and then a race for 5th to 8th.
There we go. So we just see the first two boats, Gellert and Desert Eagle, have chosen to jibe. So they are jibed off already. They look like Desert Eagle's angle looks quite good for that gate. So hopefully they're going to close the gap a little bit. They've snuck up into they've kept their third position. They've closed the gap now for against our winning boat at the moment with jamming. So it's going to be interesting. But you've got Gellert. They are what we call to windward, so they are closer to the wind. They don't have the right, but what they do have is they manage to have the breeze that is going to keep them going fast. So
you don't often see that, Becky. We've got 4 boats sailing the opposite direction in the same race.
Yeah, absolutely. And as they come down to the gate, this is going to be a really good and interesting time. What are those tactical decisions going to be of looking at those triangular marks, the mark on the left and the mark on the right? Who's going to go which direction? We've got 2 boats sitting there to the left. They're all going to rack themselves up. Is anybody going to go for a starboard jibe? So it means that they have rights. We will see. It looks like there's some movement there on, is that boat number 6?
4, I think. Wolfhounds, I think, is just, no, sorry.
Boat number 6 there. I think that's Super Bella just shot forward a little bit. That is interesting as we get down to seeing where the winners are going to be. So it's going to be a close part between the two. We can look at camera 1 and we can see on the downwind gate there as the lead 4 boats are rounding. The action. Every time we commentate, we go with the action.
Well, we're just looking at the back 4 boats here. So we're looking at Tara, Dosc Youth, Annabelle and Wolfhounds as they are at the windward mark, and they are coming, they're just getting their spinnakers up and coming. That's where the second part of this race is, the back end of the race who got suffered. So now we're back at the downwind gate and we can see our 4 front runners who have taken decisions. So boat number 8, which is Gellert, were the only ones to decide to go on around that left buoy as they were coming down. They're heading back right upwind. Bit of a split coming here. It looks like we've got Gellert and Desert Eagle heading to the right, and Jamming and Super Bella heading up to the left. Oh no, here we go. We've got Jamming who have also decided just to tack off. So there's some tactics going on here, because sometimes you want to stay with your closest competitors so they can't have any massive gains. Gains like what we saw in the upwind leg where the pack was split. So at least if you're staying with them, you've got a fighting chance of being in the same pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be interesting. So Super Bella went from coming in close second to shooting out in front to getting nearly 28 metres in front of Jamming there. So they've managed to pull away a lead. We've then got Gellert have chosen to go left as well. Sorry, they chose to go around the left-hand side of the mark and sail up the right-hand side. We've just lost them off track at the moment, so hopefully they'll pop up back in front of us. But we've got Team Tara coming downwind, so they, as the windward boat, even though they've got their spinnaker up, they have to keep clear of these boats that are sailing upwind. But yeah, we've still got Super Bella sticking to the left-hand side of the course. We haven't got Alan here to give us a little bit of an update on where he thinks the breeze is coming from, but I think it's going to be our left-hand side course.
Nice bit of pressure there for that yellow boat number 5. That's dosc Youth coming through, and boat number 4, which is Wolfhounds on this race. So yeah, a nice bit of pressure coming through as they're going to be able to close that gap ever so slightly. It is a big gap. They're obviously on the same part of the course, but some are going downwind and some are going upwind already. So here's where the race is for the second half of the fleet. So we've got dosc Youth here. Obviously, I was just talking to the other youth team, FFV Youth, who are doing really well. And these guys are doing great. They're so young on this boat. We have 2 12-year-olds, a 17-year-old and a 16-year-old. So very young to be competing out with some big names here and lots of experience as we head back now to our lead boat, which is Super Bella. Which was number 6 we saw there. We're just back down at the downwind mark, and we were seeing some the back end of the boats. But now back with the leader, boat number 6, Super Bella.
Yeah, that's really good, Helen. So the Super Bella have managed to pull out nearly 60 metres of a lead on jamming. So they've just chose the correct side of the course for them. They've managed to keep clear breeze, so there's been no other boats around them, and they've managed to keep their speed up at nearly 4 knots the whole time. Unfortunately, jamming there looking like they've dropped nearly 60 metres back. They dropped their boat speed, so they're going what we call nearly a knot slower than Super Bella. So they've now tacked, and they are now on starboard. So they're the right-of-way boat on Super Bella, but I think Super Bella are far enough in front of the on coming up to that pink windward mark as they are coming round. Super Bella coming round on that pink mark, and then we can see them as they pull up the spinnaker and they're off. But we're looking here at boat number 1 and boat number 5, which is Tara and dosc Youth. So they're going to have a little tackle of those positions at the back. So we're looking at Desert Eagle and Jamming, boat number 3 and boat number 7, so 2 locally based teams here, with boat number 3 and boat number 7 of Jamming of Jean-Marco and Desert Eagle of Henrik there. So we've got some good quality sailors on boat number 7. I would expect to see them a little bit higher up the rankings there. Unfortunately, they were carrying an on-course side from yesterday, so they're going to be working hard to keep up in the top 3, Helen.
Yeah, and as we can see there, that lovely lead you were talking about on boat number 6 with Super Bella, they are already off. Their kite is flying, but let's stick with boats number 7 and 8 here, Desert Eagle and Galert. Now, obviously, the last time we saw this pack together, we had Jamming in there as well, so it's not been an easy upwind leg for Jamming, but Super Bella are off and flying down towards that finish, and we have got Galert in 2nd and Desert Eagle in 3rd, with Jamming, who rounded this the last time they were at this mark, they were in 1st place, and they're now back in 4th.
That is a good cross. So it's interesting enough, Desert Eagle managed to get in on port, which is our non-right-of-way boat, and but what they did do, they managed to get across the front of Jamming, and then they've tacked round, but Jamming came on what we call the inside. So I wonder whether the rights, we've got an umpire boat there just sitting looking, so that's going to be interesting to see whether there's any calls, whether there were any infringements. We can't hear the comms going on the boat, but what we can see is we'll hopefully get an update shortly. So there we go, we've got a jibe there from Desert Eagle. They're going to try and break away over to the other side of the course, so potentially they're going to come in on starboard. That might be their decision, depending on what they can see, what we call the ley line, which is where they're looking down to see whether the angle that they're sailing at is going to get them to where they need to go in the fastest, straightest possible option, with as few movements as possible. As we stick with, here we go, we're just dialing in there with Team Tara, so that's our 2nd Singaporean team as they're sailing in, but let's stick with our boat 7 and boat number 3 as we see who's going to get that position.
And I can see that Super Bella are very, very close to the finish line. A lovely result for them. They've sailed that very, very nicely. Nice tactical sailing, and as you were talking just there about when we were at the windward mark, they did actually talk about that in the skipper's briefing this morning. Rule 18.3, tacking in the zone where they have certain rights of way. So it all looked very clean. Obviously, everyone was listening this morning, but they just wanted to make sure that everyone was clear on how that went. So we have Super Bella just across the line to see they took the win of race 12, which will be the completion of Flight 4 of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta 2022. But racing for second is Desert Eagle and Galert. At the moment, Galert have the lead. They are on boat number 7 with boat number 8. Galert has the lead on boat number 8 and Desert Eagle is just behind. But Jamming are coming back into the mix, I believe. Jamming are on boat number 3.
Yeah, they've got some good boat speed carried on Desert Eagle. They're obviously sitting a little bit closer to the wind, which means that they've got a little bit more speed. So the tighter you are to the wind with the spinnaker up, the faster you are. However, if you are choosing to go downwind and you choose to go so the wind is sort of coming across the back of your boat more, Helen, it means that you could be going slower, but you are going in more of a direct straight line. So looks like Giller on our track here is in front of Desert Eagle. It's going to be a question of Jamming and Jamming coming in, whether they're going to take the third or Desert Eagle's going to take the first. Looks like Gellert, though, have managed to pull themselves up into second as they're heading towards the finish line. So we also have the fact that Desert Eagle have right away. Looks like they've managed to sneak down. They're going to be pushing towards the committee boat. So whether they're going to get the committee boat side on Jamming, it looks like from our track, it looks like they've just snuck round the committee boat in front of boat number 3. That is a great, really close finish. Oh my goodness me. Less than 10 seconds in it between we've had Geller finish 10 seconds, Desert Eagle, and actually it's it's about 5 seconds between them. So that was a close race for that third and fourth position.
Yeah, really interesting actually, as we saw that split early on in the fleet, and those 4 really stuck together. They had a great little race between the 4 of them, and you know, all credit to the way they were playing the wind, because it is tricky out there, it's tiring, and it's really, really light. And as we saw, there was a big shift on the first leg of that upwind, which has seen the split in our fleet. So now we are looking at Tara, Wolfhounds, Annabelle and Dosc Youth, who will be taking places 5 to 8. So a mini race inside a race here, as they have all gone round the top windward mark, and they'll be putting their kites up. They already have their kites up as they're heading downwind, but Tara are in very clear 5th place here. They've had a great downwind leg. It would be, if we could have a look at the boats with the spinnakers flying, then we'll be able to see them coming downwind.
And we just got a little note there from our race committee, so our repair boat. It looks like boat number 3 that was being sailed by Jamming. Unfortunately, they had an issue on board with the boat rigging. So it looks like the Traveller, so that is the track that holds the main sheet down, unfortunately is damaged, which means that they can't sail it. So they're rigging our spare boat so that they can sail another boat. So we have here all the private boats that are given to us by private owners at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club. We have 8 boats that are racing, but we have a good backup boat there that will be ready to go, and then all we do is sub it for a replacement boat so that the boats can keep sailing and it doesn't cause any issues with our race schedule, Helen.
And here we have Tara crossing the line in 5th position. They've sailed a pretty clean race, pretty much out on the. They started to dominate the second half of that pack. Oh, it does look quite difficult we've got Wolfhounds there. You can see they're jibing at the moment to try and just get some wind in their sail, but they're currently in 6th place with Annabelle in 7th and Dosc Youth in 8th. Annabelle are a family team. They're from the Netherlands, and they've got their father and 2 daughters racing with them today, but very, very difficult, very, very tiring racing out there. That was the feedback I got from quite a few of the the racers.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like playing bingo, Helen. It depends where you are on the course, depends on which box you're going to tick, depends on how fast you're going to get that wind going and keeping your boat moving. I mean, it just showed choosing the right section on the course means that you're going to shoot in front, which is what those first 4 boats managed to do, and then Super Bella managed to go ahead and take the prize on that one.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing about sailing, isn't it? Where there's so many there's most variables in all. And of course, we were sat with Alan. He joined us a couple of races ago, and very much the trend had been the right-hand side. And I remember when I was an Optimist sailor when I was little, I'd say to my big brother, who was a much better sailor than me, which side do I go up? And he was like, well, you kind of need to pick it when you're there. I was like, just tell me. But it just doesn't work like that, doesn't it? And as we saw today, the right was very much favoured, apart from the last couple of races when the left paid. But it didn't help that there was a big shift. You know, sometimes you do have to hedge your bets and decide, just make a guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we say here at the, we can't do any of this without our title sponsor of Dubai Duty Free, the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta. We also have a number of sponsors that are helping to create such an amazing atmosphere on National Day, the 51st National Day of the United Arab Emirates. And we have to thank CARS, Classic Automotive Relocation Services, CSM Live, Ribcraft and Dubai International Marine Club. We're also supported by some amazing groups of Dubai Sports Council, Ragged Edge Rigging, UAE Sailing and Rowing Federation, SB20 UAE and Shiseido. So it's been great to have everybody here and supporting, but the biggest thanks we have to say at the moment goes to Dubai Duty Free. And Helen, you've got an update on the results.
I do. I've got some provisional results here. So Sports Boat World have shown everyone a slick pair of heels this regatta so far. They've taken place in 4 races and they've taken 4 wins. So they're the clear leaders at the moment. FFE Youth, they've moved up from 3rd to 2nd place. They're 2nd overall. We spoke to them just a few minutes ago and they are having a fantastic race so far with a 1st, a 3rd, a 2nd and a 1st. Musketeers were, before this flight, were in 2nd place. They've just moved down to 3rd, but again, they haven't posted anything lower than a 2nd. Consistency is king here. And we are just going to take a short break until we go into the next flight of racing, which is Flight 5, and it will be race 13.
Absolutely, we'll send the truck straight away.
Fantastic. Talk soon.
Bye. Good afternoon, cars.
Yeah, hi, Alistair. It's John. How are you doing?
I'm very well, how are you?
Yeah, really good. Do you think you could come and collect that Thursday for me, please, and ship it out to the States?
Absolutely, we'll send the truck straight away.
Fantastic. Talk soon.
Bye. Good afternoon, cars.
Yeah, hi, Alistair. It's John. How are you doing?
I'm very well, how are you?
Yeah, really good. Do you think you could come and collect that Thursday for me, please, and ship it out to the States?
Absolutely, we'll send the truck straight away.
Fantastic. Talk soon.
Bye.
to race number 13. Unlucky for some, lucky for others, of flight number 5. So we are in the 1 minute sequence. So we'll be able to hear the committee boat very shortly. 20 seconds to start. So we've got, and we'll give you a rundown of the boats that are going to be racing very shortly.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Clean start.
And there we go, we have it from the race committee. We've got the clean start, and we've got boat number 4 of Musketeers, who chose to start down at the committee boat end. We had in boat number 2 of FFV Youth starting in the middle, and down to the pin end, so that's the orange mark, we had boat number 7 of Supersonic. We've then also got Jeddah Yacht Club in boat number 3. We have Impy in boat number 1 of the blue. They've not managed to start yet, which is a bit frustrating. We've got dosc Youth on boat number 5, boat number 6 being Yala Shamal, and boat number 8 of Ragged Edge. We will also be seeing boat 0, which will replace... Oh no, we seem to have boat number 3 here. So originally we were getting a message that boat number 3 had a damaged main sheet track, which meant that they couldn't race. But it seems to be, sorry, the hull number will be 0, the sail number will be 3. This is just going to confuse us even more, Helen.
I think we're going to have a lot of fun with this, and I'm sure that one of our sponsors, Ragged Edge Race Rigging, will be busy to that. So I can see at the moment, currently lying 3rd overall in the regatta, we've got Musketeers. They're in boat number 4, and they have they've decided to go out to the right, but it looks like they're just getting knocked slightly. Looks like they're they've actually tacked back off and come to the left, looking at boat number 4. They're currently leading, but very close. We've got new leaders, dosc Youth, Becky.
Hey, honestly, I've just looked down and I'm so excited. They have made a great decision. They've got some good boat speed. They're actually sitting as the fastest boat at 3 knots. They are light, or you know, being young and nimble. And nimble. They're definitely definitely not going to challenge Zeus on the muscles.
No,
there.
They're like little Kinder Egg surprises, aren't they?
Definitely, especially Ryan, bless him, on the bow. He's got to put up with the 3 girls on the board. But this is going to be good. So they have chosen to go right. They, I didn't manage to catch where they started on the start line, which was a bit of a shame. But they've got some really nice clear breeze, so there's no other boats affecting their movement forward in the water. We've got 2 and 4, so that's FFV Youth and Musketeers, who are 2 boats that are very good at getting up there in the front. So as long as they can keep that boat moving on boat number 5, then they're going to be really going for it. So we've got boat number 3 of JYC. They're struggling a little bit. They were a bit slow out of that tack. And then we've got boat number 1, Impy. That's a real shame. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe they just didn't manage to get enough speed off the line. So this is a great shot here of all of our contestants for that first position. We've got boat 7 there, Supersonic, our local leaders of the Dubai Offshore Sailing Club Commodores Cup, and boat number 6, Yala Shamal, who won last year. So let's see how they get on.
It's great. We've got our 2 youth teams leading it here, and how good to see that. FFV Youth and dosc Youth. I think Musketeers might just be sneaking into second, and Yala Shamal coming up through there, but dosc Youth have had a lovely upwind leg. But FFV Youth, they're doing great. I'm really impressed with them this regatta, and speaking to them, they are speaking to them earlier, they're a great bunch. I felt pretty bad about continually asking Julia questions, who doesn't actually have a voice at the moment, but she's very, very happy to be here as we look now. dosc Youth, yellow number 5 as they're tacking across, but FFV Youth on boat number 2 I think is going to get to that upwind mark first, very closely followed by Musketeers on boat number 4.
Yeah, so we've got an orange triangle is our windward mark this time. So orange triangle, not that pink cylinder. So we've got the 2 options of the marks, so that you can the race committee can decide which is going to be the best option. And I know they don't have much wind out there, Helen, but we've now got a fan. I'd just like to let everybody know.
This has changed our regatta. We have wind, but only in the seaside studio, and I'm thrilled for one. It's going to be a much more pleasant experience.
No Plimico big beans then for you.
Next to each other. Yes, you are downwind of me, so
it's going to be a bit tricky. Right, let's focus. We're back onto the racing. Right, fantastic view here. of our windward mark there. So we've got that orange triangle. We've had boat number 2, FFV Youth, have managed to tack across. I don't think they're going to have as many problems as we did on the previous race with the tide. They look like they're managing to make the mark. With boat number 7 of Supersonic, they are sitting slightly to windward. Boat number 8 there coming across on port, which means that they don't have the right of way. They are sailing on the boat Yala Shamal, but they are the team of Ragged Edge Rigging. So that's with Pippa Keaton-Page, Olympic gold medalist on the main sheet, Matt Britton, double-handed winner of the Dubai to Muscat race 2 years in a row. So that's a pretty mean feat. And then Charlotte Borghese, who is one of our female hounds, sneaking in there. Boat number 4 of the Musketeers. We need to look where they are. They're gonna take advantage. Unfortunately, dosc Youth have slipped off, so they didn't quite manage to capitalise on that win earlier on there with taking over the right-hand side first. And then finally was boat number 6 coming round that mark. But hot on their heels, we still have 1, 3 and 5 to head round. So Impy's managed to get themselves back in the race, which is good to see. Boat number 3 of JYC, and then boat number 5 of dosc Youth. But good, close racing. 4, 8 and 6, it's going to be anybody's race, Helen.
Yeah, and I'm really looking here at FFV Youth and Supersonic. They are just pulling out. They're just taking their gains whilst they can. They're not far the pack behind, but they look like they are doing really well on this downwind leg. The new wind that we have on our desk is causing havoc with our paperwork, so do excuse us as we just sort that out. And we are looking here, something's...
Oh, I think boat number 3 had a little bit of an issue. They seemed to go really high up to get themselves... Maybe they were just trying to set their kite sorted and then and get themselves going again. But here we go, looking down at our track. A fantastic piece of equipment that we have had the great pleasure to be able to use due to the support of our title sponsor Dubai Duty Free, being able to keep on an eye on where everybody is through the graphics that are on track. So here we go. We've got coming to our bottom mark. So they've got a choice. FFV, are they going to go right or are they going to go left? Which course are they going to take? We've got Supersonic hot on their heels. As I say, local knowledge there that's going to be able to... Is it going to be to their advantage with Dan Kilsby and Michael and Gaetan on board? Are they going to be able to? So we can just see there, FFV, that's a good drop. They need to get that spinnaker pole in pretty quick. There is the rule, you need to get it, you don't want to be spearing anybody with that. It's not going to be very good.
And they've chosen to go different directions. That would be interesting to see on this upwind beat, whether they have decided to go a different way to FFV Youth because they've seen something different or they just want to take. Now look, FFV Youth have just tacked. Becky, do you think that's because they now want to cover them or because they are wanting to, they've seen a different bit of wind?
I think it paid for them to go slightly left early on that last upwind leg. If I was them, well, yeah, I'd probably wanting to stay dialed into where Supersonic are going to be.
Keep them close.
Yourself in between the mark you're going to and your mark. However, you also have to sail your own race. You can't be constantly. This is great. As we're coming into the bottom mark, we can see a really close call between our boat 8 of Ragged Edge Rigging. We're going to have Yala Shamal in there. We've got JYC and we've got our dosc Youth coming in. So boat number 6 there, we can just see Yala Shamal as we look to them coming through the gate. We've got a bit of a snarl up with Impy there, boat number 1. Boat number 1 didn't manage to get it out onto the around the course. So boat number 6, boat number 4 got out where clean there. That was Musketeers. They actually stayed well away from the traffic of the downward mark. But Impy looks like they seem to have stopped, which is going to give JYC and dosc Youth an opportunity to catch up with the boats coming round that bottom mark on there. So we're going to be looking there at boat number 4 and boat number 7.
Musketeers are on boat number 4 and Supersonic is in boat number 7. And you called it before. We can't actually see FFV Youth here, but they have had an absolute belter of an upwind leg. So as we saw, they went round that bottom mark that was on their left side, and then it went over to they had it to the right, and then they went for that early tack. They've done exactly what they did on the first upwind leg. They've gone over left early, and now they are really gaining. They've got nearly 30 metres ahead of Supersonic, and they rounded that buoy, the downwind gate almost together. Now we've got Yala Shamal, boat number 6, and Impy on boat number 1. So they are currently around 4th and 5th position, so they're going to have their little battle together, but they of course are on opposite tacks and opposite sides of the course, so not until they come back together will we see who is in the lead.
Absolutely. So it's going to be the Impy there, who we thought was out the back for a while. They didn't have a great start. They started at the committee boat, but they were at least 10 seconds behind everybody else. So whether that was a tactic, I'm not entirely sure, but they had cleaner air, which meant they managed to sneak in at that top mark to be able to get round, and they've managed to take 2 more places on the boats. So here we go. We've just got to the left of our screen. Boat number 2, that's FFV Youth, our winners for at the moment, and our interviewees that we had before, and we can just see on that wide shot there, we've got very slow. There is a bit of breeze. You can just see the dark little patches on the water, but there are also patches of absolute glass, just not playing ball at the moment.
They need our
being
fan.
In the Maldives, isn't it?
It's very much, they need our fan. That's what they need. Look, here we are. So this is the last mark rounding before FFV Youth, our current race 13 leaders, head downwind to the finish. So this is going to be great on their scorecard. Sports Boat World are their current overall leaders. They have all first places, but these guys are second overall, and they are gunning for the first place. But look, beautiful set there. They've got no stress behind them, no worries, and they've got a bit of wind in their sails, as we see just to the right. Boat number 4 is Musketeers, and boat number 7, Supersonic, who are challenging for 2nd and 3rd as they come towards the upwind mark. The last time they're going to be rounding this mark. Very clear that Musketeers are ahead in 2nd. It looks like Supersonic have just slowed there. It's going to be hard to get that tack in quickly, but Musketeers, as soon as they've gone round that windward mark, there you go, get the pole out, get the spinnaker out, and they can start trying to chase down FFV Youth, but I fear they might just have too much of a lead with 60 metres.
I think you are right, but Supersonic, you never know, they could come down if they choose to maybe go a different side of the course. So we've got Musketeers sticking there on the left-hand side of the course as we see Supersonic come round. Whether they choose to set that spinnaker and jibe straight away will be very interesting, or are they going to follow the Musketeers? They need to get that, what we call that wine glass out. Grape glass, should I say, out there. It's not good having that all over social media with your twisted spinnaker.
We don't want the headmistress on our case. And we're looking now with boat number 6, Yala Shamal. We've got Rachel Blackburn at the helm, husband Johnny Blackburn there, and Jemima McDonald.
And Chris Laborde is on the bow as well.
And Jemima McDonald, she's brilliant. She's just had a baby 6 weeks ago, and she's out here racing. I think she framed her recovery around this event, so great to have them here. But Yala Shamal, they're having a good event so far. I believe yesterday they were one of the most improvers, and that was looked at the results from the first flight to the second flight. So they're gaining momentum, and certainly I think everyone's feeling a little bit more relaxed now. They're into the racing.
So that's, as I said, my question was, were Supersonic going to be able to stay with Musketeers, or were they going to jibe off? They have done exactly that. They've jibed off, and they're heading over to the left-hand side of the course as if you're heading down. So interesting enough, looks like dosc Youth have managed to take it back from Impy, so they made a good decision coming upwind, which is brilliant. But as we go down towards the finish line, to be able to see where the people are going to be coming into those final finishes will be really, really great. So we will going to see FFV for the finish. We'll be taking the bullet, and it's going to be an interesting call as to whether it's going to be Musketeers or Supersonic who's going to race for that line. I wonder whether Supersonic at the finish line will be able to take Musketeers, as we saw with Desert Eagle in their last race, when they managed to whether Gellert, and with that final nail-biting finish between Gellert and Desert Eagle, where Desert Eagle managed to take the finish on just on the committee boat. So there we go, we've got the first finish. We're going to stay sticking on that finish line with the committee boat in view. We'll be able to see whether Supersonic managed to take it either from Yala Shamal or from Musketeers, as they come from different parts of the course.
All Musketeers look like they've just got the edge at the moment. We can see with that light blue spinnaker just to the right of the frame there. So FFV Youth, they've taken first. Musketeers are looking in a good position to take second place, but a battle between Yala Shamal and Supersonic. So here we go, looking at the finish line
here.
That
spinnaker caught at the top, but they managed to get it off, which is really good. So let's see, we're going to have to refer to track, I think, to be able to call this. Musketeers, yeah, they take the second place. Well done to Musketeers. They did really well there to pull that back up. It's going to be a close call between Yala Shmal and Supersonic. Let's have a look. Looking from our view here, we've got Supersonic, I think, probably just takes that. Going closer to the committee boat, but there's the dip there from Yala Shmal. And what is the seconds in it between Yala Shmal and Supersonic?
Not many.
Not
7
many at
seconds.
all. Oh, that was a close one.
Good battle.
Well, let's keep cheering. We've still got boats racing on the course. Halfway up the course, we've still got boats racing in, and we've got dosc Youth and Impey. Now, dosc Youth managed to get in front of Impey and be able to come round. This will be their highest result if they manage to finish in 5th. Are they going to do exactly what Supersonic did and stay to the left-hand side of the course, come in on starboard and sneak down to that committee boat? I think the committee boat is closer, but Impey, looking on our track, is slightly... Oh, there's about 2 meters in it. It's going to be so close. It is going to be so close. Let's stay on this view. Can they hold it? Can they keep them going? We're all cheering for them. Come on, guys. Come on. Let's go for it. I'm sorry, you're going to hear a massive cheer.
Oh, look, they're celebrating.
Yeah! Fantastic! Oh my goodness, I'm so proud.
Absolutely no bias in this commentary, Becky.
Not at all. I'm terribly sorry. That makes me so proud to see the work that they've done. They've been training for the last 5 weeks to be selected for this team, and they've done us proud. So well done to those guys. I'm so pleased for Leonie and for Felicity and Talina and for Ryan on board. They've managed to get in front of Impey, Ragged Edge Rigging and JYC. So well done to the team. I'm sorry I'm very biased, but you'll have to bear with me. And here we go, boat number 8 there, Ragged Edge Rigging. They were doing great on that first upwind leg, but they just seem to lose the edge there. So as we start to get ready for our next race, which will be race number 14, flight number 5, I'm going to head over to Helen, who has the team of Desert Eagle up on the rocks.
Yes, that's right, Becky. I am joined by Desert Eagle. Very warm welcome to our seaside studio with the racing just finishing behind us. How is the event going so far? So I'll come to you first, Enrique.
Well, so far so good, white winds, but I think as everything going to the schedule. We had a bad race yesterday, but the rest going as planned. Yeah.
I was watching yesterday actually when you were definitely leading overall to begin with, but that bad race cost you slightly. How is today looking for you?
Yeah, we struggled a little bit in the race today, so it was very light. The left was playing and it was not extreme enough, so we tried to take less risk to manage to go in the middle in the first upwind, but was no way. I think it's a current thing. We have strong current, no wind, and you have to hit the corners to having a chance to win. So we managed 3, which is okay, but to win, I think currently you have to go to the left side.
Well, we've seen it's.
Don't tell anyone.
Don't worry, they're all on the water. Yeah. No idea. No one, absolutely no tactics going. No, don't worry. That camera's not rolling. Yeah, we definitely saw the first couple of races this morning, very much biased to the right, and then it shifted. How long have you guys sailed together, George?
Yeah, well, it's day number 4, right?
Very new.
No, but we raced last year on this event. That was pretty cool, so we decided to do it again. And then actually we were racing against Enrique. And then we were protest each other. Then Henrik decided it's better to have Enrique with us than against. So we just
sailing since 10 years on a Dragon together, and with Georgie also we had one team together on the Dragon, and so he was our team member. He was not sailing on our boat, but on our team member's boat for Transbunker in the whole time, and we always for Team Premier. And now our main goal is the Worlds 2024, so we're starting now to prepare ourselves and using as much time as we have on the water. And I mean, that's an amazing event here. It's unbelievable good prepared, and and we're using the time to prepare us for the World.
I love that you guys have come together because you thought you don't want to go up against him in a hearing, so it's better to have him on your side. What do you find is important for your teamwork on board?
Yeah, well, it's we still work on our communication here, you know. It's pretty ambitious sailors, but we're gonna be all right, I think. I mean, we set together pretty well, you know, but we need a little bit more wind, Otherwise, we have to consider one more member, because over there next event, then we go 4, So, but so far everything fine. Still a lot of chances, but a great event, super good organized on the water, everything on the shore, and thanks for sponsors, for you too, for your comments here. To all of our friends just following the event, super. Thanks.
That's great to hear. Thank you. Yes, we're very grateful to Dubai Duty Free. Did I sense that there's been some arguments on board when you're saying you're working on communication?
I would say yes.
We're analyzing. Let's say that is what analyzing.
No, but we have to push ourselves to come up, to wake up a little bit. It's and we're using that to also work on it. And sometimes all of us, or me, I'm a little bit emotional sometimes. So when things are not working well, I'm trying to push it. But let's see.
That's great honesty. And as you say, it's very important to have these things ironed out there and leave it on the water so you can come and have a nice time at all our entertainment here. And how are you finding the competition? What are you finding? Any trends amongst some of your closest rivals out there?
Well, competition, there are good sailors out there. I think some more teams, they consider they're very regular with this condition that was very rare to see. So for sure they're good sailors, and so it's tough. It's tough for us to keep up and to fight to be on the top 4. That's what we aim to the final. So I think today is going to be decisive to see how the teams are going, the top teams, but there's good sailors over there, yeah.
I spoke earlier with the youth team, the French youth team. They're having a great regatta. What do you think about having such a nice spread here of youth? We've got female helms. It's very diverse at this regatta.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy to see young guys doing this, and they're pretty well, So that's a good of our sport, and everyone can be competitive against the. Basically, youth can compete against the experience. It's not age, right? It's experience. Yeah, but we're pretty happy to see new faces and
And I think it's very good for Dubai as well to show how good Dubai is for training in the winter. So I think we should continue to invite teams from outside to experience this perfect sailing conditions. Maybe not now, but usually it is. We used a lot of time here for training with our Dragon teams in Dubai, and we experienced how perfect it is here for the winter. But we have to go.
Oh, brilliant. That is great to hear. I believe we have race 14 shortly getting underway. Thank you for joining me, Desert Eagle, and we look forward to seeing you racing the rest of the regatta.
Thank you a lot.
So welcome back. We are getting ready for race number 14 of flight number 5, but obviously we have to thank for the amazing event that we've got going on, our title sponsors with Dubai Duty Free, and then we have our co-sponsors of Cars, CSM Live, Ribcraft, DIMC, with the support of Dubai Sports Council, Ragged Edge Ropes and Ragged Edge Rigging, and then we have the UAE Sailing and Rowing Federation, SB20 UAE and Shiseido. So back in the studio, Helen, we are going to get my words right. Let's get out on who is on the water. So we have, in boat number 1, we have Flying Sharks. In boat number 2... number 14 of flight number. The 1 minute to the start, we have, there we go, we can see the orange triangle displayed. That means that's the mark that they're going to. You can see there Bruno, we don't talk. Radio there, and she is going to be giving us our countdown very.
3, 2, 1. Ready.
2 and 6, so that was Super Bella and Tara. They chose to shoot out down to what we call the pin end, so that's the orange cylinder, the end of the imaginary line that's drawn between the orange cylinder and the big orange flag there, Helen. And then we've got boat number 4 of Wolfhounds.
Well, interestingly, when I was just talking to Desert Eagle then, they were very much saying that they think the left-hand side is now paying as we're going further on into the afternoon, when originally it was the right. But at the moment, Gellert and Flying Sharks have gone out to the right, and they have a great lead. But as we can see on the left-hand side here, the boat's coming, or the right-hand side of your screen, the boat's coming towards us. They are still thinking the left is going to pay, and it is looking nice and close. But at the moment, Gellert on the far side. Now tacked off, we've got everyone on the same tack, all heading over on port tack. The wind is coming off the left, over the left-hand side of the boat, and they are all heading out towards that right ley line before tacking on it and heading into the windward mark.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Gellert has made the right decision to tack early. I think they were just also an amazing start, timed it absolutely perfectly there alongside Flying Sharks, and they chose, as the gun went, as that flag came down, they tacked off. They had great speed as they were coming through. So it's going to be interesting when they come back together, Helen. But I think this is interesting. Here we go. Interesting look here. So if you look at boat number 2 here, we can see they are obviously in front of the boats with the line of boats behind them. But what they are doing is they are pointing what we say closer to the wind. So their bow is up, which means that they are getting a better angle to the mark. However, the wind moves all the time. It doesn't constantly come within one speed. And there you go, one direction, sorry. And there you can see they've just put there, we now can't see the number on their bow so much, which means they're bow down, so they're potentially getting headed. So it means maybe the wind has swung slightly back, which means they're further away from the wind, whereas 6 is showing that they are closer to wind. This is a great look here, and we've got 4, 5 and 3, so that is Wolfhounds, Annabelle and VJ Holland there. They're all sort of vying for a position, and they look like they're jostling around there, giving yourself fisticuffs. It's quite funny.
And you see over on the far side there, the number 8 at the top of the sail, they are our current leaders with Gellert. So they've gone way over the ley line, but as Becky called there, some of them were being slightly headed, so they will have done that on purpose to try and keep a bit of speed as they make that tack round. So they are on starboard, but I think they've been getting a bit knocked over there because our boats that came in on the left seem to have taken the lead here. So we're looking at Super Bella, boat number 2, and Annabelle, boat number 5, seem to be our leaders as they're coming in port. They've gotten far ahead of Gellert. It looks like Gellert, boat number 8, has gotten stuck out on that right-hand side, along with NBS. So at the moment, Super Bella, Wolfhounds, Tara and Annabelle, who went straight left early, so it's still paying that left-hand side, as I was talking about earlier, and now it's the battle between the 4 of them. Who's going to get to that windward mark first. To me, my money's on Super Bella at the moment, who is boat number 2, who are in a good position. And as long as Tara in boat number 6 doesn't do anything too sneaky and sneak into that into the tacking in the zone.
Yeah, absolutely, Helen. So this is a great view as we can see that orange marker coming into view. We're going to stay on this view here to be able to see them coming round the mark, to see whether boat number 6, Tara, is going to be able to shoot in front. They don't have any rights on this course, on this side of the, not side of the course, sorry, on the side, on their tack. So that's where the water's coming, the wind's coming across the left-hand side.
They might just be ahead, though.
I think they are.
They're
I think
just
they've
ahead.
managed to sneak in. So we're now in the zone. When we look at track, they're within the zone of the mark.
Windward mark.
And there we go.
They've done it.
They've managed to get through. They've managed to get through. That is well done to them. They didn't have the greatest of starts, but they've managed to keep themselves clear. Can they keep clear off that buoy?
Doesn't look like the nicest mark rounding just now.
Oh, boat
And
number
here
2 is
comes
trying to sneak
Super
their bow
Bella.
through. Oh, Super Bella
look
being
at that
very cheeky there. They have snuck their bow through. Whether they have what we call an overlap will be very interesting, whether we get a little voice note from our umpire team. If we get an umpire team voice note, then we'll play that through. Nothing's coming through yet, so we'll hear maybe they were clear. So boat number 5 coming through after them, so Annabelle.
And great as they've both got their kites up nice and cleanly, and it looks like Tara's just said, thank you very much, I think I'm going to just try and edge ahead here. So that was really close at the windward mark. Great sailing between Tara and Super Bella. Coming round in third is Annabelle, our family team out there, just needing to fill that kite as it's being set up there. Not the cleanest one, but there it is. It's filling up and they can start to bear away. And here's Galert coming round, boat number 8. Now, of course, they were leading for the first half of that first upwind leg when we thought the right hand was paying. They did come into some difficulty, as did everyone else on the right, quickly followed by VJ Holland on boat number 3.
That's a really good rounding there. So 8 was exactly the same. They were a port, they came in and they managed to sneak themselves inside tack and stay inside, so they were closer to the mark than VJ Holland, which means that they have some rights as long as they probably tacked within that 3 boat lengths. And if we were to head on to track, we would be able to replay that. We can have a look at that later. So boat number 1, Flying Sharks, great start, but unfortunately they're not flying very fast at the moment, Helen.
Yeah, now here we are looking at our leaders. Boat number 6 is Tara, as we saw they had that lovely upwind leg. And look, matching their jibes there is Super Bella. This is a game of cat and mouse here, so they will have had eyes out the boat to see whenever Tara's going to make that manoeuvre. So did Super Bella. Looking back at the top again now, we have boat number 7 just ahead of boat number 1, Flying Sharks, but Flying Sharks are just on the inside, so if they can quickly get their pole and spinnaker out and pull that tiller towards them and just turn inside, I think they might be able to just pop out. But the last thing they want there is an hourglass. And look at this Moulin Rouge performance down at the bottom of the course there between our 1 and 2, Super Bella and Tara.
Well, it could always be a bit like a Game of Thrones between the houses that you've got there, but no, this is going to be an interesting mark rounding between the 2. We saw the jib go up on Super Bella as they were getting ready to go round the gate, which is down to the right-hand side of our course. So the gate always sits down to the bottom side of the course. Super Bella got their spinnaker down pretty swiftly there, and they were done. We're still seeing that is Team Tara. They have taken a while. They're obviously struggling to get that kite in. Luckily, not too much wind. It's not going to blow off the side of the boat. I think they've got it in now.
It is neck and neck between these two, obviously deciding to go up different sides. Now, interesting, Tara, we saw they went up right on the first upwind leg, and it was brilliant for them, but maybe they've seen something else, and maybe they just want to stay on a different side. Coming down past them with the yellow sail is Annabelle, our family team. They're in third, very shortly followed by Galert, VJ Holland and Wolfhounds. Looks like there's a bit of a battle between VJ Holland and Wolfhounds.
Yeah, I think this is going to be, they've both jived at the same time onto starboard, which means that it's now going to be about being in the zone, as we call it. So they're within 3 boat lengths of that mark. So if you were to draw a big circle around it, you can only have certain things. It looks like on our track that Geller have managed to stay ahead of VJ Holland and staying ahead of the Wolfhound. So it's now going to be about dropping the spinnaker and being able to get round cleanly, get everything in and ready to go as we see them coming round the rounding. So there is Geller. They've managed to get cleanly round, stay ahead. They've got good speed. We can see VJ Holland following them, and Wolfhounds have chosen to go left. They've chosen not to be on that gravy train and get all that dirty air that you can get when you're coming out on the line. Are they all going to stay on the port tack and head off to the left-hand side, or are they going to tack off? It will be an interesting call. Helen.
Well, I'm just having a look now at boat number 2, Super Bella, and boat number 6, Tara. It looks like Tara has got quite a lead there, so they've gone up the right-hand side. Bit more of a pigsty for Super Bella, who decided to go to the left there. But Tara on the right are having an absolutely beautiful upwind leg. Of course, they're on the right and they will be going in on starboard. They've got a few, probably 2 more tacks to make before they get to the unwit leg. But Tara are having a lovely race, and I know, having spoken to Freddie on board, he is so keen to get a bullet under their belts and get that first race win. Sometimes you just got to get that good result out the way, just to know that you've got it in you.
Yeah, it's a good ego boost as well. It means that you know, some of the decisions you're making are good. It means that you can you can take away the adrenaline that goes with you. Maybe you might even shout "Yella wellies" just to be a little celebration. You want to talk about silly code words? Maybe that could be somebody's. I think I'm going to ask somebody to adopt it.
Yeah, you just don't know what. As I was speaking to Desert Eagle before, when I said how's communication on board, they kind of giggled, which suggested as I got out of them they were maybe having a little argument. Of course, when you're out there, I mean, who'd want to be a race officer when you're having to deal with things like that, when you've got different teams communicating differently and you're having to keep all the boat racing. Now look at number 6. They look like that's Tara. They look like they've stopped. I mean, the wind has dropped right out on Tara, boat number 6. It looks like they've sailed into quite the hole there. They're still leading, but it looks like now Annabelle has moved up into 2nd place.
Yeah, if we look at track there, the angle of the boat that Tara, they were very close to the breeze, but then suddenly it seemed to be that they just had their bow down and they were ending up what looks like reaching from the previous angles. Here we go. We've got a cross between Tara and Annabelle there. So 5 and 6.
Sorry, I think we've just slight issues with the tracking. Super Bella are just coming round the windward mark in 1st place, I believe. I'm not sure my tracking's quite keeping up, but Super Bella there was me saying about how great Tara's upwind leg was, but my tracking has been deceiving me, because Super Bella obviously had a great time going up the left-hand side, so obviously that trend stayed in this race where the left-hand side paid. Super Bella came round that downwind gate in 2nd, but they've very much convincingly gone round in 1st at the upwind mark, and as we saw there, Tara, who were in 1st, are still yet to reach the windward mark.
That's interesting. Unfortunately, we were too busy giggling about Game of Thrones, I think, there, Helen, to see where those guys are. We'll get back on course, guys. We're sorry about that. So, yeah, as you say, boat number 6 coming in to the windward mark. We can just see there as well, so start of our boats and our yachts heading out for the parade of sail in celebration of the 51st UAE National Day. So it's going to be a bit of a spectacular sight to see in 3:30 when we start the parade of sail. But here we go, that's Team Tara around. We've got boat number 5, so Annabelle there. The 2 of them were vying for positions, and it just seems to be that Team Tara is kept in front of them, and Gellert, again, great start, but just haven't managed to keep that position there, Helen.
No, and it looks very convincing now for Super Bella. They've got into a little bit of breeze and heading downwind with a very convincing lead of nearly 100 metres. Tara, I feel ashamed for them. They were almost forced out to that right-hand side, but still very nice sitting in 2nd. Not far behind is Annabelle. So we now have 4 boats around that windward mark. Gellert just came round in 4th with that light blue spinnaker, shortly followed by VJ Holland, who are just on their way up. So it looks a bit of a procession out there for boats in 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. And here we are, we're looking at Team VJ Holland, as they're just looking to get that pole out, get that spinnaker set and head downwind.
Yeah, they lost out there on that bottom mark. I think they just they were at the back of the train there behind the guys, so they got a little bit of dirty air. It just meant that they obviously didn't manage to make gains up that windward mark, up to the windward mark, sorry. As you can see, we had a big hole earlier on, but it seems to be that if you look at the surface of the water, we've got a little bit more consistency in terms of the darkness of the light. Oh dear, here we go. We've got MBS. They're just not moving. They seem to be having problems. I wonder if they've got something around their keel. It can happen. We do get a little bit of rubbish in the water, which is a bit of a shame. I know that the UAE government are working really hard to keep everything clean and sustainable. So it looks like a little bit of something's going on there.
And here we have our finish for winning race 14 of the Dubai Duty-Free Sailing League Regatta. Here is Super Bella. Very tight race between them and Tara on the first upwind and first downwind leg, but the second upwind leg, they really showed them who was boss. Had a great time going up that left-hand side and owned it the whole way downwind. So now we have Tara coming in for second place. I don't think they've got any problems with Galert, who are in third. So it looks to me like Tara will be taking the second place. They'll be thrilled with that result. They definitely will have been happier with the first place they were holding for the first half of the race, but still, you know, they're still great to show that they've got the communication working on board, the teamwork, they're getting into the swing of things, and we have plenty more races still to go. This is just race 14.
Absolutely, Helen, and we're as I said already, we're starting to see the boats coming out for the parade of sail in celebration of the UAE National Day, and we've got lots taking place on the shore as well. We've got lots of children's entertainment, we've got camel rides.
I've seen the camel. When I nipped off, I saw the camel.
I think there is an Annika Rice moment coming up.
If I don't present on a camel this weekend, I don't think I've achieved what I came here to achieve.
There we go.
So that's
There's
and
your
here
challenge.
we are. Yeah, and here we are. We've got Galert finishing, taking the third place. Tara finished just ahead of them. We've got Annabelle coming in to take fourth place with a little gap back to fifth place.
Well done to Galert. Yeah, they kept us guessing there. We'd written them off, and they've come back and taken that third place. So that'll help them with their overall scores when they start to go live up on things. So just remember, you can follow all of the racing action. You can follow us on YouTube, as you can see here. You can follow us on Track. You can see the digital enhancement that takes place, and to the team here, it's fantastic. We also have our Dubai Duty-Free Sailing League Regatta updated live results that you can access through the website, but we couldn't do anything here without all of our sponsors, Dubai Duty Free and their amazing title sponsors, as we finish our race of race 14, as we see the last few boats coming in.
Lot. You guys are having an
but he might answer.
Event. I believe.
Oh, you know what?
Obviously, we haven't had the latest flight results come in. But third on the second day. You must be pretty pleased with that result.
Yes, really pleased with it because it's very light winds and very stressful out on the racecourse. But it's been good, yeah. And we came here last year and really enjoyed it. But it was a lot breezier, so we struggled a bit in that. But in the light stuff, we're going nicely.
It's good to be all rounders. So how's it going? How's it going on board when it's light? You know, is it getting tense? Are we okay?
No, we're good. We're pretty pretty laid back. Just we don't sail together very much, but we've sailed together in the past a long time ago, a little bit. So we kind of know how each other works, and we just kind of get on with it and make the best of it, I think.
It's good when you've got friends like that you don't speak to for years, but you can slot back in. And if you can make that happen on a sailing boat, then you're laughing. So Sally, how are you finding the racing so far? Light, but are you enjoying it?
Oh yeah, it's great fun out there. I mean, 10 to 15 minute races, they're hectic, they're stressful, but it is really, really good fun. Very close racing as well.
Yeah, it's really close. So we're looking to 12 to 15. Obviously, that has a massive dependence on how much wind we've got out there. What do you prefer? Light winds? I mean, just let this helicopter go over. Do you prefer light winds or heavy winds?
In this regatta, we're happy with the light winds because we're fairly light and we're only 3 up. So we're quite happy with that, with boat speed and things like that. But normally, we'd quite happily like a breeze and, for a bit more excitement.
A little bit more excitement. Well, we've been playing word bingo so far today, so there's been a lot of excitement and commentary with some of the words we've been trying to get in. And how are you finding the event here, the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League?
It's great. We did it last year, as Mike said, and it was a great event, and it's pretty much the same this year. Very well organised. Everything's kind of very smooth in and out the boats, and just as much time racing as possible. It's great.
Sally, what would be a good result here for you guys? Have you had that discussion? Have you got a sort of thing you're aiming for? Or?
No, we are very much taking it race by race, and we'll just do the best we can, and that's the best we can hope for, really.
I think that's a great attitude, and then but you're doing very well on it. So currently 3rd overall. FFV Youth I was speaking to earlier, they're having an amazing regatta, very similar to you. They want to do well, but they're quite relaxed, and obviously Sportsbook World are in first. So will you be keeping your eye on these? I know you're racing in different flights, but will you be keeping your eye on your closest competitors, or very much sailing your own race?
Tend to sail our own race, really, because you just can't. The wind is just too light to actually do anything about your competitors. And so far we've been abysmal at getting off the start line and then pulling it back in each of the races. So once we work out how to get off the start line, we'll be happy. But you just cannot cover any competitors. It's just too light, and it's just impossible to do it. So just sail our own race and hope it goes okay. Yeah.
I think you're being very self-critical. I know the start's very important, but we've been talking very impressed about how you guys are just pushing your way through the fleet, and you've had some great results. Who are you here representing? What country are you from? Obviously from Great Britain, but what country are you representing?
I'm here. I sail out of dosc, so UAE for the last 11 years. So UAE.
Very much a local.
Yeah, but myself and Sally, have lived in Oman for 9 years now, so we're sort of representing Ras Al Hamra Sailing Club, which is our local club in Oman. And but unfortunately, we don't have any racing, anything like this. It's all, the odd laser race and Hobie 16 and things like that. So that's about it. Yeah, so we're enjoying it.
Well, it's absolutely brilliant to have you here. I hope we do get to speak to you again. Thank you for coming down to our seaside studio. Thank you very much for joining me, Musketeers, as we are looking to head out shortly to race 15.
Absolutely, we'll send the truck straight away.
Fantastic. Talk soon.
Bye.
We are CSM Live, delivering branding, signage, wayfinding, experiential, and a whole lot more since 1947. Made up of some of the world's most experienced event professionals working across sport, entertainment, and retail. We pride ourselves on having a portfolio of the world's most prestigious brands, rights holders, and venues. From London 2012, RHS, Ryder Cup to Expo and Burberry, the list goes on. For us, our clients are the centre of everything we do, which is why we continue to build campaigns with them year after year, some of which are after 35 years. We pride ourselves on guaranteeing quality each and every time, which is why we have our CSM Live Mark of Assurance. Our 360 turnkey approach allows us to manage and implement all aspects of a campaign, be it look and feel, production, design, installation, and of course, sustainability, which runs through the heart of everything we do. Based across the globe, our CSM Live family ensures no matter where you are based, we are able to bring your campaign, activation, or event to life.
Welcome back to Race 15. We're in Flight 5 here of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta,
10,
and we are joined back
9,
with Racing and Events
8,
Manager of DOSC,
7,
Alan Rurock.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And there we go, we've got a start, but we've also got an on-course side boat, so hopefully we'll hear from the race committee shortly as to who that boat was on a false start there. Alan, over to you.
Yeah, it looks like a fairly even line this time. Lots of boats lined up at the race committee end as well as the pin end. So it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top. The trend that's been happening is really those who manage to get a good acceleration on the start, get the boat moving nice and early, and manage to get out to a side tend to get a bit of separation and get into the lead nice and early.
Well, at the moment, it looks like we're having a nice race here from boat number 7, Glasgow Kiss, our reigning champions. They won here last year. They are currently leading just ahead of Rascal in boat number 6 and Shades in boat number 1.
Fantastic. Yeah, there's the teams here are all vying for some good positions. We obviously have Mina Rashid haven't had a great few results. They're going to hopefully pull forward. Rascal had a great race and the last time they were in the boat. So I know that Rob on the helm there is going to be wanting to get themselves another good result. We've got the DOSC Wow team as well.
So here we have our front three teams here. Now, Alan, when we had you in the studio earlier on, we were very much saying it looked like the right-hand side had been paying. It's very much shifted over to the left in the last few races, hasn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. That combined with the breeze dropping off, really that left-hand shift has now come in more so. Not quite as much breeze coming down the right-hand side as it was previously in previous races. So again, I think it really comes down to those who can get off the start and manage to get out to a side and avoid that dirty air are the ones that can get out into the lead nice and early.
Yeah, well, they're very much hugging the left at the moment. Glasgow Kiss are currently in the lead with, between Rascal and Shades, they are within a metre of each other. It's the second place is a bit of a battle, but not far away from that first place. And it seems to me like Jamming, who are in boat number 2, we can't quite see them. They're very far right-hand side of the screen. They're not having a great time. They're heading out to the right, but I think something must have delayed them off the start. I know everyone was clear at the start, but it looks like they've had a bit of a delay on that first upwind leg.
We can see there on the camera quite a lot of breeze coming down now that left-hand side in comparison to the right. So that's where we got boat 6 doing quite well. Boats out to the left, boats 4, 5 and 7 in that nice bit of breeze and going well.
Yeah, so we just had a zoom in on Glasgow Kiss on our screen, and we were just looking and seeing how little movement they were making, and we can see boat number 4 there doing the same. Sports Boat World, just very gently moving themselves across the boat, letting the boat roll on top of them, and then they're just moving themselves across. Liam there is just trying to pop that top batten, which has a bit of an effect in this light winds. If it doesn't go through, so it doesn't make that lovely arc shape at the top, it really has a negative effect on the speed, Alan.
Yeah, it's really important to get that top batten popped. If not, really slow the boat down. And in these light conditions, it's so hard to actually get the boat to accelerate back up to full speed again. So, there's a lot of, I guess, the footwork between the teams on the boat needs to be really light and delicate moving across the boat to keep that boat moving.
I think it's going to get pretty busy for this left-hand side a lot as we go up to the windward mark. It's going to be like the Kardashians at Christmas. They're all going to be round one spot. And as we've seen in the last few races, the ones that come up the left-hand side, as long as they get, they can turn the boat and tack, get onto starboard before any other starboard boats can stop them doing that, they can be away. What do you think as we're looking at these 4 boats here, Alan, for what can happen? It's so light, it's very, very, very hard to call, but yes, we can see the windward mark there. What do you think for those top 4 there?
Yeah, everyone pretty much on the port ley line now, so there's going to be a bit of a port and starboard that we have to watch out for rounding this mark number 1. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get that ley line call correct. Because that one boat maybe coming across early on the starboard ley line could make a big
Shades,
impact.
I think that's Shades on boat number 1. They look like, you're absolutely right, as we can just see them coming. And look, that looks like Glasgow Kiss is going to duck them.
Yeah, it is. They've had to bear away, so they've had to pull the tiller towards them, turn the front of the boat down and go round behind boat number 1 of Shades to make sure that they don't infringe them, Alan.
Probably a really good decision with that little bit of tide, and making sure that they can actually get around Mark 1 is really, really important. We don't want to have a bunch up.
We saw that a few races ago, didn't we? And it's really, really hard to watch as they're having to not just duck a boat, they're having to do a full turn and get into another part of the race course. But it looks very good. The blue boat for Shades, and also Sports Boat World. They are on boat number 4 with the purple top of the sail. So I think Shades are going to just cross them, but hopefully they'll be able to tuck in there ahead of Desert Eagle if they can just tack before Desert Eagle approach them. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to, does it?
No, I think that looks like it's going to be a bear away for Sports Boat World as well. Yeah, you can see, and hopefully they don't get stuck into the melee of a port starboard with the other 2 boats there. And we're just going to watch. There we go. That's boat number 1 heading round Shades, heading round with Patrick on the first round the mark. So let's keep on this mark here, and we can see the next set of boats coming through, Alan.
Yeah, it looks like Desert Eagle number 5 is coming around second. Looks like they got the ley line call. Really, really well done from them guys. And let's see now if they can get the kite up nice and quick, and they should get some separation from this mark.
Yeah, we just saw Mina Rashid there. They were coming in on port. They've had to duck, not too badly. They're going to then have to tack, so they're going to go from the non-right-of-way boat to a right-of-way boat. But as you were saying earlier on Rule 18, Helen, they've got to be careful on that. They're not infringing the boat number 4 coming through, which was Sports Boat World. So yeah, here we go. This is going to be tight. So hopefully they're going to stay tight, which means it makes them far more interesting race when we get down to our gate at the bottom, which is 2 marks. They get to choose which one they go to to. They must go in between them and either turn left or turn right. So turn to port or turn to starboard. Alan.
Again, interesting to see. Not too many boats going for an early jibe at all. Everyone pretty much staying on starboard, which really gives us an indication that the wind is most likely quite far left. So it'll be interesting to see does anybody go and try and break away from the fleet here on this downwind.
Here we go. We're just zoomed into Desert Eagle, boat number 5. So that was the team that you were talking to earlier, Helen, with the team on board. Hopefully their communication is nice and quiet like the wind.
They seem very, very solid, and they weren't afraid to say that sometimes it gets a little bit emotional on board. But of course it does. Of course it gets emotional on board when it means so much to people. But they're having a great time out here, and if they can keep the lead, I'm sure it will become even better. Very close now. Desert Eagle have just taken the lead from Shades, but very, very close. Couple of meters in it between 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's good. We're just tracking down there with our leading boat. So the umpire boat just positioning themselves behind, just so that they're aware and they can see that whether there's any issues that is going on. We've got a great international umpire team with us, headed up by Ewan McEwen with Javina Chu and Jack Fenwick. So it's good to have them on the water. It means decisions can be made quickly and swiftly.
Shades look like they might just have the edge. They sort of evened up now, but it looked like they were just edging forward, and now it looks like it's going back to Desert Eagle. It's so close, Alan.
Yeah, it's a really difficult position for them because they're kind of sailing into dirty wind of the guys in front, and they are very much on that port ley line going downwind. So it's going to be, do they go for an extra jibe and try and clear themselves and come back a bit later with speed? Very difficult. Or do they decide that they're going to go over the top of them? So it is quite the battle in this really light conditions.
Looked like Desert Eagle there just stayed above, managed to keep themselves moving. Unfortunately, took the wind out of the sails of Shades, which we saw earlier on in the race. And we've got boat 7.
Nice and clean. So
really
nice and clean. They've got their own little puff of breeze here. They might let those front 2 runners have a little battle amongst themselves and sneak on by.
Yeah, they're both moving quite well, over 3 knots compared to the others. So in this really light stuff, it's quite good.
Yeah, we just see there, if you're watching Track, it's a really good opportunity to see the different boat speeds that we go. So we've got Desert Eagle sitting at 2.2 knots. We've got Shades 5 metres behind them sitting at 2 knots. But we've got Glasgow Kiss 18 metres behind, but just over 3 knots.
Yeah, a whole knot in this is quite a lot, actually. So that's why we're seeing those guys catch up. A bit more clean wind helping them.
So we're going to look at
Desert Eagle going for an early jibe.
Yeah.
Go for a right-hand turn. Let's see if they can get the kite sorted.
That's very swift. Pole comes in really quick. I mean, it makes it so much easier when it's super light to get that kite in and quickly get that pole retracting super quick. And then it's a real gentle movement round the mark. You don't want to stall the rudder or the keel. You want to keep that boat moving. So boat 1's already gone as well. So that is Shades have taken their kite down as well. They were a little bit earlier than the rest of them in where they were around the mark. But as you can see, not much movement. It's going to be a bit of tide push there, I think, Alan.
Glasgow Kiss really catching up here as well. Turning a right-hand gate mark and going out to probably the more favourable side, the left, which has been paying off the last couple of races. So, yeah, they've had a really good downwind and now most likely going out to that good side. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get ahead of Desert Eagle on this second upwind.
Yeah, that was a great downwind leg from the Singapore team with Glasgow Kiss. Of course, they were our winners here last year. Great experience on board, and they say that's actually one of their reasons for being a great team, experience and compatibility. As we have Rascal on boat number 6 coming into that downwind mark. It is very light out there, but it's so close with this this pack at the front here.
They're just being chased by Sports Boat World, so they had a great first leg, but then we've managed to see other boats have managed to chase them away. They're a slightly heavier crew there, I would say. That's a very late drop on the spinnaker. That is very interesting. So everybody had their spinnaker in before they were going round the mark. We had Sports Boat World there, left it as late as possible. They've managed to sneak inside of Rascal. So let's see if they can get gains taking place.
Mina Rashid coming in here on boat number 3, very close with Jamming, I think. Is that on boat number 2?
Yeah, that will be Jamming coming in there. So again, what the call's going to be here then, do you think, Alan?
See if they can get a nice early drop and get a nice mark rounding without stalling the boat too much. Very much we tend to tell people that every boat length that you lose down after the mark is roughly about 2 boat lengths or 3 boat lengths that you have to regain back upwind. So I definitely favour an earlier drop and a nice smooth rounding.
That's really tough, actually, isn't it? You don't really when it's a fast wind or when it's high wind and you're moving fast, you don't really notice it so much. But when they're literally drifting along, which is what's taking place at the moment, 1.5 knots, you're drifting along. It's going to be 2 or 3 boat lengths to get back. Upwind, up the course is up the ladder, so to speak, is really tricky.
Which is quite a lot you have to gain, so it's really, really important to be able to keep that momentum in the boat and really keep it driving. So again, as you were saying earlier on, just to really gentle on that rudder movement, try not to stall the boat. It's very, very important.
Absolutely, it's definitely going to be a tricky one. We're just seeing some boats coming into shot that aren't racing. They're getting ready for the parade of sail, which will be heading off in about 5 minutes. But I hope these boats are going to get up to that top course. I wonder whether they should have called maybe for a shortened course. Obviously, I'm not on the race committee. Alan, what do you think? Do you think that might have been a decision that the race management team are discussing as we speak now?
I would imagine so. I think since we started the race, that breeze has really dropped out of it again. They're in a bit of a hole in terms of wind, so it'd be interesting to see what they do about the course there now.
If you look on the far side of the screen, boat number 2 there, we were talking about jamming. We were talking about why they had a bit of a difficult start. We've just had confirmed that they took a penalty and turned around. So hats off to them in this light airs. They've moved up to 6th place. They were very firmly in 8th place just off the start. And they're very much sailing their own little race over here. They're heading right out to the right, as far to the right as Glasgow Kiss has gone to the left. So that's number 2 out there. We have Desert Eagle still in the lead. Desert Eagle are on boat number 5. That's with the yellow sail, just ahead of Glasgow Kiss on boat number 7. So still very much a fight there for 1st and 2nd place. But I think we need to keep an eye on jamming. Boat number 2, who have gone out to the right, they're slowly moving up. They're in 5th place now. So maybe, just maybe, they've seen something out on the right.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if it works. We can just see there now Desert Eagle and Glasgow Kiss going into their first exchange. We have Desert Eagle just tacking below Glasgow Kiss. So this was the first time they've really got back together since separating completely at that leeward gate. So yeah, really, really close now, but really well done to Glasgow Kiss, catching up. Great downwind, paid off. Good decision on the gate. And here they are right back into the mix and possibly going to take the lead very soon.
Yeah, they've got a lot more speed out of that tack as well. Unfortunately, it took Desert Eagle quite a while to get that top batten going through. And we can see there all of our boats are branded with our title sponsor, Dubai Duty Free, and then each boat has its own representation with Ribcraft, Cars, our CSM Live and DIMC. So it's great to have the support of all of our sponsors, especially our title sponsor, Dubai Duty Free, who hopefully we'll be chatting to a bit later. So here we go. No messages through yet from the race committee as to what's taking place, what thought process they're going through. I'm sure Roger and Nick are having chats. It looks there just on our track that Shades have jumped themselves up onto the course, but we are missing one of the boats reading, which is Desert Eagle. I think we'll probably hopefully get that back with that umpire there just sitting. I don't think there's anything to worry about at the moment, but if they come close to each other again, we might have some decisions to be made, Alan.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when we get it closer to the top mark. There is a bit of separation compared to the first mark rounding, so we should be okay, hopefully. But it's very obvious. We can see most boats are pretty much on port tack for this second upwind. Trying to keep the boats moving again is absolutely vital in this light stuff. But for sure, port tack is bringing them definitely closer to that mark, upwind mark.
Yeah, and as they're getting closer, I'm just keeping a sneaky little eye on Shades and Rascal, who are down to the right at the moment, but they're going okay, and they're pretty much at ley line. So they're going to tack over and then obviously be the starboard boat. So Glasgow Kiss and Desert Eagle are going to want to have a little bit of pace on to make sure they can tack and get around that mark before any upsets come in from the starboard side. I think they're absolutely fine as this is developing a little bit more, because I can't see that Rascal and Shades are able to tack yet. So I think what we're looking at here is Glasgow Kiss will be coming around in first, with Sports Boat World in number 5 in second.
Yeah, we've just got a couple of our boats for the parade of sail in the background there. I think they've probably got their engines on there, Alan. They're definitely moving a bit faster than our boat 5 and boat 7. Bless them. It's going to be a good one. So let's have a look at this mark rounding. We'll keep focused on what's taking place at the triangular mark here.
Yeah, here we go. Glasgow Kiss just in their final tack to turn that top mark. So it's still quite close between the first two boats. Desert Eagle not far behind at all here, so it'll be interesting to see on the downwind.
And it's a bit of a slow tack there from Desert Eagle, but if they can get the speed going, that's good. Nice, gentle rise of the spinnaker there. As we were talking about earlier, real small movements, don't want big movements, don't want to roll your boat too much. It's just going to stop them dead in the water, whereas we're going to keep going with... and they've put themselves into the bottom of the boat for boat number 7, Glasgow Kiss, so they've managed to take that lead and keep it. And then we've got Desert Eagle just coming out behind them, and as we see them hoist their spinnaker a little bit slower than Glasgow Kiss. They haven't quite got it up to the top of the mast. That's going to have a bit of effect, but they're heeling their boat really to leeward, so that means they're turning it, keeping the weight really down to the leeward side of the boat. Alan, what do you think about 4's chance here at Sports Boat World? They've managed to take back that...
Yeah, they've done really well. They had a really tough first upwind mark rounding, obviously having to dip most of the boats, most of the fleet, but they've managed to sail their way back through the fleet and sail a really, really good race, catching up. So they're turning mark number 1 now in 3rd place, which is really, really a great recovery. Looks like a very good hoist from them guys as well, keeping the boat moving.
Yeah, again, we're seeing a lot more of the teams bringing the jibs down onto the deck. You can just see Liam heading up to the bow there to bring the jib down onto the deck of the SB20, so they're not in way of the spinnaker, so they're keeping it flowing.
Just looking at the other boats here lined up on the starboard ley line, it's really, really important that you get that ley line call correct. If you have to do an extra tack, you're really going to slow the boat down quite a lot. So it's very important that they can get that ley line call correct.
Yeah, no, it's we saw it earlier on in the race before, where we had boats that came in on port, had to bear away, but ended up actually taking advantage of, 1, the tide, and 2, the positioning of the other boats as they were coming into the ley line, as you said. But Shade seemed to have tracked it well, and we've got Mina Rashid there, who've managed to keep themselves moving. Let's see if they can keep themselves moving through the tack. They are 4 up. They're a little bit heavier than some of the other crews, but they've managed to give themselves a nice bit of space, so they're not getting pushed onto that mark with the tide. As we look a bit further afield to be able to see whether what's happening here. So. That's what we've got. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Sometimes having 4 in the boat can be really useful. Is that 4th body, you can get them down to leeward and keep that kind of boat heel, and it kind of keeps the sails filled a little bit more. So it can be useful having that 4th person, and sometimes can actually become very much an advantage over what we would think of being as a disadvantage.
That's really interesting, Alan, how, because I was always thinking with the extra person, they're going to be thinking it's okay if the wind comes in, we've got it, but that's obviously using them to the best of your advantage and make sure they've got the optimal heel on the boat.
Yeah, typically we say, weight in the wrong place is negative, but weight in the right place can very much turn into a positive.
Well, hopefully no one's going to be getting thrown overboard just yet if they want to quickly ditch some weight. I mean, that would be very unsportingly and also against the rules.
There we go. Well, we've got Rascal there have just managed to slow down. They've not quite managed to make the mark yet. And we've got dosc.ae, who unfortunately just did a manoeuvre and have stopped dead in the water. Hopefully they'll get themselves back sorted with Shades, leading this little pack of boats with Shades, Mina Rashid, and I think that was, I've missed off who was the other boat in there that came round with them. I think that was Jamming.
We're just approaching, both approaching now the finish line. Glasgow Kiss and Desert Eagle. Interesting to see who gets the cross here. It's very, very close, I imagine.
Yeah, we just lost our track there, so it's going to be very much about what our race committee have to say when we get our updated live results.
We can see Glasgow Kiss here approaching the finish line. They're really sailing quite a lot deeper straight towards their finish line in comparison to Desert Eagle. So must have a little bit more speed, able to keep that kite filled and get as low as possible.
And we can just see Desert Eagle. They're going for a manoeuvre there. Looks like they're moving around a lot.
Moving around a huge amount,
Yeah, that's
and
fantastic.
just popping into the camera frame there now, we've got
Sports Boat World, I think now is,
Yes,
yeah,
they've
coming in.
really come up
They
through the
have.
fleet in this race.
Although
Very
this will be the first race they haven't won, so they'll see it as disappointing. Whereas I think a second or a third is very achievable, and they've got such a great lead on the overalls. But they're obviously great teamwork and really doing what they can. But look, they're still sailing forwards whilst Desert Eagle is still in that manoeuvre. So it's going to become super close between these two for second place.
Yeah, it looks like they're having a little bit of trouble with their kite, Desert Eagle, which is wrapped around the jib a little bit. But it looks like they've managed to get it sorted now. But again, very close from Sports Boat World. They might, if they can manage to get an early jibe in and make that pin end of the finish, this could be a very close call for second position.
I think we're going to have to watch this on the screen because our track unfortunately has lost Desert Eagle, so it's going to be very much nail biting. Here we go. Here's the dip.
Wow.
There's Sports Boat World and Desert Eagle. So from our angle on the screen definitely looked like Sports Boat World got that second place. So second place, Boat 4, Sports Boat World confirmed, and third place went to Desert Eagle. So well done to Sports Boat World for getting themselves back up the ladder. And now we've just got battle for fourth to eighth, which was quite close. So as we head over to see our next set of boats, we've got a starboard and a port boat taking place here, Alan.
Yeah, curious to see now if they dip behind. Tends to be this right-hand side looking downwind is being favourable. It definitely worked for Sports Boat World, so it'll be interesting to see for that fourth position finish slot if the boats outright can get in.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have to head to the track there to see. So they're all over in the same area on the course, and they're all jibed themselves onto port. Nobody's going to be taking the starboard rights just yet.
Yeah, it'd be really important now to that first boat to make that inside jibe, and hopefully they can get that ley line call correct and just about make the finish. And I'd say that's what will determine this fourth place finish.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go. We can just see there we've got the view of the committee boat and the pin, which is that orange cylinder, and we're just watching them as we come in.
Very close for this finish.
Absolutely. We're heading, just looking forward. Looks like shades a little bit nudge ahead of the boats behind them. So yeah, that's going to be a shades. They're going to take what looks like fourth place. Mina Rashid has managed to keep ahead of jamming, which is really good if they can keep that boat moving. Hopefully there's a little bit of wind. Doesn't hit jamming first, because that's always the problem, isn't it? If the wind is coming from that windward mark down the course, the boats at the back are going to get it before you get it, Alan.
That's typically what happens, yeah, because they're much further down, and the same for being stuck in the middle of the course as well. Typically the wind we see coming from the sides of the course, and the last place for that wind to enter would be the middle. So yeah, that's why you want boats out on the extreme sides. Typically in these light conditions tend to do well.
Yeah, and great there that we can see the umpires are also following, so it doesn't stop when even when the first and second boats finish, the umpires are still working there, so they're still watching to make sure there's no infringements taking place. It is a self-regulated or self-umpired racing usually, but when we're in this international level and we've got such close quarters, Alan, we do need to rely on some umpire decisions.
Absolutely, yeah, it's brilliant having the guys on the water, and it really, makes decisions much clearer, and they can see it one-to-one and make that decision. I think people are much happier about that.
Absolutely.
Here we go, the finish here, very close
Ooh,
again.
what have we got
Very,
here?
very
What have we
close.
got here? We've got double updates. We've got our live screen. Okay, so boat
Looks like
number one.
Mina Rashid, I'm not sure if they've managed to squeeze in a little bit late on the jibe, maybe.
Go. So information that we've got coming through here is that we had boat number 7 took first, boat number 4 took second, boat number 5 took third, boat number 1 took fourth, boat number 2 took fifth, and boat number 6 took fifth and then sixth. So they just missed out on Mina Rashid there. They'd worked hard, unfortunately they didn't manage to maintain that lead over the other boats. And then
Very close racing in this race 15 for sure. Very close between all the boats.
And go. And we've just got the last two boats coming in here with Rascal and the dosc.ae team. So I know that I shall be, and the team on dosc.ae will be a little bit frustrated, but they have never sailed together before, so I think they have to take the experience with that. But I can see here we've got a team waiting, I would say in the wings, but it's not. It's on the rocks with Helen. So over to you, Helen.
Well, I'm joined by Diego, Eduardo and Matteo from Super Bella, who are having a fantastic regatta. We got 2 firsts today.
Yeah, it was 2 firsts, was nice, was pretty tricky and light condition, but we were a bit lucky. Was good, nice start, and after all, Edo drive really well. And we had a fantastic race.
The crew deserve the most because I actually did some mistakes, but I managed to cover them. It's very, very patchy today. I'm getting quite shouted on board actually, but you know it's our style. So it's a great experience. The weather is not really helping us this year. I think they are really enjoying the event, and we are happy that so many sailors and club are visiting us once more. Hopefully, it's going to become bigger and bigger in the next years.
I think it is. Well, certainly everyone seems to be enjoying it. Now, can you talk to me a little bit about your incentive to get those wins today?
Okay, yeah, we shouldn't have told you about the inside. We had the first race won. So coming back on the rib, I said, guys, if we do another first, that I really was not counting on it, said I'm going to buy champagne. And they bloody did it. So now I got to pay tonight.
And
we are invited.
I mean, well, I think only the finest will do, right? We don't want anything under par. Matteo, what's it like with the 3 of you out on the boat? Have you sailed together for a long time?
Yeah, we are all from Rome, from Italy, and we know each other since a long time, since many years, but actually we can't remember if we ever sailing together. So it's our first experience together, but it works already very, very good.
Well, I think that's true of a few people, that lots of sailing experience and have known each other for many years, but great that you're coming together on the SP20. How did you get into sailing?
Oh, well, a long way. I started really young with the Opti, thanks to my father that just bring me in the water, and I started like I was 4 years, and then going on and on with the Olympic class and what else, and then here we are on SB20 here in Dubai. It's fine.
Here we are on the rocks, and I'm desperately trying not to fall over, which would make for great TV. How about you? When did you start sailing?
I started also pretty early, at 6-7 years old. Olympic classes, 470 a lot, then big boats, and then became bigger. So I started working. Unfortunately, now I'm catching back.
It gets to us all, doesn't it? And Matteo, how about you? When did you start sailing?
I started sailing very young, 6-7 years old. We keep sailing and we try to don't get a real job. Yeah.
I call them Jobs. And so obviously dinghy sailors, how does that help being able to manoeuvre out here? You have no instruments on board, so it's very much down to feel and communication amongst the team.
Yeah, it's more close to a dinghy, but it's still, a kind of keel boat, so it's just between the two words, and it's nice. The maneuver is like more like a big boat, but for the rest it's like a dinghy because you don't have nothing. You just feel the air and steer, nothing else.
And have you guys discussed as a team what you'd like to come away with here? Have you apart from having a great time, and obviously you've got some firsts under your belt, where would you like to, you're 4th overall at the moment, where would you like to see yourselves finish?
Other than the alcoholic position with the champagne, I think you mean. No, the first target, of course, is to try to enter in the finals. And then from there on, we are going to be a little bit more fashion and greedy. But for the moment, let's hope to get in the finals. But the level is very, very good. There are a lot of crews that are really very well prepared, both in interpreting the condition, maneuvering. You see that they have a big experience together. So it's not going to be easy, but let's raise the target so it will keep us committed, I would say.
Absolutely. There's a huge diverse mix of people here, and I know we were talking about when you started sailing, there's some young teams here as well. But Matteo, for you guys, what was your decision to go 3 up versus 4? Obviously, I think it might be good now for the crews that have gone 3 because it's so light. How did you decide for this configuration?
Eduardo called me last year too, but unfortunately I could not make it to come. So he said, okay, but next year you come. So at that time I get Diego involved. We decided together was the right guy to get. And actually there is also my girlfriend, which is registered and part of the team. But we look at the weather forecast, and unfortunately we said, sorry, it's light wind, so we're going 3.
It's gonna be a house discussion.
That would have been quite a hard discussion, and I'm sure conversations on the way home would have been had. But thank you so much for joining me, Team Superbella. Great seeing you out there, having some great racing, and shortly we'll be going out for race number 16.
And this was Nick's reaction.
Thank you all.
Okay, guys, so we're just reviewing back on our race, our previous race, which was race number 15, and we managed to get a couple of sound bites before they started. So as you can see, the wind's picking up a bit more, but our chief umpire Ewan McEwen had this to say earlier on to us.
So obviously in that race we had TLE, time limit expired. So the last 3 boats got their track position at the time of the expiry of the 5-minute limit. So they were awarded their places as the end of time.
So in reaction to that, we obviously then managed to just catch Nick before the race sequence started on the previous race. And thanks to Tharusha, our on-the-water roving reporter, she managed to grab this soundbite from Nick and his reaction to the wind conditions, which seem to be changing quite rapidly at the moment.
Hi, Becky. Weather, anywhere between 3 and 4 knots of breeze. Not having to do much mark shifting as the wind is fairly consistent. Excuse me. That was the 5 horns, the same we're getting ready to go into sequence. But yeah, we've not had to do much mark moving today, which has been good. However, the breeze has maintained anywhere between 3 and 4 knots of consistency would be the right word.
So there we go. We had the hooters in the background for getting the attention of the sailors. And we can just see on the camera now we've got Nick standing on the bow of the boat, and he is looking at the wind angle, he's looking at the strength, he's talking to his mark boat layers, discussing where we need to put the marks. And you can see also the race director is also very close to the boat. They're having good discussions, making sure that the course is even. So the aim is to try and put that top mark as close into the wind as possible, giving either side an advantage. However, the wind doesn't always play how we want it to play, so it does move around all the time. There you go, Nick's little contraption of a compass and a wind vane. But welcome back to the table, Alan, and welcome back to the table, Helen, in our little studio.
Thank you,
We're just going to talk through our 8 teams that are going to take us into flight number 6, race number 16. So, Alan, do you want to kick us off with the first 3 boats that we have on the water?
Yeah, so we've got boat number 1, we've got Flying Sharks. Boat number 2, we have Tara. And boat number 3, we have FF Wall U Team.
Excellent. And then we have boat number 4, we have Ragged Edge. Boat number 5 stays with Desert Eagle. And boat number 6 is Wolfhounds. And Helen, where do we see in our last 2 boats?
Well, making it slightly easier for us, we've got the last 2 the same as the last 2 on the last race. We've got Glasgow Kiss and Dosc Wow. Glasgow Kiss being on boat 7 and Dosc Wow, short for Dosc Women on Water, in boat number 8.
Okay, yeah, so just to confirm what we were visually seeing in the fact that they're moving the marks, we just got boat number 2 there, Team Tara. They are sat with their bow into the wind. What do you think they're doing there, Alan? Give us a talk down of why do you think they would be sitting there up to wind on that start line?
Yeah, they might be doing a couple of pre-start checks. So the breeze is obviously very shifty today. So one of the most useful checks is just simply sticking the boat directly up into the breeze and having a look at where that angle is in comparison to mark number 1. So if your bow is pointing a little bit left of that mark, typically you'd probably want to go out towards the left-hand side a bit or get yourself onto port nice and quickly.
Okay, I also got told about, I sail a lot on SB20s, I do a little bit of laser sailing, and every time I go out I go, what did they tell me again? So it's about lining up as well, trying to find a nice right angle or to see which end of the line is closer to the start mark. How else could you measure which end of the line you want to start?
Yeah, typically the easiest way that I find to do it is actually if you sail directly from the race committee boat to the pin end in a straight line, and if you set your mainsail correctly, and then you get to the pin and you tack around, and if the sail starts to flap, well, actually that means that the wind is very much to the right. So you preset your main sheet, sail all the way to the pin, do a tack around, and if you can't get back on the same angle, or well, coming back towards the race committee boat, if your sail starts to flap, that indicates the wind is to the right. And the opposite, where if you have to let the sail out more, would indicate that the wind is to the left. So it's a very easy and visual way when you're in the boat to actually see which end of the line is biased.
Fantastic. Well, Alan, could you please come and tell that in my ear and the next time I'm out racing on a radial?
Don't worry.
And my competitor, Eve Wycherley, is getting me, or Leone, is getting me on that sideline. I just heard 5 signals. That means that that's a warning signal. And there you can see on the committee boat with Bruno, that we don't talk about, is holding the 3-minute flag there.
It was always that point that I found lining up and doing the test runs just a bit boring. I'd rather have a sandwich. So I was never too far up on that start line, but I was having a very nice time. More of a leisure sailor, but still had occasional moments.
I hope there weren't any frangipans in those sandwiches.
No, but I did like having a flange out with me.
Brilliant.
And there we go, we can see one of our supporters and our sponsors, Ripcraft, and we got Dubai Duty Free, our main sponsor on the sales there. Sorry, we've got the giggles here, you'll have to bear with us. We've got 3 minutes,
9,
it's okay.
8,
now, you were asking
7,
about code words
6, 5, 4,
in terms of
3,
what we've got
together.
When we have to pull it together.
Alan's here and he's being sent.
I think our code word needs to be given.
Pink cylinder mark.
No, that's not going to work either.
So here we go, 2 minutes to our start, and most likely most teams have some sort of a strategy in place at this point. The breeze looks like we have a bit more breeze than what we've seen at the end of the previous race. So it looks a little bit more even across that upwind. So it'll be interesting to see where boats favour which end of the line and what their strategy is on that.
So far, we've very much seen the left-hand side has been playing, but it looks to me, do we think we've got a slightly bit more breeze out there than when we were for race 15?
Yeah, I think what's been happening is when the breeze is dying, that left shift typically decides to come in. But when we have the breeze building again, that pressure comes back onto the course, we kind of see that right-hand side being a bit more favoured. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see now with that pressure being up, will the competitors notice that and take advantage of that and what's been happening in the past.
So that's the 2-minute flag down now, and I can see on the committee boat there, they're displaying the pink cylinder flag. So obviously we've got 2 different windward marks out there. Is that because obviously when the wind's a little bit shifty, the committee boat are just they're just giving themselves a chance to have a couple of different windward marks?
Exactly. So it's quite shifty. Yesterday and today, we're getting about 30 degree
flange out there
angle of shifts. Basically happening, and it's really to allow the race committee boats to be able to change over races as quickly as possible and get the course in place quickly without having to physically go up and lift marks up and put marks back in. So it just gets that turnover and it really helps the race committee quite a lot. Here we go now. This is inside 20 seconds now before the start. Boats
10,
really starting to line up.
9,
It looks like
8,
race committee are
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
So here we have the start of race 16 of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta. A bit more wind out there, Alan.
Yeah, absolutely, more breeze. Quite a lot of boats, I guess, favouring the race committee end of the line. Boat number 5 though off Desert Eagle.
Desert Eagle number 5.
Number 5 off at the pin. So wonder if we'll see that left side coming in again. But again, with the start, it's really, really important. If you have a good start, you have a very good chance of having a good race in this stuff. Get the boat moving nice and early and get some separation, and you'll be very hard to catch.
Yeah, there's some dark patches on the water there, so a little bit of the afternoon breeze filling in, which is nice. So the yellow sail, which is Desert Eagle, is furthest over to the left. They are currently lying. It's very close to call in second with Flying Sharks, who have that blue sail, the number 2, sorry, the number 1 with the blue over to the right. So they're our current leaders, and number 2 there is Tara. So there's our top 3 very close. Not really much in it in now, and we see they're tacking over as Desert Eagle as they, well, we can see that it would be great if they could just head straight to the windward mark there that we can see on the other side of the course, but a lot to play, a lot can change in the second half of the beat.
I mean, what does 6 minutes, and we've just seen the end of one race, they've changed the course, and suddenly the wind has just picked up. We've gone from being at 0.7 knots to now we've got our lead boat sitting there at 5.1 knots. I mean, just crazy how it changes so quickly in Dubai, doesn't it, Alan?
It's quite a difference, really, compared to the 2 races, and not a lot of time between them. I think the biggest thing, it makes it really difficult for the race committee and Nick and his team to be able to get races off when there's such big shifts happening and big pressure difference happening across the course. But credit to those guys, they're really doing a splendid job.
Yeah, they've got to keep it fair as well, haven't they? We've got 24 teams out there, and we're obviously doing it in flight, so every 3 races, all 24 teams will have raced. So it is fair to get them across like that, but, obviously the ones that have just had quite light wind racing will be looking out there thinking, fancy a little bit more breeze.
Yeah, so we can just see there. Sorry, Alan, you go.
Yeah, looks like Desert Eagle, that boat first at the pin, getting out to the left-hand side, seems to be looking like they could be in the lead. I guess that left-hand side is still being a little bit more favoured, which it's typically been doing throughout the day.
We've got, I just pointed it out on track. We had boat number 4, which is Ragged Edge rigging, who they went right out to past the ley line for starboard, and they've tacked, which means they are right-of-way boats. So they've managed to cross FFV, they've managed to cross Wolfhounds, and it's going to be a close one with Team Tara and our Glasgow Kiss there as well, which they seem to have managed to do. It's going to be interesting. They've managed to force somebody else to tack. So that's boat number 2 has managed to tack, which is Team Tara. And we've got first boat coming up though, Desert Eagle. So they carried a lot of speed in their Team Tara, and Ragged Edge on boat number 4.
And here coming round the first windward mark is Desert Eagle with a nice lead there, as they've got up to that top mark much quicker than we're used to. It's great to see this sailing, and a beautiful set of their kite there. In hot pursuit is Tara on boat 2 and Ragged Edge on boat 4.
Yeah, they'll be
very
better.
Good hoists there, yeah.
Really good. They'll be much more pleased with that. Sorry, that is definitely not really good English, but we can have. I lost it a little bit earlier, so you'll have to excuse me.
A lot of talking today.
We've got Flying Sharks around in 4th position there now, not too far behind the leaders. Very close racing this race.
And we've still got Pippa on the spinnaker, so she's trimming the spinnaker on Ragged Edge there. We've got Matt Britton sitting down to leeward on the boat number 4, and we've got they're chasing down boat number 2 of Tara. I think they're going to try and go for it's going to all be about tactics. We're going to be looking out the boat, seeing where those wind lines are, where they're going to be taking advantage. There we go. Talk us through that boat number 8. That's
this
This
is a DOS Wow team going in for an early jibe. Good move from those guys, trying to, I suppose, make some gains. You've got to do something different. So a nice early jibe, and hopefully they can come back and maybe gain a place or 2.
That was really good manoeuvre as well, actually. So you saw them hoist the spinnaker to windward, but they let it fill, and then it popped right nicely onto leeward there. So that was a good call. So we've got 4, 2, and 5 here, heading down on port.
Very close. So it's Desert Eagle on number 5. We've got Tara on boat number 2 and Ragged Edge on boat number 4. So really close as they're coming down to that downwind gate between Desert Eagle and Tara. Now, of course, we saw Desert Eagle have a good race the last time, so they might be into the flow of things now. But they're not too far away from that windward gate. Things moving far quicker, much more the racing we're enjoying with those 12 to 15 minute races. And
we've got some flags flying, so let's keep an eye out. Yeah, so you saw that at the same time, didn't you, Alan?
Yeah, it looks like it possibly windward boat keeping clear. I'm not quite sure who was in the wrong with it, but yeah, in fairness to boat 2, Tara, getting the inside jibe, really good manoeuvre, nice and early, and it really took pretty much most of the wind out of Desert Eagle's sails, so nice catch-up. We'll see now with our umpires what the decision will be on that.
Yeah, there's not an umpire boat very close. I mean, maybe they were in a different position and we couldn't see them on the camera angle. So here we go, both on starboard. What's the call here now? Here we go. We've got Tara pushing Desert Eagle up to windward, and there we go. We've got another flag going. This is going to be interesting. Let's hold on this position here.
Yeah, so we've got coming down to the gate mark. So rule 18 going to apply. The inside boat should have room. So yeah, it's very close. So
a bit of wash to deal with there as well.
Yeah, and they've got to look. That was the umpires. Okay, we've got a red flag. So let's see. We'll see the result come through of who's been doing that on our chat in the moment. But it's going to be interesting to who. So we've had Tara turn left. Desert Eagle turn right. We've got Ragged Edge rigging. Let's get that spinnaker in, and hopefully they'll take some gains on whoever has had to do the penalty. So unfortunately, Tara's just stalled out a little bit as they came round the mark, but they've got themselves going again. And we've got boat number 3 there on FFV Youth. They've been quite quiet on this race. So over to you, Alan. What do we think is happening?
Ragged Edge got a really nice rounding there, so I'm in a really good position to catch up.
It looks to me like 5 there has just had to do some turns, their penalty turns, so that was Desert Eagle. So it looks like they just had to take that penalty from that downwind gate.
Let's see if our boats behind can take a little bit distance out of Desert Eagle. So we've got Team Tara disappeared off over to the right hand side, but they've tacked back. We've also got Glasgow Kiss who've gone over to the right. So this is interesting. They obviously came from quite far back before to take a win in their last race. So let's see what they're going to call for now. We've got close on their heels are the other teams. So it's good to see, apart from Flying Sharks who are a little bit behind there, it's good to see everybody a little bit closer on this race course.
Yeah, so I think Ragged Edge Racing definitely probably benefited the most out of that bottom gate with a bit of messing, I guess, with the first 2 boats. But then obviously both of them separating opposite ways. So Ragged Edge did really well getting around, getting the kite in early.
Yeah, so we can just see interview Ragged Edge and Desert Eagle on 4 and 5 there. So Ragged Edge are to windward of Desert Eagle. Does that mean that they are ahead, Alan, or are they behind?
Yeah, from this angle it looks like Ragged Edge are leading. They've just gone for attack now as well, so I imagine they're relatively close to the port ley line here.
Okay,
but typically when you get out in front, you want
to
protect yourself and your position. You want to try and keep yourself between the fleet and the mark very much, as much as possible. Sounds simple, but it's not that easy to do. But
yeah, and we just got a wider shot there. So as we've got Desert Eagle tacking onto the port lane line. On our track, they're actually sitting above the ley line, but obviously that depends. We've got Glasgow Kiss. They, as we said, they went to the right-hand side, so we're going to be seeing a cross probably between Glasgow Kiss on boat number 7 and probably Team Tara and Ragged Edge. Track has Ragged Edge rigging in the lead now, so they've done a really good job on this windward mark. It's obviously great teamwork and communication going on between the three crew members on Ragged Edge. So it'll be interesting to see whether Desert Eagle have overstood and they're going to put their bow down a bit and go for speed, or they're just going to go for the mark.
Yeah, I think Desert Eagle, they're really sailing a bit of extra distance there if they're over the ley line, whereas Ragged Edge is really benefiting that being under the ley line, keeping some options open, and also by the looks of it, it looks like that left-hand side is still being favoured in this race.
And we're just having a look to see. We've got boat number 3 crossing behind. So FFV Youth, they haven't had. They're still in front of our boat number 6 Wolfhounds there, and they've tacked onto the port ley line in front of our boat number 6 of Wolfhounds. There we go, that's attack and round the mark for Ragged Edge. Let's hope that they can keep that first place ahead of Desert Eagle. Desert Eagle have had to bear away to go down behind. Glasgow Kiss made the right call to go right, so it was a full left or a full right, I think is the option.
Again, with it being so light, trying to avoid that middle section of the course where there's less breeze, I think is really paying off.
Yeah, and as we saw for those sailors not here, you have a right of way. If the wind is coming across the starboard side of your boat, which is the right-hand side of the boat, you have to give way to the boat coming. You get rights over the boat on port. I'm just going to quickly play our umpire call on the previous call at the leeward mark between Desert Eagle and Team Tara.
Leeward gate incident, unfortunately I can't remember the numbers, but the 2 boats were coming in on port jibe, sailing outside the zone of the leeward marks. Both boats jibed on starboard, still outside the zone. The boat that was now on the leeward side luffed, gave plenty of room to the inside boat before they reached the zone. The inside boat, as windward boat, did not keep clear because the outside leeward boat had to take avoiding action they then entered the zone. Penalty on the windward boat for not keeping clear. That's it.
Great, so that was from our umpire, Jack Fenwick there. I hope everybody managed to hear that. We didn't get to hear it on our little earpieces, but I hope that went out live to everybody. So let's have a look. We are heading out. We've got another red flag. So I think that was for pole out too early. There's no other boats around. That's the only call that you would have a red flag for coming round that top mark, Alan.
Yeah, most likely it's the pole out a little bit too early. They were probably just a little bit too eager, and maybe communication just failed slightly. But yeah, small mistake.
Yeah, so hopefully we're going to get down to see the finish line where we've got Ragged Edge Rigging, Glasgow Kiss and Desert Eagle all vying for that first spot. So it's very close. It's about 20 metres between them. So there we can see Team Tara. Sorry, I missed Tara out there. Where they've dropped off our tracker, so that's my mistake there.
Here we go on port, Ragged Edge Racing coming across boat number 4. Going to be relatively close for the finish. They are going for kind of middle of the line, middle pin. So you'll probably see them now taking a big dip down to get through the line. And it looks like that's them after.
There we go. Yeah, you can see Matt
place.
standing up on the bow there to get the kite down. So well done to Ragged Edge Rigging. They managed to take, or Ragged Edge Racing, sorry, to manage to take the bullet. And here comes Team Tara, and they're going to be battling against Glasgow Kiss. Boat 5 Desert Eagle. Sorry. So this is close. We're going to get a live update of our results as they come through. So boat 4 finished, boat 2 was second, boat 5 was third of Desert Eagle. Boats, let's have a look as we come through. Boat number 7 in 4th. And we have a kite down already on the pink boat, and boat number 3 of FFV Youth taking that 5th position. So let's just a reminder, that was boat 4 in first Ragged Edge Racing, boat number 2 of Team Tara, and then we have boat number 5 of Desert Eagle, boat number 7 of Glasgow Kiss, and boat number 3 of FFV Youth. So good race. We've still got a little bit of a race going on at the back. We've still got 3 boats to finish, and you know what? Flying Sharks, dosc, Wow and Wolfhounds, they're all vying. I know it's at the back, Alan, but they definitely want to be trying to get those points up there, and I do hope dosc Wow manage to get and sneak themselves in front of the Flying Sharks as we go looking at the finish line for the last lot of boats coming in to finish.
Yeah, here we go, coming into the finish there now.
Brilliant.
We've got Flying Sharks, looks to be just a little bit ahead of our Wolfhounds.
But we've got dosc Wow coming in somewhere on their tracker.
Yeah, we should
can't
see dosc
quite
Wow.
see them at the moment.
Here they are coming.
Oh yeah, they're
in
just
from the
hiding
other
behind
side.
us.
They
Are
might
they going to
be
get
very
that committee
close.
boat? No, I think that is... Oh, they've chosen to dip. Whether they got there, I don't know.
Looks like, yeah, it was very close between Wolfhounds and dosc Wow.
So boat number 1 finished the 6th. Boat number 8 finished 7th. Yeah, so they got a 7th, and therefore that means, unfortunately for Wolfhounds, they finished 8th. So we've just got another little soundbite from Ewan McEwen for an incident that happened. Boat 6 tacked inside the zone, meaning that they had a penalty. So that was Wolfhounds tacking inside the penalty. So we're just going to go, which meant it caused boat 8 to sail above their course, so they were given a penalty. So we're just going to head to our soundbite with Ewan McEwen and to hear what the call was from then.
Okay, umpire 2 at the top mark. Boat number 6 tacked inside the zone and caused boat 8 to sail above close haul course. Penalty.
Thank you very much there, Ewan, giving us a lowdown on what that penalty was for. So we've just finished race number 16 of flight number 6. We're going to be moving into race number 17 of flight number 6. So I'm just going to give you a quick rundown of the boats that will be changing over at the moment. So it looks like, as I look across my race schedule, which is available on the Dubai Offshore Sailing Club website, we have in boat number 1, we have Sports Boat World. We have boat number 2, Yala Shamal. For boat number 3, dosc Youth. We have boat boat number 4 with VJ Holland. We have boat number 5 with the Jeddah Yacht Club. We have boat number 6 with Mina Rashid, boat number 7 with Jamming, and boat number 8 with Impy. So we've got a mixture of international and local teams going for race number 17 of flight number 6. We're starting to see the sun's starting to set a little bit, but it's okay. We've got breeze, and I know they're going to push through and try and get as many races as they can possibly. As we see the parade of sail disappearing down into the horizon down the coast of Dubai and celebrating the 51st National Day of the UAE. So I'm just getting a signal that Helen's ready to do an interview with one of our UAE Dow sailors over on the rocks with a beautiful backdrop of the Dubai skyline.
Well, of course, today we have been celebrating because it's the United Arab Emirates National Day. And tomorrow we've got some Dow racing, and I'm joined by Ahmed and Adil, and very experienced sailors. But I would like to just come to you first, Ahmed, and hear a little bit about, because this morning when I started, I was in a Dow. I know there was no way I could go sailing, but it's a fantastic boat. Tell me a bit about it, and tomorrow is your last race in it as a youth.
Yes, first of all, my name is Ahmed Al Hamadi. I'm a sailor representing UAE on the laser sailing, and tomorrow we are going to represent dosc club on the 22 feet race of the Dow on 3rd of December, and this race it's to participate the heritage and cut please.
Well, it's a very important day, and as for you, it's important because it's celebrating, but it's also your last day as a youth. Adil, what does National Day mean to you?
National Day, it means a lot of things for us. It's 51 years for UAE right now. You're standing in a beautiful place and a really nice coastline. We are in dosc. You have a really nice, beautiful event behind us. And tomorrow is a big day of Dow sailing. It's our heritage. We have 3 categories. You have 60, 34, and 22 feet. And celebrating the heritage of UAE. In old days, they used to go with the Dows trading in UAE, from UAE to India, UAE to GCC, pearl diving, and today they are racing to hoist this event, to be here, to see everything, how it's looking like today. It's a great thing.
I couldn't agree more. It's brilliant to have it. It's very diverse here, and that's all part of the celebration. You've been sailing since you were very young on a Dow. I know you're also a laser sailor, but let's talk about your Dow experience, because you were very small when you started.
First of all, when I started on the Dow, I was on the low ranking. It's to take the water from the boat and to throw it, and from this level we start to learn until we are now a skipper of a boat. And we are joining between the Dows and the laser sailing because we learn the tactics and techniques from the modern sailing, and we are used to it to the Dow race.
But it is hard, isn't it? Because you went laser sailing after Dow sailing, so it's quite difficult to go from the Dow to the laser. But also, just quickly, I've talked to you about your experience. You went to the Olympics in Beijing in the laser, and also you've done 2 Volvo Ocean races. So very, very experienced sailor across quite a variety.
Hopefully, thanks of all for UAE to give me a chance to do it. And I tried hard in my life, and to see all young sailors to promote sailing in UAE, to go to modern sailing, it's a great job, you know. It's a very hard job to do it, and I'm here to help everyone to stand in a really nice place, nice coastline, nice club, full of members, happy people around you, and I think so the future is going to be bright for UAE.
I couldn't agree more. And we've also got happy sounds from children playing behind us as we go out to race 17.
And welcome back to race number, race number 17 of flight number 6. We are into our 1 minute to go to the start. We keep listening in to the race committee. They're announcing it for us as we get ready for a countdown. So, Alan, we should be able to see, we're live on screen. Better smile. We're going to be live on screen shortly with the boats lining up for the start line. So we're looking at Sports Boat World in boat 1, Yalla Shmal in boat 2, Dosc Youth in boat 3, 3, VJ Holland in boat 4, JYC in boat 5, boat 6 is Mina Rashid, and Jamming in 7 and Impy in 8. So we are going to hopefully cross over to our live broadcast on the water. Here we go. We've got an pink cylinder that they're going to go for, and we're going to be seeing them as they line up. We've got the bow there of boat number 5, Alan, and talk us through the start.
Yeah, here we go. A lot of boats lined up in the race committee boat. Big bunch up.
3, 2, 1. All clear.
That's interesting. So we just heard a second hooter. So as they were counting down,
we had an all clear from the race officer, I believe. It was a big bunch up on the race committee boat, but it looks like everybody's got away.
Okay, we had 2 boats down here a bit further away, so 4 and 8 were down closer to the pin. That's the other mark. So that was Team Impy and VJ Holland. And we're just on camera with them at the moment. So both of our local teams here, both Dutch teams, one local, one not local. So maybe there's a little bit of rivalry going on there, Helen, I think, with that. Sorry, just jump you in the hot seat there.
No, that's great. That's the best way to be. So looking at race number 17 here, it was great to go and speak and hear a little bit about tomorrow's Dow racing. But back to today's race, we've got VJ Holland looking. So it looks to me, Alan, like the left-hand side is still paying, because looking at boat number 4, VJ Holland, they're furthest out to the left. And it's nice to see boats sailing about 4 knots now.
Yeah, you can pretty much see out of the 8 boats, I think 6 of them are pretty much on starboard heading out to that left-hand side, which what we've seen the last 2-3 races, that left side's been really paying. There is 2 boats after breaking off heading out right.
No, we've got Sports Boat World, who is heading out. They are further right. They're just tacking under the ley line on track, and then we've got Yala Shamal as well. So they stuck a little bit, but I think they were caught in the bunch and they had to tack off. They had to make that decision. Maybe it wasn't what they wanted to do, but that is what they had to do. So, we got some boat on boat. Sorry, we paused and then we both started again at the same time. You go, Alan.
Yeah, a lot of boats now starting to line up on that port ley line. Interesting to see if Sports Boat World is going to play a big effect with them being on starboard, and see how that goes.
All of those boats are choosing to go for port, so I wonder whether, as we've talked about, it's definitely the ley line to go for. It does mean that your positioning isn't great. Oh, there we go. We've just had a little bit of a bear away there from the boat at the back. I think that was a dosc.ae boat. I hope there's nothing on. They seem to have lost concentration a little bit, unless we can see there's going to be a boat on starboard coming through. I don't think so. They're just bow down there, heading away from the wind a bit more, not pointing so well. But as we zone in on boat number 7 and
jamming,
boat number 4.
I think it is. Yeah, they're doing really well, getting lifted right up to that Mark 1. So they're in a very good position, I'd say.
Just keeping our eyes slightly. We can't see them on screen just yet, but Sports Boat World is coming in hot on the right. They are on starboard. I don't think they're going to cause any issues for our front runners, but they might start to cause a bit of an issue for Impy. And Impy is on boat number 8 today.
That's really interesting there. Sorry, Helen. I'm just looking at, so you've got Jam in there, who have been what we call lifted. So they've been pointing really high at that pink mark, and they've managed to break away and get around the mark first. But the 2 boats that were behind them were really effective, and you could just see this massive gap building where they ended up pointing their bow away from the wind, Alan.
Yeah, it looks like Jamming just got themselves into almost a different band of breeze altogether. Whereas, the other boats that were just slightly lower, maybe being affected by jamming, just couldn't quite get the same angle.
Yeah, so it's all going to be about the manoeuvres there. We just saw, just coming into screen, you can just see the top of an RS Fever. We've got some exciting racing taking place tomorrow with some of our younger sailors. We've got a little mini Fever Regatta taking place tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. So hopefully that breeze that we had this morning will be there as well. So popping in and out. They're not racing today, but they will be racing tomorrow, Alan.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're looking forward to it. Hopefully we've got breeze, as you say, but it should be really good.
Got Yala Shamal there taking an early jibe. What do you think? And they've got their kite stuck. That's going to be frustrating on board there. I know there's going to be some harsh words, loud ones coming from a couple of people on that boat, but hopefully they'll get that sorted, get it down, get it away, and rehoist it, I think, is the only option there. So we've got boat number 7, is that, am I correct, leading? Yeah, so Jamming is still leading. Let's have a look at our track. We've got...
second place, I see we've got Mina Rashid, is that right?
Yeah, Mina Rashid, yeah, they've just popped up with their red purple top to their boat. Oh my goodness me, I'm confusing myself with numbers and colours again. So they are on boat 6 with the red top, and then we've got Impy with the green sitting in 3rd. And it's great having track on the screen here in front of us, because it means we can see where they're there. We've got Yala Shamal, they disappeared over. They are still working away. They've obviously got that kite sorted and are trucking along again at 4.7 knots, driving themselves up to 5 knots. But we've got some 6 knots there coming from Mina Rashid, so they've obviously got a good breeze out there, Alan.
Yeah, I think they're sailing a slightly higher angle than the likes of Jamming, who's just in front of them, so that's probably why they're getting a little bit more speed. But it's very much a balance of, do you go for speed, sailing a little bit higher, or do you try and track your way down towards your gate marks? Getting that balance right is very difficult.
Okay,
here we are getting into the gate marks now.
Yeah, we're going to be watching as we're coming down to the leeward mark. So we've got Jamming there, getting their kite down. They're going for that left-hand mark. They've gotten their kite into the bag. No porcupines today. We didn't have any yesterday. Luckily, none have snuck in there today. And then we've got boat number 6 there of Mina Rashid just getting their kite down. Hopefully, they're going to go for a clean drop. They've got a windward drop, so they're pulling it to the side where the wind pushes over. Little bit more difficult to get it round, but they've got a scoop in. They've got 4 on board, so those extra hands, octopus arms, should be driving it down. And then we've got boat number 8 here, Impy. They've chosen right-hand side of the mark, or left-hand side of the course, Alan.
Yeah, really interesting, considering that the left-hand side has been working pretty much every upwind, but maybe we can't see it from here, but there possibly is a right-hand shift or maybe some more breeze that they can see out that right-hand side.
A lot closer, so boat number 1, where we go, Sports Boat World, snuck in there quietly. We haven't mentioned them much. They're not having a great race on this one on boat number 1.
Yeah, I think they had just a bit of a difficult start, and they were forced kind of to get out to that right-hand side. But let's see if they...
We've seen them pick people off before, haven't we? They're a really good crew on board, and as we just say that, they're boat number 1 there. They're going for that tack, heading off, well, towards the middle now, but over towards the right-hand side.
Yeah. Getting themselves out of the dirty air of boat number 8, which was Impy. I think they were just being affected by Impy in front of them. So it's like running along and throwing nails on the ground in front of somebody if you were driving along behind them. It just slows you down so much. So got boat number 7 there, Jamming. They're looking like they're clear ahead there, with about 50 metres between them and Mina Rashid. But Mina Rashid took the same side of the course, the right-hand side of the course, as Jamming, and they're both on the same tack now. But I think they're probably going to head for that left ley line. What do you think there, Alan?
Yeah, there was probably a right shift on that bottom gate, or maybe they favoured it was a little bit closer. So they went out to that right side nice and early, and then just to kind of consolidate themselves, get back over and protect that left-hand side again. That has been working throughout the day.
Fantastic. So we'll just talk through who we've got on board again. So we've got some couple of female helms taking on the guys with Yala Shamal and the dosc.ae team. They're 2 of our female helms that are vying for the top female helm trophy there, as well as a mixture of local and non-local. JYC not having a great race, unfortunately. They're out the back a little bit, but they're vying with dosc.ae. So 7 and 8 is all to play for. It's not always about where you come up higher up. There is also the lower down positions to vie for consistency.
Yeah, interesting to see Impy here. Really got some great boat speed, nearly touching 5 knots on our track app at the minute. So they are going really, really well.
Nearly as well as Jamming here, who are already at the top mark for the 2nd time, so they're just going to go around this and head downwind to that finish. Really, really impressive sailing from them, as they've got no one around them to worry about, and they're just approaching this windward mark before they get the pole out, kite out and head home.
Yeah, and they are the same team, I believe, that raced last year. So they had a disastrous final, which wasn't very good. They ended up sailing to the wrong mark, but hopefully that won't happen again this year. I know that John Marco didn't live it down for a while, but I think they probably actually got a different bowman. I don't think because of the incident last year. I think that's just he wasn't available to sail this year.
Other bowmen are available.
Oh, that's such a shame. It's booting him off to get somebody else. But over to you, Alan.
Looks like Impy's after getting 2nd place there, just overtaking Mina Rashid on that 2nd upwind.
Wow, that's...
Also got VJ Holland after coming in. It looks like they'll take 3rd around this mark.
That's a good run by, or a good upwind leg there by Team Impey. Let's watch them as they come round. Pole goes out, spinnaker goes up. It's got to stuck a little bit. They need to keep it up, get it going and fly. So what is going to be the decision of boat number 4 there? What are they going to do? Are they going to stick with them, or are they going to jibe off? As Mina Rashid come round the same, are they going to jibe off, or are they going to stick on to that left-hand side with Sports Boat World? They're definitely closer. As we said, you can't rule them out just yet.
Yeah, well, they've already picked up a place since the bottom gate. I think they turned in around 5th position, picked a place up on that second upwind, and if they can get another 1 or 2 places downwind, they've sailed a brilliant race once again.
Yeah, no, that's good. We can just see there boat number 1, Sports Boat World, got the kite up a little bit slower than Mina Rashid and boat number 8 and boat number 4. I think we're still going to see a race for that next position between 4, 8 and our guys on the Mina Rashid boat.
Yeah, absolutely. I think between those 3 boats, it's really about the boats at the back getting an earlier jibe in, getting that inside jibe and trying to take that breeze from them. And then for Impey, who's a little bit out in front at the moment, they need to get the timing right on that jibe also to try and avoid some dirty air.
Nice here for Jamming, who have had a lovely race. I'm sure they'll be celebrating very much on board as they take the win for race 17 in our flight 6 here. They're just making sure they've got the sail in order, but I'm sure they'll be celebrating. And here comes a bit of a battle for second place. Number 8 there, we're looking at Impey, and just the other side is VJ Holland. As we see, great shot to see them all flying down towards the finish line.
Yeah, let's hope they can keep those distances there as we track round to so we can get the committee boat interview, so we can see as they're going to go. It's going to be close. It is definitely going to be close. Who are you calling your money on?
Yeah, this is very close. It looks like boat number 4 is that VJ Holland has got a slightly better angle to the finish. So it'll be interesting to see if they can just dip down. It looks like they managed to get that inside jibe before Impey. So it's going to be very close, as I say.
Yeah, I think from our angle, that's boat number 4 with VJ Holland. It's now going to be between Impey and Mina Rashid, I think, by the looks of it. Again, Impey took the next position, and we're just getting the update on the scores there here from our team on the committee boat. It's great to have these live updates coming through to us so we can give you the on-water action as it's taking place. Sports Boat World, not their best result. I think they're going to be a bit frustrated with that, but can always bounce back. So let's have a look. We have on our records, we have boat number 7 finished first, so that was Jamming. They were in a clear leaders there. Boat number 4 with VJ Holland finishing 2nd. Boat number 8 of Impey finishing 3rd. Boat number 6 of Mina Rashid finishing 4th. Great result for them. Boat number 1, Sports Boat World, finishing 5th, as we've got our last few boats coming down. Yala Shamal, Dosc Youth and our JYC. So I can smell a lovely smell of coffee there. I think we're going to take probably a couple of moments break, but as always, we have to thank our amazing title sponsors, Dubai Duty Free, for their amazing setup here, the spectator area, the Sailors Village. We'll be celebrating in our Sailors Party this evening, enjoying the UAE National Day festivities for 51 years, as well as our sponsors, Cars, CSM Live, Ribcraft DMC, and we're supported by the Dubai Sports Council, Ragged Edge Rigging, UAE Sailing and Rowing Federation, SB20 UAE, Shiseido. But again, thank you to Dubai Duty Free, and as we start rolling into our next few races for the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta, and we'll be back with you with the live water action very shortly.
welcome back. And I'm with quite a giddy Glasgow Kiss here. It's great that I'm being... Don't go all serious on me now. They've been mucking around and joking around. It's quite difficult where we're standing on the rocks here, and I'm trying desperately not to fall down. But anyway, how's your regatta going?
Fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. Couldn't be better. We're here enjoying the sunshine, sailing, seeing lots of friends.
Are you talking about us?
Yeah, absolutely. Or you guys too. We're here. No, we're having a brilliant time. Absolutely perfect. The conditions are nice. Everything is perfect. But I think you better ask those guys.
That might need a slight team talk before we started rolling. But you won last year. I know Glasgow Kiss won last year, but there was only one team member on board, so no pressure, lads.
Yes. Well, thanks for that. Yeah. I mean, was that an actual question? Because I wasn't feeling pressure right up until the moment you said that, and now it feels like it's come crushing me down.
I aim to please.
Yeah. Well, we'll try and rise to the challenge. Hopefully we're not dragging him down too much.
Be perfect. Actually, one of my team members from last year enjoyed it so much he decided to bring his own team this year.
Oh, who's that?
Team Gellert, James Howells. Yes. Yeah, one to watch out for. Those guys are pretty sharp. So.
How are you doing against Team Gellert right now?
We're neck and neck, actually. We're maybe 1 or 2 points ahead of them. So, yeah, all good for a good fight.
But I can tell you guys get on, just for the few moments we've been standing here. What's teamwork like on board? What's communication like on board?
Well, it's really good from Niels. The rest of us sit back and listen. And then he says, talk to me, come on. What's the pressure? And then we give him some feedback. But it's good. I mean, we don't fight. We have a good time and we laugh at the end of the day. So it's been really good, yeah.
That's exactly what we want to hear. And what's racing, other than light, what's it been like out there? Pretty tiring conditions?
Yeah, I think so. And the light air, I mean, with sailing, you have to be prepared for any kind of conditions. But definitely the light, even though perhaps it's not so physical, on a focus basis, I think it's very challenging. The focus is you have to be super sharp all the time. You miss one thing and you can go from first to 8th. Very simple. So it has been challenging, that's for sure.
Yeah, we've certainly seen quite a lot of shifts. It was definitely favoured on the right this morning, and then it definitely went left. How have your calls been? So have you been making the calls, Steve?
Only the good ones.
Get that one in.
The ley lines are still a bit of a mystery to me. I kind of get to somewhere near it and then go, do you want to take a look? So having Niels back me up on that is quite handy. But sometimes you get it right, sometimes you sort of don't. So we're just on balance. If we knock him more than we don't, then that's all good with me.
I would say, it doesn't matter whether you get the calls right or wrong. We're having a great day. Just a great day.
Hey, we don't know what the calls were. For anything that happens, it could have been absolutely what you wanted to do. Sailing together, how much have you sailed together?
0.
Well, that is not true.
That's almost 0.
But we are counting in minutes, not hours.
We did have a practice day on the Wednesday, so if you count that, then yes, we've had a day together.
Greedy, all that time together. How are you enjoying the event here, the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta?
Absolutely wonderful. Last year, obviously, they were the first edition, absolutely perfect. This year, equally good, if not better. So just enjoying it.
Brilliant. Well, sorry to interrupt. We were thrilled to have you, but we've got race 18 shortly starting behind us, so I'm sure you'll have a keen eye on your competitors. But thank you so much for joining us at Glasgow Kiss.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Our final race of the flight number 6, race number 18. We are counting down to the start. We've got lots of boats wiggling around, and we're going to hear the countdown very shortly from our committee boat, as we hope to see the pin end of the mark as well, not just our flags. We need to be able to see our boats.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And that is our start. On we go. We've got a false start there, so we just need to see who's coming back. There we go, as we go to race number 18, flight number 6. Alan, who did we just see coming back there? That was a purple top, so it was a boat number 2, maybe NBS there?
Yeah, I didn't quite catch it, but yeah, individual recall flag did go up, so there is somebody over the line.
I think it was actually boat number 4, sorry, I think it was Rascal that was over. Boat 2's there, boat number 7.
Peter,
right, here we go, here's our live update. We had boat number 7 of Gellert. We had boat number 5 of Super Bella, boat number 4 Rascal, and boat number 2 NBS. Wow, that is a lot of boats to be OCS. That's going to give Supersonic on boat number 1, Annabelle on boat number 3, Shades on boat number 6, and boat number 8 Musketeers. An advantage there, Alan.
Yeah, I did see 2 or 3 boats going back, but I'm not quite sure if all 4 of those boats did come back. So, yeah, definitely gives the guys who managed to stay under the line a huge advantage, considering half the fleet was over.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. We were just on board there with boat number 1, that's Supersonic. So they were tacking on from starboard onto port. They've had to duck down behind the Musketeers, who are a fast boat. We need to watch out for them. They've had a great few races over the course of this regatta. They are currently sitting, as we just refresh our details, so they're a little bit, they are sitting up at first with an average, with a 2 for flight 1, a 1 for flight 2, a 3 for flight, a 2 for flight 3, 2 for flight 4, and a 2 for flight 5. So as we hit into flight 6, they are averaging 1.8. So a little bit confusing to begin with, but I think once the details of this last race, race 18, we'll get an update on where they'll be sitting overall, Helen.
Of course, this is race 18 will be rounding off flight 6. So every flight we have 3 races, which sees all 24 teams complete at least 1 race. So of course it would be unfair to have any of the results coming through before everyone's finished. So some of them are provisional, but Musketeers I spoke to earlier, Alan, they're super relaxed. Husband and wife team really enjoying themselves here, and I think it's paying off showing out on the water.
Yeah, sometimes it's the best approach, you know, in these light and tricky conditions, to be nice and relaxed. It tends to work out well.
So Musketeers are on boat number 8, which has got the green sail. But super close with Supersonic, who are on boat number 1 with the blue sail. So as they're just heading towards this top windward mark, and that is who's that boat? Oh, I just can't quite see their sail number there.
The Rascal, possibly.
Rascal, yeah.
Number 4,
is it? 4?
Yeah, we've seen earlier on Supersonic, boat number 1, tacking off early and taking a big duck. Clearly they knew there was quite a big left shift, because they've actually resulted in they're very close to the ley line in this mark number 1. So they've managed to judge that perfectly by the looks of it.
So I just sitting down in the studio as we were starting. Is it look like the right hand's paying?
Yeah, I mean a lot of boats, did go left again, but it looks like the right-hand side has actually paid off this time around. We had a bit of a right shift, and we can see everyone lined up on the starboard ley line. So that does give us an indication that maybe that right-hand side is a little bit more favourable.
Not a great hoist there for Musketeers, our leaders with boat 8. They've got that hourglass. They really need to shake that out. They don't want to lose any of their gains they've made, because hot on their heels is Supersonic, who had a nice clean mark rounding. As we look now at Shades on boat number 6. So nice and close at the top, nice to have a bit more breeze. They're sort of sailing roughly average speeds about 4 knots. So much quicker racing as we look now at Rascal coming around.
Really good to see this time the fleet are splitting off a little bit earlier than what we've seen before, so not so much of procession this time. Boats definitely getting an early jibe in and breaking off. Possibly an indication that the right-hand side was definitely more favourable, and they're still on the downwind trying to get back out to that good side, maybe with a bit more breeze.
I can see on the far side of the screen that NBS with number 2 on the top of their sail. They're taking quite a different course at the moment. They've gone far over the other side. I'm not sure whether they had to just manoeuvre around everyone. You just see on the right-hand side of the screen there's something, I believe,
it looks like they might be having a bit of an issue. They might have been called back for being OC. They might have been one of the boats. Were they OCS?
Which boat?
Yes, boat number 2.
So
only boat not to return. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so they've been pulled out of the race. So that makes sense.
Here we are looking at boat number 7, Gillette. I was just talking to Glasgow Kiss, and these guys, some of them were on board with the winning boat with Glasgow Kiss this year, and they're neck and neck. So I'm sure it won't be too disappointing for them to see them not having their finest race, but we're still early on in the regatta and still lots to play for. So there we have our Musketeers, our current, they were leading at the top of the mark. They've just gone for a jibe, but it looks like they've lost a few places to Supersonic, Shades, Rascal and Annabelle. So I wonder what has happened on that downwind leg for Musketeers.
Yeah, we can see here Supersonic sailing really, really well downwind, managed to get some separation in the fleet, sailing really, really low. And then following them is a boat number 4. Is it Rascal? It looks like they're coming in second.
Yeah, so there's been a really good downwind leg there from Supersonic. I've just remembered Musketeers at the top. Remember, they had that issue with their spinnaker. They had an hourglass, they just couldn't get out. So that's obviously massively paid. That's hit them hard, because they came round in first, and now or they'll be lucky to hold on to fourth with the speed that Annabelle's coming in as well.
Yeah, this is a good view here where we're going to be able to see the boats as they come in and come around the marks as to which way we go. We've got boat 1 and boat 6 choosing, so obviously that's Supersonic and Shades choosing to go around the left-hand side, right side course. We've got boat number 8, I think that is Musketeers, doing the same, as well as boat number 4 of Rascals. They've just managed to lose out, whereas then you've got 3 of Annabelle choosing to go to the opposite side. Why do you think that is, Alan?
Yeah, they're the first boat now to separate. I think it's very much, it's very hard to pass people out by following them. So I think they want to try to do something different, get out to the other side of the course, and hopefully pick up a place or two on that second upwind. Did have a bit of an issue getting that kite down on the manoeuvre, but hopefully they look to be going okay now.
And here's boat number 7 just coming into view. That's Gellert. They're bringing up the rear, but I think they're not to be counted out yet. They can pick off some places to get themselves higher up. So as we can come into view, we've got boat number 3 there. That's Annabelle with boat number 1, Supersonic, in the back. So the top 3 originally were 3 local teams who race against each other regularly. They were vying with Shades, Supersonic, and Rascal, but it's all changed.
Yeah, Supersonic looks to be in really good control of the fleet, positioning themselves nicely between the mark and its closest competitors, so very much in control of this race.
So our track here that you can follow online either through the website, or you can download the app through your chosen app store. Application store is showing that Supersonic is about 44 metres ahead of our Musketeers team. They are on starboard, and with their track, they're looking like they're actually being lifted slightly. But it could be a little bit of a delay. They might just have a little bit of more wind, a nice little lift there. We can definitely see boat number 3's bow is a little bit higher, but they are slower.
Keep an eye on Musketeers as well. Obviously, they were leading around that top mark. They had their issues, but they're number 8 there. They've moved up into 2nd place. I think they rounded in 4th or 5th, that bottom gate. So they did say to me that they're really struggling to get good starts, but they're having really successful races. So obviously everyone always says you want to have good starts, but they're obviously very much enjoying their racing together because they've moved into 2nd. So it'll be very key for them that they don't let get demons on board and have any more difficulty with that the kite as they pull it up again. I'm sure they were very careful to get that away neatly.
They've really had a great second upwind, significantly faster in boat speed than Supersonic. They're averaging over 4.5 knots for most of the second upwind, which is really, really good.
I think it's going to be on between them on the next downwind leg. They're obviously on port here, so they're going to be going behind them. But Musketeers need to also be careful of Shades, who are going to be coming in on the right, who are on boat number 6. So you're looking for the red triangle just to the right. So very close between Musketeer and Shades. There we go, we can see them. Oh, look, I think Musketeers have had to duck underneath 6 there because, of course, 6 had right of way there on starboard. So Musketeers have just going to be in 3rd there because Shades had right of way.
We can just see Shades coming through round the course. We've got Annabelle, and that was Annabelle ducking boat number 5, which was Super Bella, and then we've got boat number 8. Musketeers are now coming round there. So boat 6, Alan?
Yeah, nice voice by the looks of it. Just get the kite trimmed in, very good. And they're off to it, yeah. Really nice downwind now. We can see Musketeers getting that kite up.
So Annabelle holding off Musketeers there. They had the deciding factor. They managed. Super Bella. They were in the dominant position of being able to keep Super Bella from tacking, even though they were both on port and they were windward. They just managed to hold them off, get a good ley line, attack round and fast. I think Super Bella have got their pole out a little bit too early. They need to be careful on that. There is a piece of tape that says whether they've got it out too early or too far. And then we've got just coming in Rascals. That's a shame. They were coming down in 3rd to the bottom mark on that first time round, but they've lost out there.
Again, be interesting to see now who gets the inside jibe for this last bit of the downwind. If Annabella managed to get a nice early inside jibe, tends to pay off quite a lot towards the finish, slows the boat down in front.
Yeah, so we were just watching Paul there talking to his crew member about getting that kite up, getting the pole set. They've not quite got it flying yet, but it's going. And there's our race leaders, Supersonic. They've managed to pull another few metres out in front of Shades. They've got now a 50-metre lead on Shades as they're coming down to the finish line.
Yeah, just a little update. Sorry, Alan, just a little update from race committee. They're hoping to get another 2 races away after this one. This is race number 18, so we'll be closing off 6. They'd love to get 3 away, but obviously we're competing with the big candle in the sky, the sun, as it's getting darker. But that's what their aim is.
Yeah, you can't do Her Majesty wrong there. It's not going to work, is it?
Absolutely not. But here we are, as we've got Supersonic. They've had an absolutely lovely race, heading down towards that finish, and now we're just focusing a little bit. All Musketeers there. Number 8, it's a real tussle between Musketeers, Shades and Annabelle, second place.
Shades just having a bit of difficulty with the jibe there, getting the kite over to the other side. Really, really crucial moment. So we could see an overtake here. Looks like it is, yeah. We have Musketeers, looks like overtaking Shades on this final downwind to the finish.
We'll just keep with these boats here as we can see them coming into the finish. We're going to be checking in on our track and our live broadcasting communications with our race committee boats. So we have got Shades has managed to squeeze in front of Annabelle. Musketeers tracker has just dropped off a little bit. That will come back in a moment. There's sometimes a little bit of a delay as to the finish. So let's have a look here as we stick with this finish line. Great zoom in on the finish line.
Looks like Musketeers might just get it. It's very close.
So we're just seeing with bated breath what's happening, where are we going, who's doing what are the finishes. It's too exciting. Okay, boat number 8, Musketeers, got second. Boat number 6 got third, took the third position, and we're just waiting to see who takes a 4th and 5th. So we've got a jibe there of our yellow bow number I've lost my sheet, so I'm not quite entirely sure which bow number that is.
Great news for Musketeers. They had a really good second half of that race where they pulled back. Obviously lost the first position, but really impressive pulling back there. And as we're just seeing, boat number 5, Super Bella crossing, followed by Rascal, and then the red bow is. I think is it? I can't quite see. Sorry, beg your pardon. Orange 7 is Galert.
So yeah, tough race out there. We've got a little more breeze, which means we're going to feel like things are a little bit more exciting and you're progressing, but you've still got to choose the right side of the course. Isn't that right, Alan?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing in the last couple of races a lot of changes on the last kind of the ending period of the race in the downwind just before the finish. And I really think it's down to who can get that inside jibe is really, really important. I guess once you hoist around the top mark, it's about sailing as deep as possible on that starboard tack. And then if you can get the inside jibe nice and early, you should be safe. So we've seen a lot of overtaking in that last kind of 200 metres.
I think they've all worked really well out there. There's a big, massive shifts have been going on. The race committee have really struggled. We had with getting those, keeping the races up. But Helen, who have we got to thank for the amazing racing that's been taking place over the week?
It's a great moment to do it because we've now completed 18 races. That's 6 flights. So everyone has had 6 races. So we'll be keenly looking at how the results are coming in after 6 flights. But of course, none of this would be happening without our fabulous title sponsor, Dubai Duty Free. We also have Cars, Classic Automotive Relocation Services, CSM Live, Ribcraft and DIMC, Dubai International Marine Club. We're very grateful to all their support and we're able to bring this fantastic racing, and we will be back shortly for race 19.
Good afternoon, cars.
Yeah, hi, it's John. How are you doing?
I'm very well, how are you?
Yeah, really good. Do you think you can come and collect that Thursday for me, please, and ship it out to the States?
Absolutely, we'll send the truck straight away.
Fantastic. Talk soon.
Bye.
Well, welcome back as we start Flight 7 and Race 19 of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta 2022. We've had a great few races so far. We started on Race 9 today, so we are on our 10th race of the day, which is absolutely fabulous. And we are in the sequence now, as you can see on the committee boat there. The 3 minutes is up,
10,
and we are looking
9,
for the
8,
pink
7,
cylinder windward
6,
mark.
5,
So we've got a
4,
few.
3, 2, 1.
There we go.
Track
Thanks, Helen,
stay
for
and
reminding me to be
cylinder mark.
quiet when the important
Cylinder mark.
countdown is coming.
Also
So
find it hard to be
we've
quiet,
got
but not
2 minutes come. So let's talk through who we have on race number 19. We've got boat number 1. We have Jamin. We have boat number 2, NBS. They're hoping to improve on their OCS. Unfortunately, they didn't go back after the start of the last race. So when we have boat number 3, we have Tara. Boat number 4, we have Yala Shamal. Boat number 5, we have dosc.ae. Boat number 6, we have Impi. Staying on boat number 7 is Galert, and boat number 8 is dosc. And as you can hear in the background, we've got some very excitable youth sailors.
That wasn't me. Just cheering
very
us.
excitable youth sailors who are going to be heading out on the RS Fevers tomorrow for the morning racing. They're going to be doing a mini regatta, and we're going to be coming live on YouTube to be able to show that. So they're very excited about
8,
that.
7,
Helen.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1 minute
That's
flag
great, as we
displayed.
can hear the countdown of the boat there. So we can see 1 minute flag held up by Bruno, and then we've got the pink cylinder being held up there by Roger Wilson, who is our race director. And we've now gotten to see the boats lining up. We've lost Alan. He's had to go and sort out some boats
do his job.
Actually do his job. Well, he is such a big bird, you know. He's got to go and oh, sorry, no, that's big dog. No, top dog. Oh dear. There we go. So 30 seconds to go, and we can start to see boat number 1, which is Jamin. They are currently lured, but they are closest to the
20
line.
seconds to the
We've got
start.
boat number 7 lining up there, Gillette. Let's
Inside
hope they
20 seconds now before the start, so really, really close to this finish, and we'll listen in and hear that 10-second countdown sequence.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 1.
Here we go. So boat number 1, that was Jamin. They took the pin end. They seem to be bow forward. They're doing quite well there. And we've got Gillette, boat number 7. Unfortunately, boat number 8, Dosc Youth, they got stuck down to leeward, but they've chosen to tack off, and they're going to go to port. Does mean they're going to cross the fleet behind, but you never know. It can sometimes work. They need to pop that baton at the top. Well done. And we've got boat number 3 with Team Tara. They're looking to impress on their higher scores again for the next set of this race, which is race number 19, flight number 7.
Seems to be quite an even split out there. We've got Jamming, who are in boat number 1 this race, who have gone far left. They're just nudging ahead and into the lead as they just tack across there. They're just going to be going ahead of Galert there, if they can make it. I think Galert are quite far below them, often quite difficult for perspective. There they are, they're below them. So Impy are definitely... Jamming are in the lead, but Impy are in second. They're on the other side. Impy are on boat number 6. So when we pan out, we can see the red, and it is very close between them.
Yeah, and we're just looking at track here, and we've got 2 boats that are heading off to that right-hand side of the course. Yala Shamal, which with track is showing us they are actually sitting 3rd, and they've moved up to 2nd. So it'll all be about when they converge together. They're about 10 metres behind on Jamming. So the matrix on track is really showing, giving us an inside picture of how we go. So we had Impy and dosc.ae there. We're crossing. Just heard a little whistle. I wonder whether that was anything that we'll hear from a feedback from the umpires. I'm not sure. And we've got Galert sitting in 3rd. They are just about 20 metres behind the leaders of Jamming there.
Nice racing here from Yala Shamal. They're currently in 2nd. They are on boat number 4 with the purple, but that's helmed by Rachel Blackburn, one of our female helms out here. And they're really sticking out to the right. So we've got Jamming, who are sort of coming up the middle. They're both on port, but so Jamming there are boat number 1. Boat number 2 is NBS, but not quite in picture. It's hard to see. We've got Yala Shamal, who are in 2nd. They are the purple boat number 4 when they come into picture. But as you can see now, that's the windward mark. That's the boats they're all heading towards, with Jamming out in a convincing lead.
Yeah, we've got Galert there just on boat number 7. You can see they are sailing on the same tack as Jamming. Hopefully they're going to be able to keep their bow forward of Yala Shamal when she comes up. So Yala Shamal is now tacked onto starboard. So we're going to be seeing they're heading towards the starboard ley line. Looks like on their track, they've managed to get a little bit of a lift, which means that it takes them closer to the wind. They've got less distance to sail. It's actually just taken them up towards the starboard ley line for that windward mark, Helen.
So we're seeing there's your dosc youth team on number 8. They're sailing across there. They are currently lying in 7th, but as you can see, blue number 1 is Jamming. They are going to still have to do a couple more tacks to make it up to that windward mark, but they've definitely stuck to the middle of the course here, keeping it safe. But Yala Shamal, as I mentioned earlier, they have gone right out to the ley line, so they're already on starboard tack. They hopefully won't have to do any more manoeuvres until they get to that windward mark. There's not much in it, and they are coming in fast. If we can come out slightly, we'll be able to see that we've got the purple sail boat number 4 of Yala Shamal coming in. They're closing in on Jamming, but of course I think Jamming are definitely there first. As we can see, they're just coming around the mark, but not too far away. Is if we can just come out slightly, we'll see Yala Shamal and Impy. Impy are having to duck behind Yala Shamal, so it wasn't so exciting for them up the middle there. But Yala Shamal, well done. They banged the corners. They stuck to the right-hand side, and they're getting rewarded with a nice 2nd place mark branding at the top there.
Yeah, so let's have a watch to make sure. They had a bit of trouble on their last hoist when they were coming round. They've managed to get that up cleanly, and here we go, boat number 7. So Galert have managed to come round in 3rd. We're just then looking to see where Impy head round with boat number 6, and they're going to get a clean rounding. They've got to make a decision. Is anybody going to jibe off? So as we talked about in the last race, the boats at the back, whether they jibe off to try and come back in on starboard and make a tactical decision to take the rights at the gate. So this is a great view as we can see the boats coming in. We've got a synchronised tack from boat number 8 and boat number 5. So that's our dosc youth and then our WOW team there as well.
And you can see Jamming there, boat number 1 with the light blue spinnaker sailing beautifully across our screen. I think they've got similar tactics their way upwind. They're staying to the middle of the fleet because Yala Shamal far left-hand side with that other blue spinnaker, They are staying out. They're going to just jibe now and try and hold on to that nice second position they've given themselves. But of course, Galert have matched them jibe for jibe. They jibed exactly the same time and trying to make sure they don't get too far ahead. Looks very relaxed on board here. Nice time on jamming. I mean, obviously, they're moving around to make sure their weight's in the right position, but it's nice to see them having a good time out there.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we talked about earlier on, when the winds were super light, we had more people sitting much further forward on the boat, getting that bow down, getting the stern out the water, so the bottom out and back out of the boat out the water, so that you're causing less drag. Not so far forward on this time. We've got a little bit more breeze, and you can see that reflected with the speeds that the boats are doing. So we're looking at sort of the averaging at the moment about 4 knots, 4.5, 5 knots. We've got Galert showing a much higher speed than Yala Chamal. Could be that they're sailing closer to the wind, which means that they're going to be driving through the water quicker. And as you can see, they're chasing what looks like they're closing that gap on jamming there. So it will be interesting to see where they go round this bottom mark. So we'll be able to watch them, all the boats as they come round through, are choosing either that lighter lighter orange mark, or they're going to choose the darker orange mark to the right hand side, which is just out of our screenshot here. And we can start to see them making their decisions. As we've got coming down to the downwind mark for the first time here in race 19, we've got looks to me like Galert might have just snuck ahead. That's what Track is telling us. Oh, so close between Galert and jamming, and they've obviously split going different ways to each other. Yala Chamal with that blue sail, the blue spinnaker, they're just trying to get it in quickly, and they're going to be following up behind Galert, who just took second place off them. Obviously, none of these boats here, they don't have any instruments on board, so we're sitting pretty as we're able to use Track and look at all the angles, but of course they go by feel and teamwork. Yeah, absolutely. So that was interesting. So we've had half the fleet choose that left-hand side of the course, half the fleet choose the right-hand side of the course. We're hopefully going to be able to see which one is going to be more advantageous. As we've got our last 3 boats coming down towards the gate, they'll be looking around and deciding which way to go, race leader. But there we go, Galert tacking onto port. So they're still sitting in first position. However, 4 or 5 meters behind is jamming. Yeah, on the other side of the course, and they are just tacking as well. So they're not at ley line yet, so they've obviously decided. I think both of them really like the middle of this race course. And I don't know whether jamming weren't quite comfortable enough to head out to the right, so the middle paid for them before, but they did approach it from a different angle. It is neck and neck between Galert and jamming, and they're on a collision course at the moment, but of course jamming, if they come together exactly the same time, will have the advantage because they are on starboard, which means they will have the right of way. It looks to me like they're able just to pinch slightly higher, but of course you don't want to pinch too much because that will slow you down. We can just see there Galert who have the orange on the sail. Number one is blue with jamming. Yeah. And they're going to cross ahead. Yeah, they've managed to take the advantage there. So even though they rounded second, they got the lead back by going over to the right-hand course. Sounds like it was, or looks like it was a very even choice. We've got Yala Chamal, boat number 4 there, Interview. They are quite a way behind. They're about 36 metres behind jamming, so 30 metres behind Galert. So got a lot of work to do downwind for Yala Chamal. But again, choose the correct side of the course for what you want to do, and you're going to be there. So here we go. This great shot of great spinnaker hoist for both boats, jamming and Galert. We've got Yala Chamal just got caught a little bit by the boats coming in across with their spinnakers. They managed to keep themselves moving. They're going to have a close call with Impy. So that is boat number 6 and boat number 4 at that top mark. They've managed to tack onto starboard and get round the mark cleanly, so that's really good. And we're going to see action on board there with Chris Laborde, Johnny Blackburn. Pole goes out, tack line on, Chris is hoisting, and then we've got Jemima on the spinnaker sheet there getting ready to go. So we've got a jibe there from Galert. They've chosen to jibe away from Super Bella. maybe go for getting the starboard ley line coming into the finish and see if they can sneak round the finish boat now. However, I think most people have managed to make gains on the pin end at the finish, Helen. Just my observations over the last few races.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Jamming are just, they're just coming downwind, so you're looking out for that blue spinnaker with the blue. It actually looks from this angle like number 7, Galert's ahead. It's just the angle we're looking at. It's very close, but at the moment we've got the blue sail is just ahead with jamming, but it's meters in it, so it's going to be a very it's going to be close.
I think I have to say
have got a bit more speed about them, and they're closing in. I think Galert are just about to sneak into the lead. We've got a matter of meters before the finish. If we can just show the committee boat, I think Galert are just ahead, and it's very close, a meter in it. I think Galert have sailed a beautiful downwind leg, and I think they
No.
It's so close.
So we have a result on track. Boat
it
number
was jamming. It was,
yeah.
Just the angles we're at, but jamming just held on. But it was a very, very good downwind from Galert, because jamming had quite a convincing lead at the top mark. So coming in for third place is Impey. They've had a great downwind leg. I don't think they rounded third, but very close between Impey and Yala Shamal. Not much in it, a matter of meters. So we need to keep having a look.
With that committee boat in view, I think it's going to really, it doesn't give us a great perspective, but it works. There is literally 2 meters in it between Impey and Yala Shamal. It was 1 second between first and second. Let's see, we've now had a change on track. Let's see what the results. Oh my goodness me, that is a dead on the timing. That is a dead heat. It's going to be interesting to see what the race committee choose with 4 seconds, Team Tara crossing over the finish. So our track is giving us a dead heat at the moment, but let's wait for the information to come through from the official results from the race committee boat. So it's all very much up for grabs. So
third to finish, the committee is third to finish, the committee is saying Yala Shamal boat 4, and fourth to finish is Impey boat 6.
Yeah, so that's how they put it on the track on that top right hand screen information. Tara there, Team Tara taking out that 5th position, and then we've got NBS and Dosc Youth and Dosc Wow looking to finish. We've still got a little bit of sunlight left. I can see the boats are quickly changing over. We're going to try and get as many crew changed over and ready for our next race, which will take us into race number 20, flight number 7. But as we've been talking about, the UAE National Day. And looking around, it's the 51st National Day of the United Arab Emirates, when the 7 Emirates came together to raise the flag and join as one country. And we've got lots of action down in the Sailors Village taking place. We've had camel rides, we've had henna, we've had traditional food, we've had dancing, we've had magicians, we've had music, and I think that's only going to continue on into the evening with our Sailors Party that's taking place. We have a very exciting prize to hand out this evening. It is the Christmas hamper at the Sailors Party. So you have to go along, you have to traditionally go and guess how much that hamper weighs, and the person that guesses closest to the weight will then get the Christmas hamper. So lots of goodies in there, so you have to guess how much the weight is, and then it gets presented at the Sailors Party this evening.
If I win it, is it something I can get back in hand luggage?
Oh, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. We might have to donate some of them. So we're just talking about what are the festivities that are taking place over this National Day holiday. Obviously today we've been having the National Day celebrations with camels, best dressed boats. We'll hear who wins that. Tomorrow we have, as we said, our RS Fever racing with our Dosc Youth squad, and that starts at 10 a.m. in the morning. We'll be producing that live, and then we've got our double-handed race which takes place at 2 p.m. So our double-handed series is where a lot of the keel boats race just 2 up, and it's the second race of the series. And then in the evening we will be celebrating with Sandosc, and where we've got some live music acts, and we're going to get an update of who the live acts are. But Helen, who have we got to thank for this amazing event and this beautiful celebrations taking place?
Well, as always, the clue is in the title, Dubai Duty Free. We're incredibly grateful for our title sponsor putting on this amazing event. And I have to say, every time I speak to a sailor in interview and when we're on camera, not on camera, they are saying how fabulous this event is to be part of. They're all having a fabulous time. Not to mention as well, Cars Classic Automotive Relocation Service is a beautiful car that's in our Tentola area. CSM Live, Ribcraft and Dubai International Marina. Also supported by Dubai Sports Council, Ragged Edge Rigging, UAE Sailing and Rowing Federation, SB20 UAE and Shiseido. Now, yesterday when I spoke to the umpires, they were very proud that they managed to get about 3 races an hour away. I think it might be similar or higher today, but we have just seen the completion of race 19, and when I heard them on the comms before, they were hoping to get at least 1 more, maybe 2 away, but obviously we are fighting a little bit with darkness, so hopefully we'll be coming back soon with race number 20 after this short break. Welcome back to our racing here on day 2. "20 seconds, 2-minute flag."
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 2-minute flag displayed and the pink cylinder mark. Pink cylinder mark.
And there we go, listening to the starting sequences of race number 20, flight number 7 in the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta, day 2. So there we heard, we are in the 2-minute sequence, 2 minutes to go. We've got the pink cylinder up. And Helen, who have we got on board our boats today?
Well, on boat number 1, we have Annabelle out there. Boat number 2 is Shades. Boat number 3, we've got Desert Eagle. Supersonic is in boat number 4. Rascal is in boat number 5. Boat number 6 has Ragged Edge. Boat number 7 is Musketeers, and boat number 8 FFV Youth. So we are coming up to our 1-minute signal. It would be great to go out on the water to see what the boats
10,
are looking like.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1-minute flag displayed.
1 minute to go until race number 20 start. Firmly into flight 7 now as we are nearing the end of the day. And let's have a little look on track as to how we're lining up. If we could just come out slightly, we'll see some of the boats as they are lining up for race number 20. To me, it looks like FFV Youth are in nice position. There they are, boat number 8. They're not being shy of that line there, Becky. Boat number 5 is Rascal, and boat number 3 is Desert Eagle, all in the mix there. You're seeing how they're having to be quite aggressive with their manoeuvres on FFV Youth. So we are not far from, we're going to hear the 10-second countdown to the start of race 20 as we see these boats lining up.
10, 9, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 1. All clear.
There we go, that is our start. So pin end was taken by boat number 3, which was Desert Eagle, swiftly followed by, just behind them is Rascal of boat number 5. Boat number 1, Annabelle, unfortunately got stuck behind a big group of boats, and they've had to tack off onto port. They're going to come across boat number 6 of Ragged Edge Rigging.
They were right
Racing,
next
sorry.
to the, Ragged Edge Racing were right next to the committee boat. Seems to be doing them well so far. Obviously too early to call. They are currently out in front with our Musketeers, who are in second. So at the moment, it's looking like those who are closer to the committee boat end had a slightly favoured start. But Annabelle, who are on port at the moment, their only boat on port as they're heading right out to the right, seem to have their own little bit of wind themselves. Ragged Edge have just tacked off, so we're starting to see the boats tack off now. There goes number 5, which is Rascal. But Annabelle at the moment is leading. Annabelle is in boat number 1, so you're looking out for the blue triangle at top of the sail with a number 1. And Annabelle look like they've been a bit gutsy, heading out to the right, and let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, absolutely, Helen. I mean, it's interesting now. I'm just looking at the previous track as we were looking at the start line. So I had Desert Eagle and Rascal just snuck themselves around that pin end, but we had FFV Youth. They were actually sitting to windward of most people, so they were middle of the line, but they managed to get themselves a clear lane in front, so there was nobody in front causing them issues. So interesting. Let's see how they get on as well. I know that they're going to be wanting to make the most of the last race of the day.
So Annabelle still out on the right, seems to be leading, and they are pretty much at ley line. So they're going to be looking to tack soon. They're just going to be to the right of the picture at the moment, as they're going to come across and hopefully clear everyone. So at the moment we're looking at boats number 3, Desert Eagle. They're actually a little bit further back, but there we go. Now we can see the
wider shot.
And I can see, I don't think we can see Annabelle yet. They'll be coming in on starboard. Just waiting to see them to come into shot, but they should be crossing these boats, but it's going to be very tight. Shortly followed by Ragged Edge Race. There they go. There's number 1. Here comes Annabelle, who have a great upwind leg. They decided to bang that corner, head out to the right, and take their gains. Shortly followed by the Musketeers and 7, and Ragged Edge Racing is going to be coming into shot very soon.
Oh, there we go. We had to see FFV Youth. They had to bear away. I am not sure that Desert Eagle can do that. That's interesting. Let's see what happens. If there's any protests or anything, they were on port, they tacked straight into starboard and round the mark, and they got the inside line on FFV Youth, who had to bear away to avoid
holding a red flag there for Desert Eagle. It was a little bit cheeky in there. That's rule 18 that was impinged there, where they definitely shouldn't have been able to get in there, so they're doing their turns. Obviously a very tricky time to do it. They don't want to be getting in anyone else's way, and they looked like they were starting to hoist their spinnaker, so a bit messy for them, not what they wanted to be happening.
No, they definitely got in everybody's way. They ended up having to stay up where they were, and they were trying to avoid. They had the pole out, and it was just wrong move. I know they wanted to get it done, but just the wrong move.
I was talking
on, Helen.
I was talking to you and McEwen about that actually this morning, about the fact that people want to take their penalty, and then if they delay, is it because they're getting an advantage? You know, if we put the kite up, then got their advantage, then gone out and done it. So it's tricky to do it. But here we come, FFB Youth. I spoke to them earlier. Great young French team, as they are currently in second behind Annabelle.
So this is going to be interesting between boats 7, 8 and 4. So we've got boat 4 there, which is Supersonic, local leaders of Dubai Offshore Sailing Club. They Commodore's Cup. They are actually to windward and slightly in cleaner air, so they are further up the course, but potentially Supersonic will have some advantage over the fact that Musketeers and FFV Youth are very close together. It looks quite distracting, not distracting, what's the word? It's quite strange from this angle. You think they're a lot closer than they are, but our track is showing us that Musketeers have managed to get across the front of FFV's bow and take that second position. So we're going to stay on this shot here. This is a great view of Annabelle taking a very clean rounding. Spinnaker comes in, and for that left-hand side of the mark, as we see boat number 7 looking to make their decision. So that is Musketeers doing a windward drop. Looks like they're going to head for that left-hand side of the mark. We had boat 8, FFV Youth, deciding to jibe behind Musketeers. They obviously weren't getting much gains, and they've now chosen to go for that right-hand side of the mark, different side of the course, separate themselves out and not get into too much mess. We had boat coming there on starboard. I think that's the purple of boat number 4. That's Supersonic. They obviously jibed off a little bit earlier, and then we've got boat 2, Shades, coming in behind them. So it's very close. Let's see where Supersonic head off, Helen.
Yeah, and I'm just seeing as well, Ragged Edge Racing, they've decided to follow on FFV Youth. It's the trend so far we've seen is it's sort of safer up the middle, but we did see Annabelle, they're sticking to their guns. They went right out to the right-hand side of the racecourse and made great gains. So they're probably thinking, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Okay, we're going to listen into the race committee. We've got a note from Ewan McEwen.
Okay, so we're into a race. I think it's 20, and top mark first time. Boat 3 got penalised, breaking rule 18.3, tacking inside the zone, and the starboard type boats had to go above close hold. She's taken a penalty, which was quite a big penalty, because I think she's ended up last when she was originally second.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much, Ewan McEwen. So that's really good to have these little notes, a recording of what's taken place. So as you saw, boat 3 forced a number of boats to go above close haul to avoid contact with them and to allow them to get round the mark. So as you said, they've took the biggest penalty by disappearing out to the back of the fleet. So let's check in again on the water. We've got Annabelle out the front there with a good 30-metre lead over FFV Youth, Musketeers and Supersonic and Ragged Edge Rigging. Let's see where they end up coming up to this pink cylinder mark, Helen.
Yes, and again, we're looking at Ragged Edge there. They're currently in 5th place, but I'd like to see where Annabelle is, because they're having a fantastic race. They're sticking to their guns. That's it. You can see number 1, they're all coming into the upwind mark here, but Annabelle is out in front because they don't have to do any more manoeuvres. I think number 7 will definitely have to do a couple more tacks to get round there. So Annabelle is out in clean air, no problems at all for our family team there from the Netherlands. Father and 2 daughters, and I know mum's out here as well, watching from the shoreline, but really nice to see, and I believe this is going to be our last race of the day, so a really nice one for them to finish on.
And here we go, we've got boat number 8 just coming through, FFV Youth. So they've managed to make Musketeers duck, and Musketeers have had to duck 2 boats. They've had to duck Supersonic as well, so coming in on the port ley line has meant that yeah, they had great speed, but they've had to lose 2 places to our FFV Youth and our Musketeers team, and our Supersonic team. So we're just back on board with Annabelle we're just watching the last lot of the rounding of boat number 7, so that's Musketeers, who had to take that big duck. They managed to stay in front of Ragged Edge Rigging, Ragged Edge Racing, sorry, so they've didn't lose too many places, but it's not ideal. They've also got to avoid boat number 3, Desert Eagle. Even though they're out the back, you've got to avoid Desert Eagle. And we've got boat number 5 there just coming into view, Rascal. They're going to be frustrated with that performance today. I know that much from Paul and Rob and Kevin on board there. Oh, and Desert Eagle having to duck boat number 5 and boat number 2. So even though they made a bit of gains on that port ley line again, they couldn't not avoid the other boats.
Oh, and here we have our team Annabelle out on their own. Lovely race they've sailed. They stuck to their guns. They stuck to the right-hand side. Both upwind legs. They thought that works very nicely, and the committee boat will shortly be coming into view as we just quickly, we see the committee boat coming into view. Nice and clean win for them. Just looking back at the top of the course, so as we've got 1 boat finishing, we've got the last few boats coming around that windward mark. Desert Eagle, I know they'll have been frustrated on board today because they got themselves in a good position, but of course sailing rules need to be stuck to, and it was illegal what they did, so they had to do their turns. Hopefully the communications on board were still staying calm. I know earlier on they said that it gets quite emotional. Coming in here we have FFV Youth. Again, it was great to speak to them earlier. They're having a fantastic regatta, really aiming to be in the finals and at least finishing top 3. Supersonic, boat number 4 there, very close between Supersonic and Musketeers. What do you think, Becky?
Oh, just too tight. Can't quite see that committee boat to give us an idea of the correct angle, but looking at our track,
very close. There's a metre in it.
Yeah, I think Musketeers might have got that one.
Musketeers just snuck ahead. We know they're a very strong team, and what they say they lack in the start, they make up for in the rest of the race. So,
yeah, so it's 2 seconds in it, so 2 seconds between Musketeers and Supersonic. So Supersonic will be frustrated that they couldn't get that 3rd place Perth pace there, but then we've got Ragged Edge Racing just finishing just under 10 seconds, just over 10 seconds behind those.
And I can see that obviously normally at this point when boats finish, their sails come down and we start doing the transfer, but of course we are at the end of the day, so they've gone through the finish line, but they're just enjoying a nice little sail in under spinnaker. I can see still left to finish Rascal, boat number 5, Desert Eagle and Shades. Tough race for Desert Eagle today. They really got penalised with where they decided to do their turn.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be heading to an agency to find a replacement bowman. I think they need to...
Tricky. Well, there's no associates for these sorts of things, so you've got it. Your last race is your best race is your last race.
Could be, yeah. I don't think they're going to want to take that at all.
No.
So,
oh, look, here's our winners. Here's our winners
well done,
for Annabelle. Lovely way to... Oh, high fives. I couldn't agree more. For our family team with dad and 2 daughters on board. Lovely, lovely result for them.
So, as again, we've been talking about 51 years of the UAE birthday, and we couldn't do a better job without Dubai Duty Free and their amazing title sponsorship with the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta. It's been fantastic to have them on board for day 2. Year 51 of the UAE, and we thank our sponsors CAR, CMS Live, Ribcraft DIMC, and supported by Dubai Sports Council, Ragged Edge Rigging, UAE Sailing and Rowing Federation, SP20 UAE and Shiseido. We are just going to see the leaderboard there as we take a very short break before you come and join us for our chat with the end of the chat and our highlights for today, and getting ready for our sailors party. So join us in a couple of minutes as we watch the sunset over the Arabian Gulf and the Dubai skyline. of day 2 on the UAE National Day, 51 years. We're sat here with Ed Schiffner, who is the Rear Commodore at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club and in charge of all things boating. Is that right? Is that right, Ed?
Well, theoretically in charge of all things boating, but there are many people like you guys who actually help doing the majority of the work. So yes, yeah, but that's my role as charge of sailing.
Fantastic. And we were talking about UAE National Day and 51 years of the United Arab Emirates. Well, how have you celebrated it today, Ed?
Well, today, separate to the SB20s, we've had a parade of sail. So we've had several of the yachts go out. I think we had about 21 of them out on the water and just sailing down past the beach, turning around, coming back. There's a lovely bit of wind down there, so we actually found some, which was great. But really super to see. Everyone had a really enjoyable time.
A great family way to celebrate as well. So has anybody been announced as the best dressed boat yet? That is the question that we have been waiting to hear the answer for.
Well, it probably wasn't my boat, but I mean, we've only just got off the water, so I think there'll be some discussions going on about that very shortly, and the awards for the best dressed boat will be coming out shortly.
Fantastic. Well, I hope to hear that we get them presenting the prizes up on the stage later on in the Sailors Party, because we've also got the Christmas hamper. Have you heard about this little challenge that Dubai Offshore Sailing Club? So it started off as a meat raffle, and we've generated, exactly. The conversations in the committee meetings about a meat raffle, and Mr. Johnny Backburn. I'm going to name and shame you on that one. We've upped it, and it's the Christmas hamper. So you have to go and guess the weight of the Christmas hamper.
Right.
Closest person to the weight wins the hamper. So don't know what's in it, haven't seen the size of it. So are you going to participate?
Absolutely, of course I will.
You never know, you might not have to buy your Christmas turkey. But Helen, let's talk about the racing today. It's been slow, to say the least, with the weather conditions that we've had. It's been tricky for the race committee and the race management team to get those courses laid, but they've managed to do it. Where are the standings on the teams that we've got at the moment?
We had 11 races get underway today. Full credit to the team out there, because they tried to keep the racing as absolutely fair as possible, and inevitably we are at the mercy of the wind. And sometimes holes happen on the water, shifts take place, but we play them as best as we can. So currently we have same leaders as we did this morning when we started, which is Sports Boat World. There have been changes in leaders throughout the day, but at the end of the day, Sports Boat World are still ahead. These are the provisional results we're going on. So great day for Sports Boat World. Also another great day for Musketeers. I spoke to them earlier, and they said they're not necessarily the best at starting, but as we've seen throughout the day, they're absolutely excellent at the rest of the race, which is a really good way to have it. And FFE Youth are currently rounding the top of the podium in 3rd place. I spoke to them earlier. Young French team, absolutely fabulous sailors, lots of experience in the 420, and they are having a great time. I felt particularly bad when I kept asking Julia questions just before I realised that she didn't actually have a voice left at the moment. I think the humidity might be getting to her. So that's our top 3, close behind 4th Supersonic, with Jamming in 5th and Super Bella in 6th. Still very much lots to play for out there.
Absolutely, and I mean, hopefully tomorrow I think we've got a little bit more wind on the forecast. So as we heard this morning when you were talking about the fact that we've brought the race briefing forward for the sailors, which means we can get out on the water earlier, which hopefully means we can get a few more races in. So Ed, where are you going to be watching the racing from tomorrow?
That's a very good question. Actually, I'm doing a double-handed race tomorrow afternoon, so I'll be watching it from the water.
Fantastic. So we just talked about it earlier on as well, and that we've got a massive calendar here at Dubai Offshore Sailing Club and also within the UAE. So tomorrow's double-handed sailing. Tell us a little bit about that.
So double-handed sailing is for 2 people on keel boats, which are the bigger yachts that normally sail with 6 or 7 crew on them, and it's racing just with 2 people, so there's a lot more activity that goes on, and it's again been very popular here. It's a series that's grown and grown over the last 2 or 3 years.
I think it really helped us when COVID was on and we were limited with crew numbers. It definitely
it worked very well on limited crew numbers. Yes, absolutely. But it's a good challenge for anyone who takes part. So yeah, double-handed racing has been a very interesting sort of addition to our sailing calendar.
Fantastic. Well, we'll be waving at you from the shore as you sail out on. We've also got our RS Fever racing with our dosc youth squad. They kick off at 10 o'clock, so we're going live with that as well. And then we obviously have our celebrations of Sandos. But Helen, some closing remarks about today before we roll into our highlights of day 2.
Say thank you to everyone for joining us on our live broadcast at home. It's been absolutely fabulous having you watching, particularly to the sailors who are exhausted from their sailing and have been coming down and talking to us. I've had some great conversations. If you're watching over at the Tentola, thank you for joining us. I had great comments. I've been offered champagne with Super Bella. I had hugs with Glasgow Kiss, not kisses, so maybe Glasgow hugs, but absolutely brilliant to hear from the sailors, to hear what it's like down on the water. So as we close for our United Arab Emirates National Day, and we say thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 3 of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta 2022. Welcome to day 2 of the Dubai Duty Free Sailing League Regatta 2022 at the Dubai Offshore Sailing Club.
Come and join us for our National Day celebrations. We've got some fantastic events taking place.
And we have race number 9 underway, so this will be the completion of the 3rd flight here.
They really struggled. We've got quite a few little twists there going on.
Oh, look at that. You can see they are just starting to overtake there.
Great fun out there. I mean, 10 to 15 minute races, they're hectic, they're stressful, but it is really, really good fun. Very close racing as well.
And how are you finding the competition?
Good sailors out there. It's tough for us to keep up and to fight to be on the top 4. That's what we aim to the final. It's an amazing event here. It's unbelievably prepared.
Did I sense that there's been some arguments on board when you're saying you're working on communication?
I would say yes.
Looking forward to tomorrow's Dow race.